My family's from Afghanistan. In '79, the Russians invade Afghanistan, and that's when everything kind of changes for Afghans. People start leaving. If you're not leaving, you're more likely getting killed by the Russians. You're getting displaced. Same old stuff that happens now. My father, he got killed by the Russians. That was the kind of like the straw for us, the last straw that for us, we were like, we're getting out of here to come to the U.S. Being an Afghan in the Midwest, I couldn't have told that I was even Afghan. I never got discriminated against. No one ever looked at me funny. No one ever said, oh, you're a Muslim. I got none of that growing up. I started developing a really big, overwhelming sense of gratitude. By the time I got to high school, I wanted to join the military and kind of pay back to the country that took us in. That was America back then, where we were actually like, bring us you're tired, you're poor, you're hungry. And we have a system to integrate them into our society so that they become American citizens and a productive member of society. But I don't think we have that system in place, and it hasn't been there in a long time.
What do you think the solution is? Let's say Trump calls you tomorrow and says, hey, you're now the director of ICE or the director of just immigration in general. How would you go about trying to solve the problem that exists today?
Well,
Team Dog, premium meals designed to keep your dog healthy, happy, and strong, to improve digestion, boost energy, and support a shiny coat. Non-GMO ingredients, no fillers, no gluten, no corn, no seed oils, and no soy. Just pure, high-quality ingredients to fuel your dog's best life. It was crafted by experts made for your dog, Navy SEAL K-9 trainer, and nutritionists. Team Dog Food, where no piece goes to waste.
Ladies and gentlemen, as always, it's both an honor and a pleasure to welcome my next guest to the podcast. He's the first Afghan-born Green Beret in Special Forces history. He spent 21 years in the Marines and Army combined, 16 of which as a Green Beret with multiple combat deployments. He's the founder of 2 Alpha Training Group. He's also my almost alien hunter partner for a crazy reality show that we were in talks of doing years ago. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Kawa Mawlayee.
Thanks for having me, man. What a great intro.
Well, yeah, I was thinking about it. I was like, it's been like 5-6 years probably since we talked, but the way that we actually met was
for the show.
Yeah, I don't remember what network it was. Was it History or A&E?
Yeah, I want to say it was like A&E.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the concept was like 4 or 5 two-man teams of it was like former special operator guys, like CIA, FBI guys.
Right.
Like military intel guys and some other group, like, I don't know, basket weaving housewives to throw in a wrench in the gear or something.
Yeah. Like field investigative teams.
Yeah, but it was like going all over the world and going to places that had like crazy UFO sighting experiences and like this paranormal activity, and we're supposed to get to the bottom of it. It's like, well, we're not investigators at all.
No, not at all.
And they wanted us to go to Mexico, I think, right?
Yeah, that's where Mexico City.
Yeah, and for me at least, like after looking at it, I was like, especially then, not that cartel activity has died down since then, but it was wild enough for me to be like, so we're going there to these like super rural areas solo, we can't carry, that's where like a lot
You're
of
thinking Force Pro.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, that was really the concept. I thought was like, why not? Screw it. Like, that sounds cool, but yeah, the thought of going to some of the places that they wanted us to go to with our dick in our hand.
With no protection.
Yeah, I was like, dude, that's a bad idea, man.
I asked the same questions you did.
Yeah.
I was like, can we carry? No.
Yeah.
Do we have security? No.
And you want us to do what?
Yeah.
Go where? Yeah, it was crazy.
Do we have any contingency plans? No.
Nope.
I was like, oh, okay.
Do we have a sat phone? Maybe.
Everybody for themselves, yeah.
Yeah. I guess, from then, I'm curious what you've been up to before we get into kind of the background and stuff, but also, have you been approached to do any other crazy projects like that since then?
I dabble in the military consulting world in Hollywood. I've done a few movies, TV shows, commercials. The last one that I did was a Vietnam movie about Marines, and we shot that in Thailand. Earlier this year, I was in Thailand for 2 months doing that. Before that, the last project was a Guy Ritchie movie called The Covenant, Green Berets in Afghanistan, Jake Gyllenhaal.
Oh, wow. Damn.
Dar Salim.
Yeah, I saw that, actually. You were
that
part
Dar
of that?
Salim guy is in the new season of the Jack Ryan,
Jack Carr?
Terminal List,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
Jack Carr. And so but that guy is a great actor. So I do that on the side. I don't pursue it, but like my name is thrown in the hat sometimes. Like for the Thai project, it was a costume designer that I worked with on another Netflix show. So it's really that. If it comes my way, I'll consider it because it kind of breaks up the monotony of the day-to-day stuff, but it's not something I pursue.
Yeah.
But since the last time we talked, which has been years, and it's funny that you mentioned that TV show because I ended up going on a TV show that was pretty much similar to that on Discovery Channel called Contact, and I was partnered up with the Pulitzer Prize winning author that was a combat journalist.
Oh, wow.
And he went to Iraq, Syria, he's been to Afghanistan. And then him and I went to South America and did all that. And it was exactly the same concept, which was weird.
That's wild.
Because the show that we had introduced on was the same concept.
Yeah. Well, was it the same like production company or whatever?
It wasn't. Yeah, because
Wow.
I remember our show was like on A&E. This show was on Discovery.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I did that. But since, to answer your question, just developing my training company, Chaffin Training Group we started as a training group and we trained a lot of civilians. And then over the years, as we kind of made a name for ourselves, we got more and more LE work and contracts. And that's what it's been for a long time. We do a little bit of merch. We do obviously content creation for the channel because, like who doesn't do content creation these days? So Instagram and all the other platforms, YouTube, we're on that, constantly kind of pushing classes and curriculum and stuff like that and the brand. And then the last couple of years, we kind of expanded and we've gotten into DOD and federal contracts, things here in the U.S. with different branches. For example, Navy EOD is one of them. And then perhaps overseas as well in the Middle East. There's a lot of stuff happening there. So we've been kind of delving into that world and getting more knowledgeable and seeing if we can get some more notches on our belt. But it's been fun, man. It's been a good ride. I very much enjoy working for myself, but as you know, we never really clock out, do we?
No.
So it's kind of funny, balance between home, family, and the things you want to do and work. And so, but I kind of like it chaotic, and you probably do too. I like a fuller plate.
I think, the whole like retire thing, I don't think would ever really happen, It's weird. Like in some ways, I almost feel retired because I get to do what I want to do. Mm-hmm. Now granted it's busy, but I similarly, like I would go crazy if I didn't have a bunch of things to do, like it's almost impossible to take a vacation that way.
No, because you spent how many years in the military?
12 and a half.
Yeah. So like when you come off of that kind of op tempo, and it's hard to like come back down from that. Yeah. You just need to find ways to compensate for whatever that was.
Especially, I think, that window of time in your life, like from 20 to 40-ish, or, in my case, 18 to 30, but still, like the kind of the bulk of your prime, I think it conditions you to just be a certain way and conduct yourself a certain way.
And don't forget that you were a certain way before you got there.
Yeah.
Right? Because that's what got you there, was that mindset and whatever ambitions, whatever drove you to become a Navy SEAL is very much a core of you. Yeah. But then it's like, how do I continue this, in the afterlife of the military?
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, you end up chasing a lot of adrenaline, I think. I am curious, that show, did it pan out did you find anything, or was there any, like...
Oh, dude, there was some cool footage I got to see in Argentina and Chile from the military, and we had to be read onto it, and, like, the cameras, nobody could be in there except me, the producer, and Paul. That was my partner on the show. Yeah. But we saw some really cool footage of, like, we saw one of a Chilean helicopter that had an encounter with a UFO. Very clear footage, I'd say like 1080p quality. Wow. And it was very much like a spherical kind of object that came up on the helicopter's left side and just kind of escorted it for a couple miles. And they got some really good footage of it. And then the way it took off was just like, boom, off to the left, just veered off.
Dude, that's wild, man. I'm surprised that like you don't see more of that. I guess I don't understand the strategy behind making that, having to be read in and not like releasing that, I guess, publicly.
I would say it's because we're probably in contact with them, and
yeah.
I would say the only reason we don't make a big deal about it is because maybe there has to be some kind of, and I'm not huge on UFOs, but I will say after that show, I definitely was more of a believer. Yeah. I saw, and I'll share this last story. I saw some really good footage when I was in Chile, and it was very much like a we were at this lake called Laguna de Mawlayee. Sorry, Laguna de Mawlayee, kind of like my last name.
Yeah.
Was a beautiful lake that was fed by a volcanic system up in the mountains, and then you could like trace the water up all the way up there. But there was like some of the purest water on Earth, according to the scientists that we met up with, and they said that poaching or fishing is not allowed, so they consider that poaching. So they had set up like deer trail cameras all around the lake to catch poachers.
Yeah.
And what they caught that one night on 27 different cameras was like a UFO coming down onto the water surface, hovering there for about 2 minutes, and then it started sucking water up into the UFO. Like it was just like, it just kept going. And you can't understand the magnitude of how much water is getting sucked up through the video because it's deer trail camera. But then like when you hear the kind of the investigation and what they did to consider the size of this craft and how much water it had taken up, it was incredible. Wow. So the day after it happened, the lake was sitting 8 inches lower in water, 8 inches. Trillions of gallons of water, right?
That's crazy.
We're talking about filling up 3 football fields worth of water, and this thing was able to take that, and then it just took off, just like, boom. And it's the coolest footage I've ever seen.
Damn.
But it's stuff like that like we got to see so that we could do the interviews with the military people, but we couldn't show any of that footage. Yeah. And after that, I was like, all right,
there's something to it.
We have to be talking to these, whatever these things are,
That's amazing, man.
Yeah, pretty cool.
That's super cool.
But the show sucked. Going to those places was amazing. The production was a skeleton crew, and I don't blame it on them, but I just don't think they had the money to make it look better.
Like the image quality and editing standpoint?
Kind of the editing, yeah. I mean, we had 5 people on that crew.
Damn, that's too bad.
Very skeleton.
It was called Contact
on Discovery.
Yeah. Well,
and listen, I probably didn't add to the show because I'm a terrible actor. Like I never want to be on camera acting, but and like when you watch it, you're like, holy crap, Kawa. Because I looked at myself and I was like, bro, that's cringe. I wouldn't watch this show.
Really? Well, I mean, did they ask you to act and not? No,
not really. Maybe it was some of my nerves or some of the way they wanted me to kind of obviously follow a narration, outline.
I mean, was it scripted
in my own words.
Okay.
It was kind of scripted, but what was scripted was the Q&A aspect. It was like, hey, we're going to ask you these questions along these lines, and then you answer however you want.
Yeah.
And it was just kind of like then the way they framed it. Anyway, it was more me than it was them, but it was a fun project.
Would you say it's reminiscent of like the representation of military guys, especially like special operations guys in movies in the last 10 or 15 years where like the bro talk is just so over the top and you're just like, dude, nobody talks like that.
Well, so, and I know what you're saying. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. No, it wasn't that. I did enjoy the way they always had me take the military approach to it because that was like the whole point. The other team was a CIA chick and a MARSOC guy. And then there was Paul and us.
Yeah.
And they always asked me and that MARSOC guy, like, from a military approach, how would, and basically answer these questions. And that was the only thing they asked for.
Yeah.
Everything has to be from a military approach.
I got you.
So, fun project.
Yeah, no, it sounds cool. I definitely want to check it
Good
out.
Good food for sure.
Yeah.
Argentina.
Yeah, no doubt. What's the last full book that you've read?
The last full book that I read was Black Flags and Blue Seas.
Was there a singular takeaway that you got from
it? Well, for one, that American pirates are underrated. So if you haven't done research on American piracy, then you need to, because we have some cool people amongst our ranks. But
in what way?
Well, if you read the book, it talks about several different pirates and just the entire East Coast and the bribery, the pirates and the bribery wars and kind of how it led down into the Caribbean and all that, which is really cool. But a lot of those pirates were like colonial settlers that decided to just take to the seas because they hated being on land, or they just, for some reason, and they took to the seas. But then there was no kind of enforcement of laws and customs and stuff. So, they started robbing people, and they started robbing everything from slave ships to Spanish merchant ships. I mean, there is like, you're talking about $20 million heist back then, that'd be worth billions today, you know?
Yeah, some stuff you never hear about.
And I'm not like, you know, it's not like, I think pirates are cool, man. I think the whole pirate lifestyle is cool, but those guys lived dreadfully poor.
Yeah.
You know, and they lived with a bunch of diseases and hygiene issues, and nobody talks about that stuff because it's all glorified, you know, like Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
So I don't read much books, but I love history. I love the history of conflict and war, and whenever I can pick up a book that, you know, sheds light on a certain battle or whatever, I love that stuff. I don't do well with anything else, but anything that has to do with military history or the history of conflict, I'm all about. I geek out on.
Yeah, you and me both. If time travel were possible, where and when would you go?
Wow, that's a great question because there's so many answers to that. Oh man, that's a tough question. Right off the top of my head, I would love to. I think I would have loved to be there for what happened to JFK in Dallas, which I've walked that street. I've sat there. I looked at that building. I looked at everything just
Same
for
here.
myself, and I just thought it was amazing. And I'm sitting here like, you know, putting everything like, but. I mean, I think that would have been cool to see. Not that anything like that is cool to see, but you know, that was obviously a very pivotal moment for our country. I would have loved to have been there during the revolutionary times when Americans decided that they had enough and that they wanted to rise up and fight, you know, the British redcoats and those people who we looked at as oppressors and tyrants. Like, what was that spark? You know, like historically we know. But what was it that like these guys got, like what was happening in their everyday lives where they're just so tired of it that they got together in secret and said, we're going to do something about it, you know? And then it's like 5-6 guys with hunting rifles, and all of a sudden now they're a militia. I think that would have been cool. Obviously, you know, it takes more than a day, but that would have been a cool time. And there's probably more times obviously overseas, you know, historical. I would love to have been there, you know, during when Jesus was walking around, you know, spreading gospel, when Prophet Muhammad was walking around, you know, like, and those things to me are such core like pillars of today's society, regardless of like what religion you are. Everybody can relate to those religious events, because they impact billions of people on this planet, you know, and they're like the core pillar of a lot of people's personal lives. So it would have been cool to see what's what back then.
I agree. I mean, to me, I find myself thinking of just like the vibe overall in all of those circumstances that you mentioned. You know, especially the revolutionary part. Kind of to your point is just like what was that feeling? You know, like was there a tension that? I mean, similar. Like the closest thing I think either of us could probably relate to is like the morning of 9/11, you know, the feeling of going into the command and just the energy and the tension
different.
and the gravity, like it's impossible to describe.
Right.
But everybody knew that it was different, you know,
Yeah.
and that something enormous was on the cusp. And I can only imagine that same feeling was probably present back then. But same with Jesus and Muhammad, like how cool would it be to just kind of size them up and see like what kind of feeling do you get? I mean, no different than when you meet somebody from the first time, and some people stand out, like you can just tell there's something different about them. You know, they have a certain presence or whatever. And I'd love to be able to see what that was like. You know?
Just a, you know, simple observer, just to see that, because you're right. I mean, this man, you know, in Jesus' case, you know, we say that he was born to a Virgin Mary. Like, imagine being the men that were there that day, you know, and you're like, where's the dad? No, it's just him, bro. You know, it's like, whoa,
sure it is.
That's good. But then, you know, he's talking as an infant, you know, he's very much has a cognitive thought process and can speak like an adult. And I mean, that's so miraculous to me. And then in Prophet Muhammad's times, it's like this man who doesn't know how to read or write. He goes to this cave and meditates every day. Otherwise, he's just a simple trader, basically with his uncle's business. He's married to Khadijah, which was, you know, she was a rich woman, but for him, his satisfaction came from meditation. And so when he goes to this cave every day, all of a sudden he gets this revelation. And then, not to shortcut anything, but fast forward 600 years, and we have the Quran that's written. And, you know, from a author's point of view and a historical scholar's point of view, the Quran is one of the most complete books ever written. So how did this man who didn't know how to read or write, get this book. And that's why Muslims believe that it was a true revelation to him, not that he could read or write, and not that he was faking it, and not that he was like, copying it. People will accuse, well, this religion copied this religion and that religion because they came after. So it's like, I don't think it has to be that way. But all of it, if you look at the true core pillars of Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, and I only mention the Abrahamic religions because as a Muslim and as a Christian, and for a person who is of Jewish faith, I don't need to go any further than that for me to make it sense to myself, Right. And so I just think we all come from one religion and one faith, but then at some point, as men, we injected things into that kind of brought us to what it is today. And so I don't know where I was going with that. I think we were talking about
time travel,
and then we kind of went off on a tangent a little bit.
No, I mean it's all relevant because if you think about, our understanding at least of the human experience from, again, just our understanding of when it was recorded at its most early stage, up until present day, the biggest influences overwhelmingly are those three religions. Not to discount Hinduism and Buddhism because those are, I would say either close or equally as influential, just not for us, planetary it is. But I don't think you can gloss over that or discount, that impact. Like there's so many influential and big things that have happened in human history, and there's a handful of them that are still as prominent, influential, and powerful today as they were thousands of years ago. Like, to me, that's not an accident.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think it's super relevant. Do you have a favorite quote?
I don't have a favorite quote, but there was a French general that once said, "With great power necessarily comes great responsibility." And I know that a lot of people will say, I heard that in a Spider-Man movie. And it's like, well, yeah, but they got that quote from this French general during Napoleonic Wars. I very much believe that. If you have, and I don't think power, we shouldn't oversimplify power, because if you have a great skill, if you have a great attribute, if you have great morals, and if you have, let's just say, good insight in the world and you're level-headed, I think that needs to be practiced, for other people. And you need to take that responsibility of that and make sure that other people are kind of being educated or on par or knowing what the truth is. Or maybe you're just lifting and inspiring more people. It's just really, I get it. I guess to simplify it, it's like, don't gatekeep, It's like when you and I get out of the military, we're not going to gatekeep all the stuff that we learned. If it helps everyday civilians with their life, maybe it's situational awareness, maybe it's medical, maybe it's just simple stuff like how to draw out of a concealed holster. But something that you and I have gotten really good at, we're not going to gatekeep that. So I think simply if you have great powers that you possess, skills, abilities, or otherwise, then share that with the world and strengthen people around you.
Agreed. Yeah, I could not agree more. And I too love that quote because I think I wish that more. I hate to even use the word leaders because it doesn't feel like most of the elected leadership in this country are leading at all in most cases, with very few exceptions. But yeah, I think that's generally the core catalyst from a corruption standpoint is power, and power corrupts. The longer you have it, the more you have, the more likely it is to corrupt you. It doesn't corrupt everybody, but it sure seems like it corrupts most people.
Yeah, and that's definitely the other side of that quote, isn't there?
Yeah, for sure. Living here in Texas and with your background, I assume you're rocking some sort of EDC normally?
I do.
Yeah. Do you care, or would you share what that is, like what your setup is?
Yeah, so I actually left it in the truck.
It's probably stolen by now.
Probably. But if you guys look it up, it's a Shallot Tech. Shallot Tech is the name of the company. They make custom all-metal guns, but they really kind of have honed in on SIG and the SIG FCU and working around that control module. But when you look at their guns, they look like a 365, a 6.365, XL, or different variations of a 365. The one I have is called the 365 Flex, so I can put a longer slide on it, or I can keep it shorter for concealed carry. But it's a really beautiful gun, well done from the company.
Yeah, I'd love to check it out afterwards.
Yeah.
I mean, I assume that it's noticeably heavier.
It is noticeably heavier, and I've always liked the metal gun. I had a smaller staccato C that I carried. I carried a Glock forever, of course, but then as I kind of got into more like 2011 type pistols, I enjoyed them, and I see where that would be kind of maybe giving me an advantage in a firefight versus a Glock.
For sure. I have contemplated picking up a staccato CS. I do love that you can order it exactly how you want it.
Right.
And get it, shows up like built exactly how you want it, and I've just seen nothing but good stuff. I also saw a number of reviews on the, what's the name of the company? It's, I can't remember.
Well, I'd say for Shallot, I'd say if you guys love SIGs and maybe you want to try like an all metal SIG, instead of the lower polymer, then give Shallot, check them out on their Instagram or their website.
Yeah.
And you'll be kind of surprised at some of their stuff. But I love that gun. It's become my favorite concealed gun.
No doubt.
I put that staccato down.
Really?
Sorry, staccato.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'd love to try. I've never shot a staccato, so I've
Staccatos are fun, man.
Seen some.
I got an XC. It's a range gun. It's the Cadillac. It's the top of the line. I can't carry that thing unless I'm wearing a big old hoodie or coat. But on the range, it's fun.
Yeah, I mean, for me, any 1911 style pistol with a light trigger, I just don't feel comfortable carrying it because I'm not going to not have one in the chamber.
Exactly.
But having the hammer back with a hair trigger, I don't care what holster it's in. When it's pointed at your dick, I'm not crazy about rocking that.
Right.
I'm just not, I'm a 365 guy for the last few years, and it's turned into my favorite gun too. But I'd love to try a Shallot out. Are they a lot pricier?
I wouldn't say they're a lot pricier, but you're considering for what you're getting, it's kind of a one and done deal. Yeah. And I'll bring it in after the show.
Sweet.
You can check it out. You'll like it.
Yeah. All right. So I'd love to get into your childhood, being the first Afghan-born Green Beret in its history. Can you walk us through where you were born and your early childhood leading up to the transition into the United States and just kind of how all that shook out?
So my family's from Afghanistan, particularly we're from Kabul. That's where I was born. So born in 78. In 79, the Russians invade Afghanistan. And that's when everything kind of changes for Afghans. People start leaving. If you're not leaving, you're more likely getting killed by the Russians. You're getting displaced. Same old stuff that happens now. But at that point, we had to kind of make a decision on whether we were going to stay or go. But once we knew that the Russians invaded, we decided that we were going to leave. We just didn't know when we were going to leave. I guess we're kind of waiting. But like I said, I was born in 78, and my father, who had already served in the military, he got killed by the Russians. And then that was kind of like the straw for us, the last straw that for us, we were like, we're getting out of here.
How old were you when that happened?
I was 3 years old.
Do you remember it at all?
No, I don't remember any of that. But my only memory of Afghanistan was my uncle putting me on his motorcycle.
Oh, really?
And taking me out for a ride. And that's like my only memory of Afghanistan.
Wow.
But when that happened, my mom was pregnant with my sister. I was 3. And he got killed. We were leaving at that point. I think we had a set date. Okay, so we had a set date to leave, but then he got killed, and then we kind of we expedited. But then the journey out was also challenging for my grandfather. My mom has 6 brothers and a few sisters, and also those 6 brothers most of them were military age back then. And in Afghanistan, you have to serve at least mandatory of 2 years once you're, I think it's 15 or 16. So all my uncles were military aged, and we had to sneak them out. So we couldn't go through like checkpoints because they were checking IDs, and they were dragging guys off the buses. Like, if you're military age and you hadn't served yet, guess what?
Wow.
And the thing was, I don't know if those men would have minded to serve and fight against the Russians, but what you also had prior to that was the development of the Afghan Communist Party. Okay, so a lot of people think that Russia invaded Afghanistan, when the truth is that the Afghan Communist Party invited Russia into Afghanistan. And the Afghan Communist Party, as you know, happens over time. Russia sends agents in, they start making contacts and they build this interest. And then before you know it, they get to a place where they have an official Afghan Communist Party. And so what happens in the military is dissension happens in the military, where you have people that are loyal to the communist side, people that are loyal to the national side of it. And so with that, a lot of people leave. A lot of men leave. And don't forget that a lot of those men that left became Mujahideen. They became the freedom fighters that we started working with.
Wow.
And so at the time, if you were like a clean-shaven man, they thought that you were part of the Communist Party. My entire mom's side were bankers. So the men in my family were, of course, clean-shaven. They were professional. They had three-piece suits. I mean, I have pictures of my grandfather, like black and white pictures of him in a three-piece suit. Nice, like has a cigar in one hand. They're in some mahogany room with his banker friends. I mean, that's the kind of lifestyle that my mom's side lived. My father's side were all military. So again, clean-shaven, But when we were leaving Afghanistan, my grandfather, because he was clean-shaven and usually in some kind of suit, he was always getting stopped, pulled over. His papers were getting checked, not just by the Afghan military, but also the Mujahideen fighters in the South. So he had to make 4 trips to get all his kids out and some of his grandkids. And he had to sneak out all 6 of his boys. And on the trip that we got snuck out, we went through a couple Afghan checkpoints and then a couple Mujahideen checkpoints. And in each one of those checkpoints, they're like obviously checking on the bus. If you're military age, come with us. On the Mujahideen checkpoints, they're asking for donations. They're saying, hey, give to the cause. We're fighting for our country. So whatever you can give helps. The problem was if you didn't have enough to give, they would see something that they'd take. Oh, nice watch. We'll take that. So they're kind of like little pirates on the road. But so people had to give up stuff. The problem with our bus is that in the back of our bus, we had rice crates. In those rice crates were 2 of my uncles hiding.
Oh, wow.
And we made it past the Afghan army checkpoints, but when we got to the Mujahideen checkpoints, of course, they came on board. This particular one, when they came on board, they saw my grandfather sitting next to my mom, me crying in my mom's lap, and then they pulled my grandfather off the bus and put an AK to his head, like put him down on his knees in a dirt road, put an AK to his head and said, prove to us you're not part of the Communist Party. Of course, he's been through this several times, so he's pulling out his papers. He's like, here, I'm working at a bank. This is who I am. That's my daughter. That's my grandson, just basically telling this story. And then they made him give him some money, and they let him go. But then they came back on the bus, and they saw the rice crates, and they're like, what's in the rice crates? And my grandfather said, well, there's rice and some other stuff in those crates. And he's like, we want half. And so they started to go back there. My grandfather quickly got in front of them and said, you guys stay here. I'll go get them. Because they knew that if they had saw my 2 uncles in those rice crates, who knows what they would have done. They would have taken them, maybe try to recruit them, or who knows.
Wow.
And my grandfather didn't want to deal with that. So he said, you guys stay here. I'll go get them. The rice bags were maybe like, the little 5-pound bags. And so he grabbed like 5 or 6 of those, and he came back and he said, here you go. That's all we can give you guys. And luckily they left after that. And then we made it to Pakistan. And once we got to Pakistan, we basically were on our own at that point. And so the rendezvous was Pakistan. So 4 different people in our family took 4 different journeys to get out of Afghanistan, but then rendezvous in Pakistan, so that our paperwork for the U.S. has already been put in. My oldest uncle was already in Omaha, Nebraska, going to school, and he helped us with a lot of that paperwork. So by the time we got to Pakistan, it was just a waiting game for us to get approved and come to the U.S.
The hat on the coffee table sitting right in front of me belonged to Glenn Doherty. It was a John Deere hat that I gave him. He had it when he tragically passed in Benghazi. Bub's Naturals is a tribute to Glenn. They have collagen peptides, which I put into my morning routine every single morning, as well as the functional creamer / MCT oil that goes into it as well. They have hydrate or dielectric electrolyte drink mixes, which are great for pre-workout, during workout, and post-workout to get all the added sodium, potassium, magnesium, et cetera, that's required when you deplete it. Bub's is a family company. the way that they started is, again, super close to my heart, with him being one of my closest friends for a long time. And I encourage you to go to bubs.com, and now there's a landing page specifically for Mic Drop listeners. Just enter the code Mike, M-I-K-E, all caps, and you get 20% off your first purchase at bubsnaturals.com. So that's www.bubsnaturals.com/Mike. And you can check out the Mic Drop landing page and go support an amazing cause.
And so eventually everybody reunited safely. And we spent about, I think, 7 or 8 months in Pakistan waiting for that paperwork. And then we left Pakistan and came to America, flew into LAX to Omaha, Nebraska, and then we settled in Lincoln. And that's where I grew up for the next 20-some years.
You're a Cornhusker fan.
Cornhusker.
Yeah. All day long?
All day long, yeah, till I die.
Yeah. So, I mean, I imagine then that, the overwhelming predominant memory of your childhood is all in Lincoln, you said?
Yeah. Lincoln.
Man, I mean, like, what an amazing story of just both desperation and determination for your entire family to coordinate that and actually make it out. And I mean, that's incredible.
Yeah, and I could imagine that was probably, similar stories for a lot of Afghans that had the means, the money, or, the resources to get out. I mean, we gave up a lot of property, we gave up a lot of land, and, we had to say goodbye to a lot of friends who didn't want to leave.
Right.
And so, but we knew that we had to get out. Like, we just weren't safe there. We knew that it was going to get worse before it got better. And, my family decided it was time to go. My grandfather made the call, and my grandfather's the one that, leads the family. And so everybody listened. Luckily, the plan kind of went, was successful, and everybody got out without anything else. But then for all these people to come to America, that was probably, probably crazy for them, because, you leave Afghanistan, you leave Pakistan, you come to America, and now you're in Lincoln, Nebraska, in the 80s, and you're just like, nobody speaks English. My very first memory of Nebraska, Lincoln, was I was standing in line behind my mom, and I remember looking up at all these adults, and I remember looking ahead of me, and there was like a woman in front, like passing out stuff. And I'm just looking at her, I'm like, what is she passing out? And she was passing out blankets, sheets, and pillowcases for the refugees.
Wow.
Because when we came to America, we came here with just the cash that we had in hand. We didn't have time to sell anything, so all of that stuff is still over there. In fact, my uncle or my grandfather said that he didn't have time to get to the bank and pull all his money out, that money was sitting there for a long time until they passed it to a family friend.
Wow.
So we came here with very little cash. So basically we came here kind of poor, and I'm standing in a Goodwill line waiting to get sheets and pillowcases, because these are our first few nights in America.
Do you have any idea how many refugees left Afghanistan during that period and came to America?
I think I read one time that it was like 1.5 million.
Wow.
1.5 million in like a 10-year span. About 1.5 million Afghans left Afghanistan, but that's just to come to the U.S. We're not talking about the millions that went to Iran or Pakistan or India.
Right. Do you know the circumstances under your father's death? Like, what, other than just fighting the Russians, like, do you know what happened?
So we found out later from some neighbors so the story is that one of my younger uncles had gone out. And at that point, with the Russians being so close, the Afghan army had put out checkpoints and curfews. And so at the time that my uncle went out, it was getting late. My grandfather told my dad, hey, can you go get him? Because my dad was a lot older than all my uncles. And he's like, can you go get him? Because he's not going to be allowed to go without, past curfew. And so my dad said, okay, I'll go. My dad had, he had just left the military, so he was fresh out. He was like, yeah, I'll go get him. The thing is, at the time that my dad went there, the Russians had already been there now. In the beginning, it was just the Afghan army checkpoints. But now when we saw the Russians come in, it was the Russians with the Afghans manning these checkpoints. And they would harass people, like, who are you? Where are you going? Let me see your paperwork. Identify yourself, this and that and the other, right? And it was late. My dad got to some intersection where all of a sudden he got a spotlight shine on him, and it was like some Afghans and Russians on a tank with some kind of loudspeaker talking to him like, hey, where are you going? He has this bright light. waking up the neighborhood and everybody's not looking through their windows. And the ladies who told us a story later, where they were living on the third story, and they looked down and they're like, we know who he is. And so they're watching what's happening, and my dad's getting harassed, and then he says, well, okay, you can go now. And as he walks away, they let him walk about 20 feet, and then they shoot him in the back of the neck. The bullet goes through his neck, down through it, it hits his spine, goes down through his heart, exits his chest, and then lodges in his forearm. And he's sitting there in the street bleeding out, and everybody's watching. And like the women knew that they had to like try to save him, but they couldn't go out there because of the checkpoint. So they had to wait for these soldiers to leave, which is like 3 hours later. And by the time they got to my dad, they said he was still alive, but about 2 minutes afterwards is when he took his last breath. Yeah. But they put him on a flat cart, something like you would see at Home Depot or Lowe's. They put him on a flat cart and they walked him like 2 miles to my grandfather's house, where everybody was waiting at this point. Everybody was getting worried. Yeah. Turned out that my uncle had actually been arrested and got taken to jail because he actually tried to come home. He was waiting for my dad. My dad never showed up, so he tried to come and he got arrested. So then we had to get him out of jail too. But the ladies showed up at my grandfather's house at the front step with my dad on a flat cart. And I remember my mom said, I was holding you, and when the door opened, I looked right past him and I saw your dad. She was like, I dropped you on the ground and I blew past the women and I went to him. But those are the circumstances. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And that's just how those soldiers were back then, man. Yeah. The Afghans were just as bad as the Russians, and a lot of people don't know that.
So. Yeah, that's brutal. So you guys managed to get over here after that. You grew up in Lincoln. How would you characterize your childhood, generally speaking?
I mean, I grew up in the 80s and 90s in the Midwest. I had the best childhood I could possibly have had. I mean, you know how it is, grow up in the 80s. It's hard to explain to people these days what it was growing up in the 80s. You know, you come home from school and you basically scarf down a sandwich and you grab your bike and you're out with your friends till like sunset. And it's very true what they say. We're drinking out of people's water hoses, because we're thirsty, but everybody knows us, the entire neighborhood. And, you're just out with your friends. And it was a small town. At the time Lincoln was a small town. It still is kind of a small town. It's built up now, but back then it was really small. And the lifestyle was great. My childhood was great. Being an Afghan in the Midwest, I couldn't have told that I was even Afghan. I never got discriminated against. No one ever looked at me funny. No one ever said, oh, you're a Muslim. Like, I got none of that growing up. Up until 9/11, everything was like, we were just one with everybody else. There was no kind of racism in Lincoln or anything like that. Maybe on the smaller towns outside, yes. I'm just saying that for an immigrant family to show up to a Midwest town of all places, not even a big city where it's more diverse, and then to be welcomed with that kind of open arms and sense of community. I love Nebraska, and I love the people of Nebraska for the rest of my life, man. They're like in my hearts forever, because they could have very much treated us in a very negative kind of way, or maybe even just ignored us, not helped us whatsoever. But if it wasn't for them, my mom got into like free English courses down on a campus. My uncles were getting jobs, barely knowing English. And so everybody was helping us. And that's where that sense of community came. And that's kind of where the gratitude started building up inside of me when I started becoming old enough to understand our history, where we came from, why we left there, what happened to my dad, and then how we got here. I started developing like a really big, overwhelming sense of gratitude. By the time I got to college, or by the time I got to high school, I wanted to join the military and kind of pay back to the country that took us in. Because I always think about like, well, what if we never left? What would a 47-year-old Kawa be in Afghanistan today? Would I have been like A&A? Would I have been Taliban? Who knows? Yeah. But to come here from a war-torn country and come here and be welcomed with open arms, and then have just like an undescribable sense of quality of life improvement, I'm forever grateful. That's why I am as patriotic as I am today, is because I remember how we got treated when we first got here, and even through my older years. Yeah. And I would have joined the Marine Corps out of high school, but my mom threatened me. She said, "You're going to college and you can do whatever you want, but you're not before you go to college."
That's awesome.
So I went to college and then I joined the Marine Corps.
Yeah. It's interesting you bring up the reception that you got in Lincoln, because, I grew up in Iowa, right next door, and probably even smaller town than Lincoln. And, there were a handful of Pakistani families that I remember growing up with, and same thing, like, just that the community vibe and overall feeling was just togetherness no matter what. They were Muslim and nobody gave a shit. Everybody, like, we were all on the same team and everybody got along well, and there was never any friction with it at all. And same exact memories, like growing up in the 80s. I'm so thankful that I got to grow up then, and not now. Like, I feel bad for kids nowadays when I see just the difference between back then and now. Like, to me, it's depressing, frankly. But
yeah, it's depressing just for the kids. Like, you can't even. My kids would be like, "Hey, mom and dad, can I go outside and play?" They're 11 and 12-year-old girls, and like every instinct in me says no.
Yeah.
It's not that I don't trust them. It's just that, dude, it's not the 80s
so much
anymore.
Crazy stuff out there. Yeah.
In the 80s, I was riding my bike like 80 blocks just to get to my mom's work.
Yeah.
And I was 13 years old back then, but that was just a different time. But one thing I wanted to say was the thing that I try to focus on and why today's problems with immigration and everything I'm so torn on is because I remember those childhood feelings and memories of the reception that you mentioned. And I remember how my childhood also kind of frames my mindset today. For example, how we were received tells me very much that the America of back then is not the America of today. That was America back then, where we were actually like, bring us you're tired, you're poor, you're hungry. And we have a system to integrate them into our society so that they become American citizens and a productive member of society, right?
Yeah.
We had that system in place, but I don't think we have that system in place, and it hasn't been there in a long time. People come into this country and there is no system that they're a part of. That's why we have an immigration problem, and that's why we have now these kind of extreme ways of handling immigration, And when I think about how immigrants were treated back then, growing up, and how immigrants are treated now, it's heartbreaking, because there is a solution to, I think, what's happening now, but I think the solution that everyone's bandwagoning for is going to tear this country apart, to be frank. And I know we're kind of skipping ahead, but
no, I mean,
we could bookmark that. I know we're still.
I think it's as opportune a time as any, because you have such a unique perspective on it. Unlike most people, frankly, you've seen kind of both sides of it. And so I would love to get your take on, first and foremost, what do you think the solution is? Let's say, Trump calls you tomorrow and says, "Hey, you're now the director of ICE, or the director of just immigration in general." How would you go about trying to solve the problem that exists today?
Well, I don't know why it had to change to what it's been in the last 6, 7, 8 months since ICE has become more active and more funded and more emboldened, I should say. I don't know why it had to change. If we're saying that illegal immigrants are the problem, then why not task ICE with finding those illegal immigrants? But why are we seeing videos of, people with green cards, visa holders? Why are we seeing college students? Why are we seeing American citizens? I just posted a video of a white woman who got thrown down and detained by ICE, who works at WWII News in Chicago. And, I don't know what the backstory is, because there was no backstory provided, but why is ICE tackling American citizens down to the ground? I think we're losing focus of what they're supposed to be doing. And who knows, we don't have a lot of transparency from this admin. We just have stats. They just like to say, well, we arrested 33,000 immigrants, or, it's like, we haven't seen anything. You can say whatever you want. We're going to believe you, but we have yet to see it. And if there's 25 million illegal immigrants in this country, then I think we have a serious problem, because they're not all from Central and South America. Everybody used that loophole: Chinese, Iran, Russia, anybody else that is a possible threat to us used that same loophole to get in here. So, but what we see and what's the perception that is given to the American people is that we have these ICE agents in masks with glasses. They don't identify themselves. They don't show the papers or the warrants. They don't even know sometimes who they're arresting. They're tackling people. People are disappearing. Their lawyers, the family's lawyers, can't even get a hold of them for up to 8 hours, maybe days. Why does it have to be that way? You're losing the hearts and minds of the people who are on board with the initiative. Like, we're on board with getting rid of the illegals. I for one say deport all the illegals, and then maybe reintegrate them into the immigration system to come in here and do a vetted process. But the way we're going about it is, I think we're burning bridges with the American people.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, to your, I guess, point on the, why did it have to change? I do have, I'd say, a strong opinion on how we've gotten to this, what I would consider an overreaction or an overcorrection. Because I agree. Like, I think
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, I think that there's a way to go about it that's not being gone about in that way. I do 1,000% think that there has to be a very, very uniform standard of appearance, and one that's not easy to copy. I mean, you could copy anything, but just like, let's say, when the ANA was being stood up, or the Iraqi army, or even our troops overseas, is that there's very identifiable markings, and it's all completely uniform. Because I agree, when you see, groups of dudes where, like, some of them are rocking blue jeans and hoodies, and some guys have camis on, like, there's no consistency whatsoever. I don't have a problem with the masks for the simple fact that I do think protecting people's identity when the potential consequence that you're seeing of not doing that is so significant. But there's almost a chicken or the egg scenario, and that the consequences wouldn't be nearly as severe if they were going about it the right way. So it's like a double-edged sword there. But
I will caveat and add to that I understand, like, Force Pro, right? Like, if you and I were going on a mission, of course we're sterile, right? No name tapes, nothing like that, no identifiers, maybe a call sign on the helmet. But we also would probably, if we have to go to an environment where our identities are now at stake, then of course we would cover up ourselves. But we're talking about guys that are American citizens, that are law enforcement, or they were prior military, and their objective is to go after illegal citizens. Why are you hiding your identity from the illegal citizens? Or is it that you're hiding the identity of people that are recording you because now you don't want that to trace back to your house, which I get. But I would say the bigger consequence is that, when you're violating the Fourth Amendment of people, when you're violating, like, U.S. Code, 272, which basically is like the code of conduct for law enforcement, what they can and cannot do with American citizens. When you're breaking all that, then I also understand why you have to mask up. You know what I mean? Eventually, when this whole thing kind of dies down, whether it's Trump leaving the presidency, or this initiative dies at some point, these guys, like, whoever, I think a lot of American citizens are going to hire lawyers, and these lawyers are going to come after these guys and their departments. And a lot of these guys have broken the Fourth Amendment. I don't know if they're, what's that immunity that they have? Something immunity.
Diplomatic immunity?
No, no, that's us. No, but police officers have this. I forget. Sorry, guys. It's like the immunity that basically protects them from getting sued.
Yeah, I know what you mean, and I think.
But that goes away too. Yeah. So it's not just the consequences of their own family's sakes and their identities, but also the crimes that they're committing, man, and just they are choosing to be a part of that. And again, for us, that would be like following an unlawful order, which we blatantly say we know it's unlawful, but we're going to do it anyway.
Yeah, I think it ultimately boils down to two main problems. Is that you have the 4 years prior of complete, wide open, unfettered access to this country. So now there's this, if you want to use the analogy, which I've both heard and used a number of times, like an overflowing toilet, is that, like, trying to close the border, trying to get rid of people who aren't supposed to be here before you stop the flow of them coming in is akin to mopping up, the floor in a bathroom where the toilet's overflowing.
You're not plugging the hole, you're just
Yeah, like you got to plug the hole first, which
Yeah.
I think they did a great job doing. The cleanup, though, I agree 100% in that not going about it in a judicial manner, which, you know, when you're in the United States, it has to be done that way. Like, you can't just round people up with no warrants, no paperwork, no, you know, proper identification of who you're arresting and detaining. And I think everybody who's in those departments, and I know they've been plussed up quickly and you know, trying to maximize efficacy in a expedited manner, but like it's causing more problems than it's solving. And I think you could have it both ways, where I think you could make these sweeping, if you want to call them roundups of people who aren't supposed to be here, by making sure that the people that you're grabbing are legitimately supposed to be detained,
Right.
and also being so uniform to where it's very obvious who you are, who you represent, what you're there for. You know, the vehicles need to be marked. Everybody needs to be wearing very clear-cut uniforms. I don't think having your last name on the uniform and having your face visible is necessary if you're doing it the right way. You know, I think you
Right.
can do both. Like, but I can't stress enough, like, when I see, you know, mobs of people that are all ragtag in a U-Haul rental vehicle with no markings on
Yeah.
it, it's like, think about, you know, cartels or gangbangers that could do that same thing, and people would just be like, oh, I guess that's ICE. Like, no, it isn't. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, people could be
I mean,
pretending.
the KGB do the same thing.
Yeah, anybody could do it.
You know, Gestapo did the same thing.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like, you know, ICE in general. It's a very slippery slope what ICE could become, what they could evolve into.
Yeah.
Either, like you say, they redirect and go in a more professional route where they're like, well, the masks get it, we're okay with that. But if you're arresting people, then at least present the right documents, and you don't have to be such dicks about it. That's the other thing. When people, you know, they know people are going to record them, so it's like, dude, you're on camera, and if you guys want to be taken seriously and you want the support of the American people, then conduct yourselves as such. You know,
Yeah, I
like
mean, to me,
professionals.
agreed. It's no different than, you know, when you see interactions, both good and bad, with regular law enforcement and everyday American citizens, say with traffic stops. We've all seen body cam footage of guys doing it the right way, being super professional, even if the person's being a dick. Like, the cop handles it really well, and it reflects enormously positively on that department and on the individual. We've also all seen the total dick that goes overboard and uses excessive force because the guy mouthed off to him or whatever. And
Right. And that's the thing, though, is the repetitious behavior that, you know, kind of builds the perception. So when we constantly see the footage of you guys doing this, and like you said, in jeans and ragtag kit, then it's very much like, you know, like, who's in charge of this, and what is the objective? You know, are we getting to a place where we're normalizing this? So, like, if people come to my house in jeans and ragtag kit one day and roll me up, are all the neighbors going to be like, oh, we know what's happening here, so we're not going to say anything?
Yeah.
You know? Or they're going to say, hold on a second, like, that's Kawa, our neighbor. We know him. He's not a bad guy. And who are these guys in unmarked vans and ragtag jeans? Like,
yeah.
So, you know, like, who's policing ICE?
Yeah, well, I think ultimately, just like if you saw an ODA team or a SEAL platoon doing a bunch of crazy, you know, way over the top stuff overseas, like, ultimately it's a leadership problem. And you know, Homan, I do respect the guy and think he's got a tough job, but I think he's making some huge missteps with not trickling down the leadership points of exactly what we're saying, you know. And because to me, taking that Machiavellian approach of the end justifies the means and looking at, well, you know, we got this many people out and how we got there doesn't matter because the success speaks for themselves. It doesn't. Like, yes, it's an important metric that is going to ultimately determine whether or not you were successful. But if you're going about it in a way that breaks the trust of the American people, then what's the point of it entirely? I just think, you know, if you allow guys to conduct themselves that way, ultimately that's a leadership problem, you know.
But Mike, what happens, like, and let's go like worst case scenario, right? What happens if they come to your place, and I'm not saying that they would ever come to your place or my place, but let's say they go to the wrong person's place. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
They go to the wrong person's place. This guy is not putting up with that. He's armed, just like he has every right to be. They come onto his property. They're not showing warrants. They're not identifying themselves. They may be ragtag, like we described. And next thing you know, this guy shoots at them and kills 4, 5, 6 agents. That would be very easy for like a soft operator to do. Take out 5, 6 guys. They wouldn't stand a chance. But then it turns into a shit show of you got this extremist that's in this house. He's already killed ICE, and this and that. And you got this whole mess that gets created from that, kind of like a Ruby Ridge or something like that, right?
Yeah.
And we don't want that. So when we say conduct yourself professionally, it's also because we're looking out for you guys. You might have gained all this confidence with people putting you in power and giving you money and giving you the equipment, and also maybe just rolling up people has given you confidence. But one of these days, dude, you're gonna roll up on the wrong dude's land, and then it's gonna cause. It takes one spark for something to happen across the country. I think, like going back to the revolutionary days. It took one ambush of those British that British patrol to create the fire behind the revolution. And I'm not saying that it would get to that. I'm just saying that there's a lot of worse things that could happen to these guys versus just getting in trouble.
Yeah.
And that's if you keep conducting yourself this way, then it's like rolling the dice. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah.
So.
No, I agree. Like I said, I think ultimately it boils down to leadership, because that's where the buck always stops.
Yeah.
So if your guys aren't doing the job the right way, because I don't disagree with doing what they're doing, it's how they're doing it.
It's how they're doing it.
Yeah. Hey guys, I want to take a minute to tell you about the Mic Drop Patreon, where you can get the real mic drop experience the way it's meant to be seen. You get completely uncensored, unfiltered, and uncut episodes with nothing held back, just raw, real conversations directly from me to you, without YouTube censorship. Plus, you'll see it days before anyone else, with early premieres and exclusive bonus content that you won't find anywhere else. You get behind-the-scenes access to the show, including pre- and post-show footage, with me and the guest both in studio and on location, depending on what the guest is into and what we have going on. On top of that, we've got tons of Patreon-only perks, mic drop swag, access to exclusive merch, and the chance to submit your questions to be asked at the end of every episode. You'll also get a sneak peek at our upcoming guests, so you'll know who's in the studio weeks before anyone else. We're constantly releasing new features and dropping new content based on what you want to see. For our top tier members, you get the same mic drop challenge coin that all of my guests receive from the upcoming show, which will never ever be for sale. We've got quarterly merch that's sent out directly to you, a monthly Zoom call with me where we talk about whatever you guys want to talk about, and an active group chat where we all shoot the shit on a daily basis. All of that for just a few bucks a month to support the show. Right now, we're also offering a 10% discount off an annual subscription, which means that you get more than a free month. I want to say thank you to everyone who has already signed up. Your support means that we get to keep bringing you the content that you love. So if you haven't yet, hit the link in the description or go to patreon.com/micdrop and join the team. I'll see you guys in there. Thank you. All right, so going back to the childhood component, you decide, so you go to college, but then ultimately you join the Army. Did you finish college, or did you?
So I once I finished college, I joined the Marine Corps in 2000. I joined the Marine Corps.
Did you go to the University of Nebraska? Or?
Went to the University of Nebraska.
That's cool. What was your degree in?
In business.
Oh, okay.
I took a lot of math in college too, because I sucked at math in high school.
Really?
I didn't take it serious. I didn't take high school serious, to be honest. But once I got to college, I was pretty weak at math, and I had to kind of start over. But then I realized I was actually good at it.
Yeah.
I was taking like statistics classes and stuff like that. So
just for fun.
I could have maybe even minored in math, man. But I just wanted to do my 4 years, graduate, and then I just had my eyes set on the Marine Corps. I even talked to the ROTC officer my last couple of years, and he was like, "Yeah, you should go, commissioned." And I was like, "Nah." I was like, "Nah, I don't. You guys have like a short-lived kind of job, no matter where you go. I feel like." But so I did join ROTC for a couple of weeks, but I already knew I had it kind of in my heart set that I wanted to be in the Marine Corps.
Yeah. Did you play sports at all growing up?
I did. I played basketball. I ran track.
Yeah.
I played a little bit of football, but it's only because of my speed. So I love to run. I was a sprinter, but then I played basketball. Like that was my streets. My organized sport was like track, and my street sport was basketball.
Yeah.
So.
Not in college, just as a hobby.
No.
All right. So you joined the Marine Corps, and you spent It's like 5 years in the Marines. Is that right?
5 years.
Yeah. Overall, what was that experience like as kind of an introduction to the American military and fulfilling that internal obligation you put on yourself to want to serve and join? And overall, what was that experience like?
It's the Marine Corps is the foundation of who I am today, man. They just kind of reinforced everything I grew up as thinking as a child, how much I love this country, how much I want to serve and give back. And like people were like, why don't you go in the Army and do this? And I was like, no, man, I want to go in the Marine Corps. Like, why the Marine Corps? Like, I don't know. They just seem like the best.
Yeah.
And then, so I went and saw the recruiter and I did the whole ASVAB test and all that. And they're like, you should go be like intel and this. And I was like, no, dude, I want to be a grunt. I want to be an 0311 or nothing. I'll go across the hallway to the Army if you don't give it to me. So that's what I wanted to do. But then when I joined the Marine Corps, I joined before 9/11. I joined a year before 9/11. By the time I got to the fleet, it was like March of 2001 because I went to the School of Infantry before that. Then a bunch of us came to the fleet. We got to 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines at San Mateo, Camp Pendleton, like the northern tip of Camp Pendleton. And I was there the whole time with Lima Company, 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines. Went to the 31st MU, which was before 9/11. In fact, in March is when we left and we got back, and then 9/11 happened. And then everything kind of changed, as you know. Everything kind of changed, and we didn't know if we were going to Afghanistan, and then later there was talks about Iraq. And so then after that deployment to Okinawa, we basically, were gearing up to deploy. We just didn't know where. A lot of long days, long nights in the field, obviously. But then we found out we were going to Iraq. So we went to Iraq, and I think it was like we got there like January of 2003, staged on the Kuwaiti border for about 2 months before we got the word.
Yeah. So, I mean, we were close to each other at that time because we were down in Kuwaiti Naval Base at that time getting ready to go north as well. So we were probably pretty close in proximity at that time.
Yeah.
I am curious, I mean, when 9/11 happened, being from Afghanistan, was there any kind of, not necessarily internal conflict, but I'm curious, like, did you have strong feelings towards, us going there and, knowing that, where you're from is now kind of in this limelight with American society, I guess, and not that people didn't know that Afghanistan existed, but now it's like, front and center. Right. Everybody's talking about it. Like, was there any kind of internal conflict, or what were your thoughts and feelings when that happened?
There was. And mind you that I just spent the last year with these guys. So like in the Marine Corps, and I've never been through Army Basic or anybody else's, but in the Marine Corps, when you go through boot camp, they find out who all the infantry guys are and they kind of group you. And then, so you go through boot camp, and then after boot camp, you go to your MOS school, which for us was the School of Infantry. And then by the time we actually got to the fleet, I mean, we were together. We all got to the fleet together. So I've been with these guys for about a year, and we're all tight. 9/11 happens, everything changes. In fact, when 9/11 happened, when it was happening, we just got back from PT. We did a run, swim, run that morning, and we were all smoked. But I had just gotten out of the shower in my buddy's barracks room, and I'm walking across to the other barracks room, and everyone's huddled around the TV. And I'm just looking, and I'm like, bro, what movie are you guys watching? Wow. They're like, no, it's not a movie, dude. This is happening right now. This tower just got hit. And so now I'm sitting there in my towel just watching 9/11 go down. And obviously that changed things. But then what I noticed outside of the vibe, that, all right, like something's going to happen, something's coming down, is just the difference in the way I was kind of looked at by some of the people that I spent the last year getting to know.
Really?
Got looked at a little bit differently, got treated a little bit differently. Not by everybody, and not by the majority of people, just a few people.
Like thinking you're some insider spy enemy?
Yeah, so there's like, me being Afghan and Muslim was nothing. Like, it wasn't even a thing. But then 9/11 hit, and it's like, oh, the Muslims and 19 hijackers, and Bin Laden's in the cave in Afghanistan, and all of a sudden, like, I'm getting associated with all of it, And like people are like, so I get everything from questions to accusations, and I'm not quite sure. I don't remember like the details of how I handled it, but I just remember that there was a lot of guys who had my back, And there was just a couple guys who, just talk shit, man. That's like, called me a terrorist, called me a sleeper cell, called me, be like, Uncle Bin Laden, did you know those 19 dudes? Like, so it was just a lot of that. And, there's only one guy that it got so bad that him and I fought.
Oh, really?
We got to the point where we fought. And then after that, we became best friends.
Are you still good friends with him?
We're still good friends. Yeah, he lives in San Diego.
Yeah, that's a trip, man. What was it the same stuff? Like he was just busting your chops about? Same
stuff, but I realized that he grew up very sheltered in a Christian city, went to Christian school, and that's just what he knew. He knew nothing about Islam or Muslims. So for his reaction to be that way, I considered that natural. It just kind of hurt that it was like somebody that I thought I knew.
Right.
And then it gets to this place. But afterwards, we became good friends because then after we fought is when we started talking.
Yeah.
Before, it was just a lot of shit talking.
Yeah.
Then afterwards came the substance of our conversations and the understanding of one another.
It's amazing to me the difference between men and women that way, and especially, A or AA personality men, like, let's fight first and then we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Like it's a weird backwards.
Well, you just, how it is, man. Some guys don't back down.
Yeah.
And you just get to a place where you're like, dude, it's just no words are not doing anything. So you just fight. So in the Marine Corps, you just go out in the bushes and you fight for 5 minutes. It's smoke.
Well, but I think it's like hitting the reset button of respect, though. It's like,
it's getting all that tension out.
Yeah. But I mean, no matter how much you dislike somebody, if you can respect the fact that physically they're a respectable, somebody that earns your respect through a physical confrontation, it's in some ways it's weird or counterintuitive. In other ways, it makes perfect sense. But it's just interesting, I guess, the dichotomy between a lot of people and our type of people that kind of default to that as the introduction to negotiation. It should be the other way around, but
it was funny because Marines are like, let's go, you guys just need to fight. You guys, so
yeah. How did the fight go? That's the big question.
Well, so we both agreed that no one was going to come watch.
Yeah.
We just went out into the bushes behind the barracks and we just fought privately.
Yeah.
And we fought to the point where we were both exhausted.
Yeah.
And we just kind of sat up. I was like, and at one point we kind of had each other and I was like, dude, I'm done. Are you done? He was like, yeah, I'm tired. And it was it. We just sat up all dusty and everything. Like my lip was bleeding. And I was like, are we fucking done, man? Like, are we done?
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, we're done. And that was it. Like the next day, it was just like new chapter for us.
That's wild.
And then, we trained up and we ended up going to obviously the invasion of Iraq. And that's when we really got tight. And I think that's where a lot of guys who questioned me really got to see, okay, we understand where Kawa stands, despite my own internal conflicts. Because that was part of your question was, how did you feel, I assume, as a Muslim and Afghan? Besides that, I had my own internal conflicts. Those guys coming after me didn't bother me as much as me thinking about, okay, whether we go to Afghanistan or Iraq, there's Muslims there that I have to fight. How do I feel about that? Can I bring myself to do it? And so I thought about it, but it didn't really hit me until our first firefight in Iraq. And when we got into our first firefight, that thought really hit me. Like, I had to make a decision, like, then.
Yeah, quick, too.
And so... And it just came down to, it really just came down to the guys that were in that Amtrak with me, and those other 13 guys that were in there. And I look at them and I'm just like, no, man, like, it doesn't matter who we're fighting at this point because we need to get home, so we need to fucking keep each other alive and then we need to get home. And it didn't matter. And then when I started, basically shooting back at the Iraqi Republican Guard, at the time, you don't really care who you're shooting at. You're just like, these guys are trying to kill us. We're going to kill them first. But then when you reflect back on it, you're like, man, these guys they just signed up to defend their country just like we did.
Right.
And it's not like they were insurgents, that was like way before all that insurgency took place. These are guys that signed up and said, I am going to sign up for the Iraqi Republican Army or the army, and I'm going to defend my nation against everybody. And we came into their hometown, we came into their country, and we killed them, right? So who's really the good guy and who's really the bad guy? And so that's the internal conflict. But I came to a conclusive thought with that a long time ago. And I realized that after OIF 1, that what I did was the right decision. And then everything I've done after that has been the right attitude, the right mindset, and the right decisions. So,
Yeah.
and even when I went to Afghanistan, fighting Taliban or whoever, like, to me at that point, it didn't matter.
Was it not any different being in Afghanistan now than Iraq? Like for you, was the sense of purpose and the why behind being there the exact same, and it didn't really matter where you were
For both
at?
places?
Yeah. Or did you make a separation because that's where you're from?
Afghanistan was different because I remember like it was yesterday, the C-17 comes rolling in, we come to a halt, the ramp comes down, the sunlight comes in, and for the first time I breathe in that Afghan air in Bagram. Sorry, not Bagram, but a Kandahar calf. And I just had to like take it in for a moment. I was like, holy shit, I'm back here after 30 something years. I'm back in Afghanistan, like where it all started.
Yeah.
It was a very surreal moment. I just kind of took it all in, and then the one advantage that I had in both places was the understanding of the culture, the religion, and how to deal with Iraqis or Afghans. Especially in Afghanistan, being able to speak to the ANA, because I speak Dari pretty fluently. I wouldn't say I'm fluent in the to the definition of the word, but colloquially I can speak to all my Afghan friends and families, and so I could talk to the ANA, I could talk to the Afghan police. I just couldn't talk to the local villagers because they were all Pashtun speakers. But when they knew I was Afghan, it was like 9-day difference. The hospitality, the respect, the cooperation to work with us. And usually the protocol for me going to Afghanistan or anywhere was the first kind of month or so, I wouldn't tell anybody that I was Afghan. I was just kind of listening in on ANA conversations, what they were saying about us, seeing if I could hear anything that was threatening, indicators of that. Never once did I do that, but that was kind of the protocol. Once I knew I could trust our guys, I dropped that bomb on them like, hey, I'm Afghan. I know Farsi. I know everything you guys been saying. And then their jaws just hit the ground like, holy shit. And a million questions come. But what comes with that is a sense of, you have a sense of camaraderie now because they're like, oh, he's Afghan, and now they work harder. Now they're showing up on time, and now they're more disciplined. And so that was nice to have. And it was nice to have in Iraq too, because although I'm not Iraqi, being Muslim and telling them that I'm Muslim, it was the same thing. They're like, oh, wow, you're Muslim? Then all of a sudden it's like different mindset with us.
Yeah.
So that was always the advantage that I kind of brought.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine as an American military, not that I was an American military leader, but like I'd never let you come home and be like, dude, you are invaluable here, for all of those reasons. Like there's so many things that you can accomplish that a guy like me just am not ever going to be able to do with that skill set and background and experience.
Well, definitely, I would say fifth group definitely recognized that early on.
Yeah, imagine.
And they definitely milked that as much as they could.
Sure.
The trade-off was I was going down all these intel schools, surveillance, and all these little secret squirrel schools. But my thing was what I wanted to return was shooting schools. I was like, all right, I'll go to this nerdy intel school, but only if I can go to a shooting school afterwards. Yeah. And so that was kind of the trade-off. But yeah, they pushed me down a human route, down the surveillance route a lot of times, and I got to do some really cool things because of my background.
Yeah.
So
no, I imagine. Going back to Iraq for a minute, you were there for the initial invasion. How long were you guys there for?
We were there for 9 months.
9 months. And did you get into a lot of gunfights in that capacity?
I would say we got into a lot of gunfights up until and including Baghdad, but then after Baghdad, it kind of died down for us. We got reassigned to Diwania. We went to Samarra first and helped them reestablish their electrical system, and we did some patrols there. Nothing big, but once their electricity was up, we got reassigned to Diwania, and that was more presence, security patrols, and like now it's like winning hearts and minds again, And that was so. But there was definitely some like I would say. There were some maybe factions of insurgency, but nothing like we know of in 2004, 2005, OIF2, OIF3 beyond. It was like maybe little pot shots here and there.
Was that the one deployment that you did, or did you do another one?
I did. So I did that initial deployment with the Marine Corps, and then I came back, went to Infantry Squad Leaders course, and then went back to the second trip to Iraq, which was Fallujah, Operation Phantom Fury.
Yeah.
in late 2004 into 2005 as a squad leader.
I mean, that had to have been dicey.
That was intense. That was Arkawi and his guys.
Yeah.
And that was considered Fallujah 2 because I think Army did Fallujah 1.
Right.
So for us, that was Fallujah 2. Phantom Fury was Arkawi. We were told he had 600 fighters. We were told that we were going to surround the city and give them 72 hours to leave, put down their arms. It was a mass exodus of people from 2 checkpoints, one south and one through the Blackwater Bridge, where those 4 Blackwater guys got killed and hung. So that was an exit point. But also how Zarqawi got out, apparently dressed as a woman. But what we actually came up against was over 2,000 fighters, and not Iraqis alone, but a lot of people from Africa, different parts of the Middle East, came to fight. And we were underprepared for the first 2 weeks because we didn't have ground assets, we didn't have air assets. It was just force on force. So these guys were pretty hunkered into these buildings, and we took a lot of casualties in those first 2 weeks. But then after that, we got the tanks, we got the Abrams, we got the Cobras, and then obviously we started kicking ass. But
I know it's easy to armchair quarterback it, but it seems like, especially this is Fallujah 2.0, they know how the first one went. It seems like a woeful level of unpreparedness to not have heavier duty ground assets and air assets when you're surrounding a town and saying you have 3 days to get out and then we're coming in. Do you have any idea why there wasn't a more robust presence?
Big leadership failure for sure. And that's something that, I don't want to say it was Mattis. I don't think it was him. I forget who it was. I don't want to, kind of dirty his name. But we know that it was a leadership failure. We found out way later that, we were supposed to have those assets prior to the assault starting, but we didn't. And we took our biggest hits in those first 2 weeks. I remember one day alone, we took 17 KIA in one alleyway. I mean, that's just one alleyway in one day. We took 17 KIA because they had daisy-chained IEDs on the walls, not on the ground, but on the walls. And I remember it was Kilo Company. It was a platoon from Kilo Company, and they were adjacent to us. And we hear this boom, 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 boom. And then over the radios, it's, we got Marines down. And we're reacting now. We're like leaving our spot on the line to go to them. So we're like running 3-4 blocks to get to these guys. And we get there, and it's chaotic. But that's what it was. And that's how they were fighting. And they also had some civilians that they were using as human shields. And so it was a tough fight. Almost every squad in the Marine in our battalion lost somebody that deployment except for mine.
Man.
And that was a tough deployment. We had Chris Kyle's team with us on that deployment. So Chris was out with the snipers, and we had his team was split between me and Romero's squad. So Romero had half the guys, I had the other half. And of course, as Marines, we look up to Navy SEALs. Like, you guys are our heroes. And like, all I said was, look, I know you guys are attached to us, but just tell us what to do. And the task was easy. It was literally stay online with everybody else and take it building and street at a time. And that's it. We would just leapfrog. The SEALs would be on the rooftop watching our entrance into the next building. Once we established a foothold, they come down, they join us, and we get to the roof, clear up to the rooftop. And it was just that. It was that night and day for like 3 weeks.
Man. Was there a day that stands out to you as being the most difficult in that second Fallujah, that entire several-week period, where it was just the most intense fighting? And if so, could you walk us through that?
Man, I don't know if there was one intense moment. I mean, that reacting to that alleyway IED was pretty intense, I'd say. Probably the grossest thing I've seen in combat. Ever, yeah, I would say.
Were the 17 KIA all from the IEDs, or was there also small arms reactionary fire follow-on?
No, it was all from the IEDs. There was no small arms fire. We didn't hear anything in the distance, and we didn't hear anything of an actual tick over the radio.
So it was just IEDs and then silence?
We just got told, hey, Kawa, take your squad of Venegas' squad and get over there right now. So we took 26 plus Marines and ran over there as fast as we can. But the rest of Kilo Company was there too. We were just like, how can we help? And we ended up getting on the rooftops now and basically providing overwatch while they were tending to their own guys. So
And so when you first encountered that alleyway, what was going through your mind, and what did you see?
Just a lot of smoke and chaos, man. Just a lot of guys on the ground, not being able to tell like what happened, where did this come from, and then in my mind, I'm like, why was everybody in this alleyway? But then like the alleyway was a pretty big size. It's not like a small, tiny alleyway. It was almost like a street. I just feel like maybe they're a little too bunched up. But I can understand why they were bunched up when I'm looking at this place and all the threats from above and across the way. But it was a lot of smoke and a lot of like bodies on the ground that I didn't know who these people were. I just knew they were Marines. They could have been Navy corpsmen. I didn't know. But immediately started, obviously everyone's like picking people to go tend to. And like everyone's busting out tourniquets and applying tourniquets the best we can. And we just don't have enough people on scene to like handle everybody at once. So we're just doing what we can amongst the smoke, also reestablishing security. By the time we got there, we had guys on the corners, but I also added I added one fire team to those two corners. And so between trying to organize the chaos and understand what happened, it was kind of a slow-mo effect. Everything was happening like slow motion wise until you kind of get to a place where you're like, okay, understood. These guys got it. We got to get back. Yeah. But I saw an old man move a bike for us that we were afraid to touch because we thought it was rigged with an IED. And he didn't want to move it. And we ended up paying him money to move it. And he took that $50 and he went up there and he moved that bike, and no bullshit, that bike blew up right in front of our eyes and killed that old man. We just didn't know how to tackle stuff like that. Every vehicle we walked past, we were like deathly afraid this thing's gonna go off. Motorcycle. Now everyone's looking at walls. Everyone's looking up on the poles. There's so much wire and garbage everywhere in Fallujah that we didn't know what was electricity wires, cable wires, or IED wires. There's no way to tell. So you're just kind of walking in this rubble. And don't forget that before we actually entered the city, we had F-18s, we had Spectre gunship, we had artillery bombarding the city, before we even walked in there. So we were walking into buildings that were like leaning and stuff. And so it was just a lot of that. And it was a lot of like rotating in and out, trying to get guys rest, and then putting a new squad up there, and then trying to understand like who needs relief, But then as we cleared the city and then we cleared back, there was a different order given. They said, this time if you find any paraphernalia, firearms, ammunition, IED making material in the building, set the building on fire. And so you could imagine Marines, right? They're like, what? They're like, yeah.
We get to do what?
They're like, yeah, if you find bullets in the building, set the building on fire. And it's something when I look at now, I'm just like, man, I'm so ashamed, You're just so ashamed. And I'll get to why in a second, but of course we're finding bullets in every building. These guys were fighting out of every building. They were holding people hostage before releasing them or keeping them. There was bullets and shit everywhere. So literally the entirety of Fallujah was on fire at one point.
So does the shame stem from like these are people's homes that had nothing to do with it and you're just burning them down?
The shame stems from 3 months later, you see these people come back to their homes because we allow them to come back in. And they come home to nothing. They come out to charred couches, no mattresses. Their house is just charred, man. And I remember the first time I saw that, I was on patrol with my guys. I literally got teary-eyed. I was like, dude, we did this. We didn't have to do this. I don't know where this order came from. We just said, roger that. And if we found fucking one bullet in a house, the whole house is on fire. Why? Why are we doing that? But being young and going through the last 3 weeks of watching our buddies die, there's a lot of rage that builds up inside you, a lot of anger, and you just don't care. So you're like, yeah, fuck this place, burn the whole thing down, raise it. But then what also came down 3 months later is, hey, the people are coming back and we need to start winning hearts and minds. It's like,
that's going to be tough.
How do we like when they say, why did you burn my house down? How am I supposed to answer that? Because I found some bullets in there? How do we win their hearts and minds when we destroy their entire life?
Did you get a sense that other Marines shared that same perspective?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like most of you guys felt?
I remember there was a Marine that on one patrol after the people came back, In the middle of the patrol, he literally set his rifle down on the ground and said, "I'm done."
Wow.
He said, "I'm done." He said, I don't know what we're doing here anymore." And as a squad leader, I'm just like, fuck, how do I was like, all right. So I had somebody else pick up his rifle, and I was like, well, you're going to finish this patrol with us, but you're going to stay on his hip because he's not going to carry his gun. And we were kind of too far out. We were always pretty much at a midway point anyway. I couldn't turn around and go back. So he walked the rest of the patrol, and I came back, and I told the company first sergeant, and company gunny, and I said, hey, I'm bringing so-and-so back. Can you guys meet me at the commander's office? And that's where we all met. And I said, he put his rifle down. He said he's done.
All right, folks, some breaking news right off the top. Beam's cyber sale is now open for early access for my listeners, and it's their best offer of the year. Right now, my listeners get up to 50% off with my code MicDrop, all caps, all one word. And you can grab Dream for just $32.50. That breaks down to only $1.08 per night. For the best sleep of your life, go to shopbeam.com/MicDrop and use my code MicDrop. And don't miss out. This is the lowest price Dream has ever been sold anywhere, and they will likely sell out quickly. Now, if you've listened to this show for a while, you've heard me talk about Beam. They're an American company founded by people who actually believe in hard work, clean products, and personal responsibility. And unlike the junk pushed by Big Pharma, Beam's Dream Powder is clean. There's no fillers, absolutely no synthetic garbage. Dream is packed with ingredients your body actually needs to sleep. It comes packed with reishi, magnesium, L-theanine, apigenin, and yes, even melatonin. But dosed intelligently, not like the drugstore garbage that knocks you out and leaves you groggy. So now's the time. Beam is giving my listeners the ultimate Patriot discount. Go to shopbeam.com/MicDrop and use the code MicDrop, all caps, all one word, and get up to 50% off during Beam's cyber sale. You can grab Dream for just $32.50, but here's the catch. Dream is only available at this price until it sells out. So seriously, think about it. How much would you pay for a truly great night of sleep? With Beam's cyber price, it's just $1.08 per night. Go to shopbeam.com/MicDrop and try Beam today.
Now, he had his own reasons, but to get to your point, yeah, that was hard on a lot of us. Because we didn't think we were going to stick around and see these people come back.
Right.
We thought we're going to take care of this place and then go back to our compound, which is miles outside of Fallujah, and we're going to do stuff there. And when we're done, as in, we didn't know that these people were going to come back. So these people came back, and now we have to see their faces as they're sitting on the porch of their burnt home, and they're waving to us, and we're waving back. Yeah. And we're all sitting there. So yeah, it was hard. It was hard, man.
I can imagine. The psychological impact that being in that environment for an extended period of time, any amount of time, but especially weeks straight, is that something that, as I know, I've had even other guys on the show that have been, that was there at that, or that were there at the time. Has that been something for you that has resurfaced throughout your life as something that you find yourself thinking about and struggling with?
Yeah, I think it's something that we all kind of reflect back on. I know you have moments that you probably think about all the time.
For sure.
And, some of those are good because we want to hang on to those good memories. We kind of vicariously live through our memories sometimes, But then sometimes we have to deal with the demons in our closet and the stuff that we've either been a part of or that we did. And there's just no way to get away from it, but you have to find like a healthy outlet for it. Otherwise, you find yourself spiraling down a bottle or popping pills, and you know how that is in special operations, man. They just give us whatever we want, and guys are drinking all the time. We have fucking beer and alcohol in our team rooms. And if you're not sleeping well, you go to the PA and say, hey, can I get some sleeping meds? And now you're mixing Ambien with alcohol and, uppers and downers, and it's too easy. It's like Skittles for us. And that's a different topic of how we tend to our guys when they come back from these traumatic experiences. But yeah, man, it's fucked up. And to this day, the military doesn't have a way to help guys like you and I deal with that.
Yeah.
I always recommended like an AA style. I said, we don't need some college person to come in here with their textbook answers. Why don't you just let a bunch of dudes sit in a circle and talk to each other, or just listen? That would be, to me, that would be way better than having some professional try to tell us what's wrong with us, or tell us how to get better.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, to me, it's the same methodology that Spartan fighters used, 2 millennia ago. Now, granted, they had the almost double-edged sword luxury, not luxury, of not being able to fly home and go from that environment to being sitting there with a 3-year-old, 18 hours after you were just in that environment, which that's not normal or healthy.
No.
It took them weeks or even months in some cases to walk back home, and so they had that just the dudes sitting around campfires in a non-combat environment trek home to decompress and all that stuff, and I think that's why they were as successful at living lives of combat as they were. But
Yeah.
I'm curious with Iraq in particular, because when you look back on it now, that's arguably, I mean, you mentioned that was the heaviest, kind of most traumatic combat that you'd seen in your entire military career, even spending 15 years as a Green Beret. What we know now about Iraq and the pretenses as to why we went in, the destruction of the country, the vacuum of power that it's created in the region, it's hard to argue that that was a good call, generally speaking, going into Iraq. Does that impact your reflection on it, your difficulty in reconciling any of the experiences and things that you've done there? Also kind of couching it with, like, what was the point? Do you make a distinction between Iraq and Afghanistan that way with your personal reflection on it?
I do. I think I've come to conclusion on all of those different wars. And I very much agree that Iraq was a mistake, to put it the simplest way, or it was probably one of the greatest sins that America has one of the greatest sins that we've conducted is what we did in Iraq. And we know now that weapons of mass destruction was a lie. Everything we said Saddam had and he was doing was pretty much a lie or an exaggeration of the truth to justify the actions that we took there. But when we look at it now, I look at Afghanistan and Iraq the same way. We were there 20, 25 years, and where is it now? It's worse off than it was, at least when Saddam was there. He wasn't the best guy, but he kept that whole region in check.
Yeah.
And you have countries like Israel who were afraid of Saddam, and that's another reason why I think we had to go there and take this guy down, because everybody was afraid of him, and rightfully so, man. He came in there and he ruled with an iron fist. But the thing is that the damage that he was doing is pennies in a bucket compared to the amount of damage that we did in the name of good, and come years later. And I think Afghanistan the same way. We went to Afghanistan for bin Laden, which is ridiculous. Invade a sovereign nation for one man. I'm pretty sure we have some units in the military that specialize in going to get those guys, But we decided to create an entire theater of war. And for 24, 23 years, we've been there. And it's like, at some point, you're just like, my second deployment to Afghanistan, I was like, what are we doing here again?
Yeah.
My first deployment, I was excited. I was like, cool, bro, new scenario, different enemy, my people, there's some pros and cons here. But then by the time I got by the end of that first deployment and into the second deployment, I was like, I don't know what we're doing here.
Yeah.
The Taliban clearly run this country. Like, everybody loves the Taliban because the Taliban are the Afghan people. It's not like we have... it's not like we have Zarqawi, who's Syrian, coming into Iraq to, take Fallujah as a stronghold. We have the people of Afghanistan running their own country. I feel like it's just that we didn't like who was running the country, and we wanted to get some other things done. And so we used bin Laden and 9/11 as a justification to go to Afghanistan. So I think both countries, or both wars, were started for lies and a gateway to get us into the region for other stuff that we kind of see, unfolding today.
Yeah, I think the biggest heartburn I have, and I would maybe make a little bit more of a distinction between the two countries, which I'll get into in a second, but with Iraq in particular, even if the weapons of mass destruction thing was, let's just say hypothetically that it was completely accurate.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, as a 22, 23-year-old, like, that wasn't in the front of my mind. I wasn't paying any attention,
Right. Same.
wrong, right, or indifferent. Like, I was there to do a job that I signed up for, and it's whatever they tell me to do, and so we went and did it. But looking back on it now, it's like even then there are a lot of other countries that are at least as problematic, and many of them far more problematic, that we know for a fact have weapons of mass destruction, and we don't go do that.
Right.
So that's the first thing. The second thing is, to your point on Saddam ruling with an iron fist, yeah, he was a bastard, no doubt about it. But his absence and the collapse of that society has now created this vacuum that Iran has filled, which has emboldened Hezbollah, Hamas, and created a much bigger shitstorm between Israel and everybody else in the region because of him not being there, which I think is a mistake for everybody. So to me, Iraq is a bigger fail, in my opinion.
Right.
With Afghanistan, I think there's, especially if you think back to September 12th of 2001, that feeling of just desperate loss that all of us felt, in conjunction with pissed off patriotism of wanting to do something about it, is, I think, the satiation of that desire nationwide had to be satiated in some way, and going to Afghanistan was the response. What further complicates it for me is not having this is what it looks like to win, objective that you can define and everybody understands
Clearly
what
defined.
that is. Yeah, like, it wasn't even defined, let alone did people know what it was, because it
Iraq
didn't
was
exist.
clearly defined. Take Baghdad, and then that was it. That's all we really need to do was take Baghdad.
Yeah.
But Afghanistan, there was no defining.
Yeah, and I think it further, complicates it when bin Laden's not Afghani. The overwhelming majority of the 9/11 hijackers were not Afghani;
Saudis.
they were Saudis. And so it's like, I get, okay, they were harboring this guy. You go in there. To me, it would have made sense to go there in a much reduced, much faster special operations, combined with every air asset we have, just an overwhelming punch in the mouth, kick in the dick, send them on the run, get as many as you can for a few months, and then pull out and say, okay, if it happens again, it's going to be 10x what just happened. Like, to me, that would have made more sense than spending 25 years and several trillion, tens of trillions of dollars, thousands of American lives, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of civilian lives. Like, to me, it's.
But who's okay? So you say that Iraq and Afghanistan are a failure, especially Iraq. That's one way of looking at it. But if you were the ones making the decisions to do these actions in Iraq, you're not. See, you and I are looking at it like traditional. What is traditional war? Traditional war is, one party overpowers the other party and they win, and then from that they get concessions on whatever it is they want, and then that's it. Now they kind of slowly rebuild the bridge. Yes, we failed there for sure. But that's what America's good at. That though, America has been really good at coming into a place hot and heavy, and then picking sides, and then really putting an American face on it and showing our military might. But then afterwards, we have no like phase 3, phase 4, phase 5 plan for how to now reintegrate all these guys that we fought, or bring in new people to now create or help them create a new government. We did that in Afghanistan. That's why Afghanistan, we had to go back a second time. We did that in Iraq, and we did that in a lot of countries. We did that in Sudan, Somalia, Libya, Yemen. We did that in Syria. I mean, who's the president of Syria right now is an Al-Qaeda terrorist.
I know.
Right? And we're shaking hands with this guy? Give me a break. But so I think that the people that were in charge, and the think tanks up at the Pentagon were looking at Iraq and saying, what are the actual goals? Because we can take out Saddam in a matter of months. That's easy. But what are we doing then afterwards? And that's when I think where we started losing focus of what we should have done in Iraq, and we started now following the dollar signs and everything else. And so we found ways to stay in Iraq and not really get anything done. But the people that were making a lot of money were the defense contracting companies, the Dick Cheneys and all those guys that were running Halliburton and all. For 25 years, they were making billions of taxpayer dollars, But did we have to fight in Iraq for 25 years? No. Like you said, we could have took out Saddam in a matter of months. But where was the plan for reintegration of new Iraqi government. And why did that take 10 years from the time we took out Saddam? Why did it take 10 years for us to introduce a new democratic or whatever government, body of government in Iraq?
Yeah.
You know, and what do we do in the meantime is that we let people like Zarqawi, and all these other people come into Iraq and gain followings or build these militia insurgent groups or proxies, whatever you, depending on who you talk to, you know, and we let Al-Qaeda kind of thrive, we let ISIS thrive, and who knows? If you ask me, I say we helped create those. We helped create those proxy militias, because when we can't send American troops into a place, but we still need something to get done in that place, well, then we have proxy militias. That's why Green Berets exist. Green Berets exist to go behind enemy lines, link up with the guerrilla chief, force multiply, and then topple governments if we need to, right? So the same thing happens here, where we go there and we take out the people that we want. We never put in the people that we want, or we put the people that we want in power, but we don't really put them there in a way that's like conducive to how their people would put them there. And so of course nobody likes the leadership that we put in place. None of these militia leaders like Zarqawi and any of those guys will listen to anybody like al-Awlaki or whatever his first name was, or whatever his name was, the first president of Iraq. Nobody would listen to that guy, because that's our guy, right? So, and just like nobody in Afghanistan will listen to, what was the president's name that we brought in, that we saved?
I know who you're talking about. I can't think of his name.
Yeah. So nobody outside of Kabul.
Karzai?
What was his name?
Karzai.
Karzai. Thank you.
Yeah.
Nobody outside of Kabul respects Karzai. How do you think Karzai is going to unify a country? They're not. So that's the problem, is that we go and we do all this damage, death and destruction, and then we put people we like in place, and the locals don't like that person. So then a power vacuum exists or gets created, and then we just kind of let it linger. In Afghanistan, we fought the Russians using bin Laden and the Mujahideen. But then we never had a plan for how to get the Afghans reunited after the Russians left, and then kick out bin Laden, say, thanks for your help, but now we're just going to deal with the Afghans. Let's stand up your government infrastructure and all that. We just got up and left. And then what happened in Afghanistan? A civil war broke out. And it was really just all the warlords in different parts of Afghanistan fighting for power and influence and land. And then we finally came in with our brilliant idea. We went to Pakistan and we created a group called the Taliban. And the Taliban was a mediator group that was supposed to go into Afghanistan and bring all the warlords together and bring unity to the country, except they were corrupt from the get-go, and they went there and they took sides. And that's how you got the Taliban and you got the Northern Alliance. So we created this group to go in, and then they took sides, and then we ended up choosing the other group's side. We didn't even partner up with the Taliban. We partnered up with the Northern Alliance to fight the group that we just created.
So I guess the big question is, you mentioned that, the way I put it is that's one way to look at it, but in both of these scenarios, and just regionally, I would say, because we're really talking about the entire region. You have
right.
the spring in Egypt, you have Libya next door, you have Syria, you have Iraq, Afghanistan, Yemen. So it's like, what, from your perspective, what should we be doing anything over there? Like, should we meddle or get involved in any of the affairs?
No, because I think for thousands of years, these people have governed themselves, regardless of whether it was a monarchy or some kind of whatever parliament. They've ruled themselves. If you look at Afghanistan, for example, and you read the history of Afghanistan, Afghanistan has been the most invaded country in all of the world in history. More armies have invaded Afghanistan than anywhere else in the world. But every one of those armies achieved, like, if it was to take over Afghanistan, they did that overnight. They took over Afghanistan. Okay, Afghanistan is yours. Now what are you going to do with it? But every one of those armies had the same problem, and that was to win the hearts and minds of the Afghan people so that they could actually establish and expand their empire into Afghanistan. The people weren't having it. The Afghan people have always been tribal. When they don't fight foreign occupiers, they fight themselves. That's just their nature. And for us to meddle in that, or just meddle in their ways, is wrong in the first place. If they're a threat to us, that's one thing. But if the Afghans halfway across the world are just being Afghans and they're killing each other, or, they're I don't know, putting themselves in leadership or whoever, then fine. Let's just let them do that, But we meddle because we think Iran wants to gain influence. We think Russia wants to gain influence. We think Pakistan wants to gain influence. So then now we're like, well, we better get a toe in there too, because otherwise they're going to collude against us, right? I mean, Afghanistan was very strategic. It still is as far as terrain goes. And I think that's why we get involved. The same thing with Iraq. I think the only reason that we got involved in Iraq is because we want to destabilize the entire region. And Saddam was the most powerful, so take out the biggest dude first, and then the other countries will be easier to take out.
Yeah. I mean, to me, what the most frustrating part about the whole thing is, World War II, I think, is the last time where we got it right, where, from start to finish, from the level of existential threat to our lifestyle, should we do nothing, coupled with, going and doing whatever is necessary to finish the job and staying there until it's finished, and then setting up, the decades plus moving forward of how it needs to be run and handled post-war. So it's like we already knew what works and how to do it.
But we got sucked into World War II, though,
yeah.
Mike. We didn't start World War II. We got sucked into it.
No, for sure. But
Yeah.
I guess just from a desired outcome of saying, like, hey, here's why we're getting involved, and agreed, like, we were pulled into it far more than we decided. But I guess that being part of the metric, right, is that don't get involved unless you're getting pulled into it. Like, we didn't really get pulled. I mean, we for sure did not get pulled into Iraq.
We got lobbied into World War II. I mean, that's the bottom line. We got lobbied.
Do you think we shouldn't have done anything in World War II? Really?
It wasn't our war to begin with. And if we look at World War II now, what we know about Germany and all that and how it led up is that we know that Hitler tried to make peace several times. We know. That's a proven fact. Okay? Anybody can fact check me on that now. It's a proven fact that Hitler sent several letters to Winston Churchill and said, please stop bombing us. We want to try to diplomatically resolve this. But Churchill kept bombing and forced Hitler's hand. So Hitler did what he did. Now, the rest of World War II, with the concentration camps, that's all. We don't need to get into all that. But I'm just saying that I don't think Hitler wanted a world war. But when you have somebody in your backyard just bombing you nonstop, and then they're ignoring your letters for a truce or a peace, then they're forcing your hand. We do the same thing in the Middle East today. When we go in there and we meddle with things that we have no business in, but maybe there's a mineral that we want, a resource, maybe there's maybe there's oil that we want, maybe we're scared that the euro dollar is getting challenged by gold dinars. Whatever the reason we get involved in the Middle East is, we are now seeing the backlash of that in our own country 20, 25 years later.
So I guess two things. One, to me, it's for me at least, it's, I would say, disingenuous or impossible to separate, all of Germany or Nazi Germany's action in World War II and to just focus on trying to negotiate with England via bombing versus the entire Eastern European multiple fronts of sweeping through and doing what they did. Like, to me, I don't think you can discount that. Also, to be fair, though, there are a lot of places all over the world that have similar scope of atrocities taking place, even as we're sitting here right now, that we're doing absolutely nothing about. So I don't think you can just separate the two, but I do.
No, you can't.
But I do understand what you're saying. I guess my point was, World War II, from my perspective, is the last time that America, I would say, in terms of once involved, irrespective of, because it would take, we could spend the entire podcast talking about whether or not we should have done any of these things.
Right,
but once you are there, of seeing it through in a manner with which it feels like the outcome was worth the expense on all fronts. And we haven't done it since. It seems like, going Korea, Vietnam, the first Gulf War, Panama, Grenada, Somalia, the Balkans. I can't think of an outcome where it was like, yeah, we made the right call.
Yeah.
I am curious, if you were to put yourself in George Bush's position on September 12th, what would your reaction and response have been to 9/11?
I think I would have gathered our best, fighting force that we have, at the highest levels and given a very specific task, to go in there and take out bin Laden. And that's all you really need to do as far as bin Laden goes. Now, dealing with the 19 hijackers and why we didn't deal with Saudi Arabia specifically,
I don't get
boggles my mind.
Yeah.
So it's hard to answer the rest of that. But George Bush, look, the guy was pretty smart. He wasn't the worst president, but I think he was definitely a terrible president, and he made some bad choices. But I also think, understanding now, 47-year-old Kawa versus a 20-some-year-old Kawa, I understand now, that no president acts on their own when they're making a decision like that. They're obviously being advised and maybe ill-advised by people. And I think George Bush could have sent somebody to take out bin Laden. I don't think we need to invade an entire sovereign nation to do that, but I think there was more in Afghanistan that we wanted besides bin Laden, and that's why we did that. And as far as Iraq goes, I think that, you see how Trump is with the countries of other leaders now. Like everybody says, well, Russia is America's enemy. Cool, Russia's America's enemy, but I'm pretty sure I just saw Trump and Putin hitting it off, like they're old friends. So why didn't Bush even attempt to have a meeting with Saddam Hussein? They could have met somewhere, neutral. Why didn't they have a meeting in Qatar? Why didn't they go to Sweden to have a meeting and just say, look, if this is what you have, then get rid of it and allow us to bring in inspectors and inspect those sites. And if they say you're good, then that's it. Why did we just skip all of that and go straight to 100 on invade Iraq with everything we got, invade Afghanistan with everything we got? Well, in 2025, I would say because we had other intentions in mind.
Yeah, I think I don't disagree with that at all. I think you can kind of deductively reason that had to be a significant factor. To say that it's not, I think, is super naive. Whether or not it was the only factor, that I don't know. Again, I guess the separations I would make, I try to be, as giving of the benefit of the doubt as possible within reason. Like that doesn't mean, any president gets a pass. I can imagine similarly, like we're about the age that Bush was, I think, in 9/11, maybe a few years older. Mm-hmm. But, that sense of, holy shit, like this just happened, like we've got to do something and it's got to be decisive and like I need to give the American people something. Everybody is pissed and we have to have a large scale response or I'm going to seem weak. Maybe I don't get reelected. Who knows if or how much of a role that played. And with Iraq too, like while I look back at it and it's easy for me, especially now, or us to sit here now and say it was a huge mistake because there's a lot of things that didn't go well. But I can also, again, just trying to play devil's advocate, understand how bad we got punched in the mouth on 9/11 and trying to say, hey, we're going to preemptively strike to avoid that from happening. I don't agree with it. I can at least say that I understand that ideal of a mentality at least playing a role in it.
I could understand that if everything we've learned about 9/11 now, 25 years later.
Well, that's fair.
Okay, I could understand that.
Yeah.
If we could conclusively say that, yes, it was 19 hijackers with box cutters and it was 3 planes and
that there wasn't more.
The thing is, 25 years later, we still don't know.
Yeah.
They refused to show us footage from the Pentagon. They, somehow miraculously a passport fell out of the sky. Everybody else, was, but the thing is like, why Iraq and Afghanistan then?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure those hijackers were from Saudi Arabia. I'm pretty sure bin Laden is
Saudi Arabian.
Yeah. Why Iraq?
Yeah.
And then why Afghanistan to such a scale? Why not? Why didn't we bomb Riyadh?
Yeah. Like, and on that same vein, like, why have we done absolutely nothing with Saudi Arabia? I mean, if anything, I'd say our economic and industrial ties are the strongest they've probably ever been with them. Maybe I'm wrong.
And that's probably why.
Yeah.
The bin Laden family is a very prominent name, and they're all friends with our leadership. So it wouldn't look good for America just bomb Riyadh, but Iraq, we can make Saddam look like a bad guy real quick.
He's already the bad guy.
He's already the bad guy.
Yeah.
And you got bin Laden, you got this boogeyman in a cave somewhere. Well, we got to go after him too.
Yeah. I'm curious. I've had a lot.
But don't forget, one other thing I wanted to add before we move on, Mike, is that when I said we were lobbied into World War II, We were lobbied into Iraq too. Don't forget that in 2001, it was Netanyahu that came in front of Congress and told every member of Congress that if we take out Saddam, it would have positive reverberations in the entire region, and it would guarantee the safety of the entire region. Don't forget it was that man that came in front of Congress. Did he join us in Iraq? Mm-mm. Did the IDF join us in Iraq? Did the IDF join us in Afghanistan? Did the IDF join us anywhere for that matter?
You know the saying, look good, feel good? Well, most dress clothes only get half of that right. They may look sharp, but they're stiff, hot, and a pain to deal with. That's why I'm a big fan of Mizzen and Main. They make classic menswear with performance fabrics, so it's effortless to look sharp and feel great. Now, full disclosure, Mizzen and Main sent me a few shirts to try out for my honest opinion, and I've been wearing them nonstop. They're lightweight, breathable, moisture-wicking, wrinkle-resistant, and completely machine-washable. No ironing, no dry cleaning, just throw it on and go. Whether I'm traveling, recording, or out training dogs, these shirts move with me and still look clean and crisp. You feel the difference the second you put one on. Professional style that's actually comfortable. So here's the deal. Right now, Mizzen and Main is offering listeners 20% off of your first purchase at mizzenandmain.com, promo code MicDrop20. That's MIZZEN and MAIN.com, code MicDrop20 for 20% off. If you'd rather shop in person, you can also find Mizzen and Main stores in select states.
No, but he sure likes to cheerlead for America to get involved and send our sons and daughters to these places.
That's a good point. Why do you think, or do you have any knowledge on why they haven't?
Because they won't. Because the same reason why the government shuts down for Americans, but it doesn't shut down for Israel. It's the same reason why.
But why do you think that is, though? I mean, like, if we can identify, or we can obviously identify why they, or we can identify that they didn't come.
Right.
What I don't understand is why they didn't. Like, why didn't we ask, or why isn't there a more known kind of societal understanding why they didn't support us on the ground in either of those places? Have you ever heard an actual reason?
No, but they've never supported us anywhere on the ground. And I think it's just an unsaid rule in our leadership, in our government, in our military, that Israel doesn't help us anywhere, but we always help Israel. You know, Israel would never have to give us money, but we always give money to Israel. You know, and I think to answer your question of why, I think is because you have the Israel lobbies like AIPAC, the ADL, and a bunch of other ones, and Christian Zionist lobbies. They're mainly all Zionist lobbies that have a lot of influence in our politics. I think that when you look at AIPAC, who is the American Israeli Public Affairs Committee or something like that, and they say they're an American lobby, but they only represent the interests of Israel, not America. But yet they own most of our politicians. And what I mean by own is that they will give you money for your campaign and be a donor for you, but the only ask they give you is, or they ask you for, is that you unconditionally support Israel when it comes to all matters, legislation or otherwise. And at the minimum, you shut your mouth about Israel. But if you start speaking against Israel, then they go after you on the next term, on the midterms. They'll fund the other guy, because that's how they guarantee that these up-and-coming politicians in our state legislation, in our government or our federal legislation, is pro-Israel and will always sign off on a bill package to Israel for $15-16 billion when we can't even get money for the hurricane floods from a couple months ago. Yeah. And I think it's not just monetary, but we give them a shit ton of equipment. We basically built the Iron Dome for them, and we maintenance the Iron Dome for them every year. And we do just about everything that they want us to do because of the amount of influence their lobbies have in our government. And listen, why would any of our politicians say no to that?
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a huge financial.
They don't care about Palestine, right? So none of our politicians care about Palestine. So if they say, how do you feel about Palestine? Like, Palestine doesn't mean shit to me. Well, then great. You know, you can be pro-Israel. And as AIPAC, we will donate $100,000 or whatever to your campaign.
So to me, you could, or at least in my mind, you could make that same argument with Ukraine. Same question, I guess I would say, is that, there's not, at least to my knowledge, maybe I'm completely in the dark on it, to my knowledge, there's not the same level of Ukrainian support influence in super PACs and donations to
Right.
American politicians on behalf of Ukraine. Do you have any concept or idea as to why we're essentially doing the same thing in Ukraine, and by orders of magnitude of 10x in volume of currency and financial and weapon support that we've sent there? Do you have any theory on why that is?
I mean, I think there's a lot of theories there, but I have to kind of stick to principles and say that who we used to work for, they were very much in the industry of war. And I think that there's a lot of money to be made when you have conflicts around the world. I mean, how does a company like Raytheon keep going if they have nobody to build bombs for?
When you say we worked for, do you mean the military?
I mean the military-industrial complex, which is DoD and all the affiliates.
Yeah.
And I think that when that's the case, there can be war at any part of the world at any given time, as long as we keep the industry going. I kind of veered off from your question, but sorry, Mike.
Well, I'm just curious. To me, I see parallels between our support for Israel and our support for Ukraine, but they're two very different entities as far as the relationship that exists with the United States. Like they're very different.
I think Israel has been in our system for a longer time.
No, agreed. So I mean, to me, it's like, not saying I agree with the reasons behind it, but like I at least understand why there's the amount of influence there is. With Ukraine, I don't. Like you mentioned, and I think you were being facetious saying that Russia is our enemy. Like, I'm not convinced that they are.
I don't think so either.
I don't know why they would be.
But mainstream media wants you to believe that.
So,
Russia's,
I mean, I guess maybe I'm answering my own question. Is that all it is? Is that Ukraine is a proxy to by and which defeat, or at least be such a thorn in the side of Russia that we can say we're defeating them? Or
I don't pay a lot of attention to the Ukraine thing, but I think Ukraine did this to themselves back in like 2013. They kind of got themselves in this mess. I think the amount of aid that we give Ukraine now is because they are not part of NATO, but they are a partner of NATO, which means they're a non-voting member part. And so therefore we give them our aid. And I think since Russia is kind of the alternative on the other side, we would rather work with Ukraine and try to help them out versus let Russia completely envelop them.
Do you view it similar to the Soviets in Afghanistan 30 years, 40 years ago, where the reason we're helping Ukraine is the same reason we helped the Mujahideen at that point, is that it's a de facto proxy war against Russia, and it's that
I think
simple?
it's a lingering one, yeah. I think Ukraine is one of the last kind of Cold War era countries that we're trying to separate once and for all from Russia.
To me, what further complicates it is you've got a significant portion of U.S. elected officials that don't like NATO, that don't think we should be a part of it. Some vehemently think we should. To my knowledge, Trump doesn't come across as somebody who's particularly supportive of NATO. I mean, I've heard him mention a number of times like he thinks it's a scam and that they don't do jack shit and we shouldn't be a part of them, whatever. It's like, so why do we have such a hill to die on when it comes to Eastern Bloc countries joining or not or whatever, and making such a big deal out of shit that, from my perspective, doesn't really matter or not matter. It doesn't affect us and shouldn't be our business.
Well, I mean, I'll say this much. If people want to learn more about Ukraine and why they're and how they're tied in or whatever, take a look at the relationship between Israel and Ukraine, and you'll see that there's a lot of close ties there.
In what way?
Well, in the leadership and in where like Israel also provides aid to Ukraine and also provides some resources for Ukraine. So
I wasn't aware of that.
So I'm just saying, if you guys want to look, like Israel has their hand in Ukraine as well. I think Ukraine is kind of an extension of Israel, to be honest, in Eastern Europe. Not to say that they're working together or anything like that. I'm just saying that there's a lot of Jewish people in Ukraine, there's a lot of Jewish people in Israel, and there's a lot of commuting back and forth, and there's a lot of deals that happen between Israel and Ukraine as well. And so I think that it's kind of multifaceted where, yes, Russia is the big bad kind of country we want to keep Ukraine protected from, but also I think there's some lobbies that keep us involved in Ukraine just because of the other allies that we work with, like Israel.
Yeah, I've seen, I mean, two things that for me further confuse me on that entire scenario is, number one, I've seen a lot of accusations. I don't know, I don't have enough context or provable evidence to say that unequivocally you can say that there's a lot of American politicians that have made millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars from aid to Ukraine being siphoned and funneled through, and them being a part of it and getting kickbacks for funding bills and stuff,
or the early stock
buys. Like I don't know how much of that to believe, and that's part of the problem, I think, frankly, with everything that we've talked about, honestly, is that there's so many deceptions in so many ways.
Right.
Of, especially in today's day and age, where between CGI and AI and bots and the internet, like you can create pretty much any reality you want and get some people to believe it. The other thing that confuses me on the Ukraine piece is that, and again, like, I'm not saying that I know this for a fact, but I've seen enough accusations, maybe I'm disproving my own question with the point that I just made, but of like Nazism ties to some of the leadership of Ukraine, which to me would seem counterintuitive, that there's a link between Israel and Ukrainian leadership, at least currently, if that's the case. I don't know if that's true or not. Have you heard any of that stuff?
Listen, I don't know how your audience is going to feel about me saying what I have to say, but when we talk about Nazism, I mean, Israel are modern day Nazis, right? And I know that's a hot take, guys, but if we look at what made Nazis Nazis, it's the way they treated people. It's not the uniform they wore, it's not the skin color they had or the religion. It's the way they treated people, right? That's what made them Nazis. So if we take those characteristics and we apply that to what Israel's doing in Gaza, they are modern day Nazis. And Zelensky himself is probably like-minded in that area as well. I mean, when we say there's ties to Nazism, then that goes back to like Hitler's days, where I think Hitler was actually working with Jewish Zionists, But that's just me and my research. That may sound like tinfoil to you guys because maybe you haven't spent a lot of time in that, but I've really dug deep on everything since October 7th because I really wanted to understand, like, who are the core players in this and what are the core objectives here?
Yeah, I think where I think a big problem and pushback and confusion stems from is the term Nazi gets thrown around a lot,
mm-hmm.
and B, at least from my kind of contextual association with it, it is very specific to anti-Jew. So like I think the problem that most people are going to have in using the term Nazi in any other fashion other than in reference to World War II era German administration's viewpoint on Jews in particular is that it confuses people. Like, to me, there should be a different term for groups of people who are trying to enact genocide. I'm sure there is, but
I think Nazism, you're right. I think Nazism, we let that kind of die with that generation and who those people were.
Yeah, because to me, like, what you find, at least what I see, whether it's in comment sections of certain guests I have on or just in public discourse generally speaking, is that what it ends up doing is hijacking the conversation, and now people aren't even discussing or arguing or debating about what they were originally doing. It's about a term and whether or not it's accurate or whatever. And so,
right. Same thing with like the term Semite, though.
Yeah, or racist. I mean, it's like if you don't like somebody because they're an asshole and they're a different race than you, well, you must be racist then. It's like, no, the guy's an asshole, But
but that's getting done now though too with terms, Nazism. You brought up Nazism. Yeah, it's being thrown around. I mean, it depends on how people look at Nazism. Some people will say Nazism is who those German Waffen-SS guys were and what they did and the concentration camps and all that. And some people say, well, Nazis were just people who fucking treated people, like basically killed a bunch of people. And to me, I really don't care what term you use, but I'm just going to say that what happened in Germany with all those Jewish people in those concentration camps dying, and what's happening in Gaza with Israel is very much the same. It's very much the same. And, God forbid I call it a Holocaust, because, well, how dare you call it a Holocaust and equate it to what happened to Jews in Germany?
Well, I think maybe genocide is the better, more appropriate, and more.
But you can't say genocide, Mike, because that's anti-Semitic.
Yeah, well, I disagree.
Yeah.
I don't think it is. To me, you could probably chat GPT or Google. I would rather chat GPT or Grok as opposed to Google, because I'm not saying there's no slant in it. I think there's less slant because it's more collectively gathered. But I have no doubt. I can do it on the break, but like if you were to say, hey, define Nazism, define Holocaust, it's probably going to be very, very specific to that point in time and those specific concentration camps and those actions. And so I guess, in my mind, it's like if the goal is to get a point across of saying there's atrocity being committed and we want it to stop, what's the best way to do that? To me, it would be to not use terms that are so emotionally attached to such a specific group of people and time frame that I think it ends up, again, like I said, it deflects from what you're actually trying to get as a point across, and now turns into a very different argument.
But if you had that conversation with a Jewish Zionist, he would always take the victim approach. He says, how dare you compare anything happening in Gaza to what happened to Jewish people, during the Hitler, the Nazi days. And they make it and they take it and make it about themselves. It's like, why are you guys don't acknowledge, how come you don't acknowledge the 20 to 40 million Christians that died during the World War? Why does it always have to be about you guys? Because we lost a lot of Americans, right? We lost millions. If you think about how many Americans, like of all the wars that we fought and the number of Americans that died, the most number of Americans, it was World War I and World War II. But World War II is where we lost a shit ton of Americans. But nobody talks about World War II because it's always about the Holocaust. What about the German troops that died? What about the French troops that died? The British? And so I have a problem with that, because when we talk about World War II, it has to it's just about the Jews and their victimhood. When I talk about World War II, I'm talking about the birth of modern day special forces. I'm talking about, what the British did. I'm talking about what the French did. I'm talking about everything that was involved. But if I dare have that conversation with somebody who's a Zionist, then they're like, well, you're anti-Semitic because of this and that. So it's very hard for me to have a conversation with, I don't debate Zionists anymore, because you just can't debate people that really don't care to see it your way. They have their mindset. Like World War II was about Jews dying and nothing else, and that's it. But we don't want to talk about the 40 million Christians that died, or World War I when we had the Bolshevik Revolution and you had Bolshevik Jewish people that were in charge in Russia, killing 40 million Christians and Muslims, don't forget. And then if you want to talk about World War II, how come we don't acknowledge the 120,000 people that went to Palestine early on before Hitler killed all those people in the concentration camps? How come we don't acknowledge that? How come it was okay for the Hasbara agreement between Hitler and the Zionist Jews that, hey, you let us leave and you can do whatever you want? Those 60,000 initially left. And Hitler even gave them a deal. He said, hey, take this note, and when you get there, give it to one of our representatives, and all your stuff will be shipped to Palestine for you. These are all the rich Jews going to Palestine and leaving all the poor Jews to die. So in fact, if you want to break it down ethnically, and I know I'm kind of going off on a tangent, but I get fired up about this, is that you have Ashkenazi Jews who actually left Europe after World War II, and all the Sephardic Jews and all the other Jews, the Orthodox, ultra-Orthodox, all of them were the ones that we saw go to concentration camps and die, right? And so you had basically the sacrifice of a number of Jews so that some rich Jews and privileged Jews could get what they wanted at the end of the day, which was their own state. But they were going to take it from other people. Even though, remember, early days of World War II, the Jews were supposed to go to Russia, right? They were supposed to go to Russia, but it was It was Rothschild that said, no, we want Palestine. And then that's how they made it happen. So there's a lot of like, I know I'm getting into the weeds, but we have to understand the reason I bring all this up is because people look at today and they're like, well, these poor Jews, they just want some land over there. And it's like, no, you have to reverse engineer this whole process and reverse engineer this entire timeline to see how this came about. Because then you're like, oh, okay. And then we've been sold a certain story. Just like back in the 50s when the Scofield Bible got introduced to America, right? Who wrote the Scofield Bible? It was the guy down in Georgia who basically partnered up with a Jewish Zionist, and that's how they injected all that Judeo-Christianity nonsense into the Bible. And then for the next 50 years, all of our boomer parents thought that we need to protect Israel because they're the chosen people. When in Christianity, we know that the Israelites are not the chosen people. They broke that covenant, and then the chosen people are the people who were there that day. Jesus, all his followers, the Palestinians, those are all the chosen people, because the chosen people of the Old Testament are not the chosen people of the New Testament. But yet, somehow, we give them this undying and unconditional love and support, even though they don't even believe in Jesus, Mike.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry that I'm getting fired up, but like, it's just, people need to understand what we're dealing with here in this country is everything that happens in Palestine is the reflection of what's happening here in America. The way they kill people over there is the way we discard people here. The way they take more land over here is the way they buy more politicians here and influence legislation. Things like our 1A being redefined to include something about being anti-Semitic. No, dude. We don't rewrite the Constitution for a certain ethnicity. We don't rewrite the Constitution for a certain religion. It's freedom of religion for all religions, not just one, or whoever's in charge at the time. So there's just a lot of things that are happening in America, and that's why I'm so big about what's happening in the Middle East, because it affects us here today. In every way, it affects us. And that's why I want more people to wake up to that. And I kind of pinball sometimes, so I apologize.
Well, no, I mean, first off, you certainly don't have to apologize for anything. I mean, your opinions are your opinions, and I don't think anybody should apologize for how they think. That's the first thing. Second thing is, I certainly understand the emotional component. I will say, from my perspective, the less emotional anyone gets when they're trying to get a point across, the more effective their point gets across. And this is for everybody. I'm not, pinpointing you or even saying that you got overly emotional, because I don't think that you did. But, and the third thing is that, one of the goals of me doing what I do on this show is to have people with a lot of varying opinions on, my opinion. Like, there's times where I give it, there's times where I don't. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter. I mean, I'll give it when it seems like I should, or it feels like I want to, or whatever. I try my best not to, in most cases, but sometimes I feel like certain things need to be said. But I guess my point in all of that is that.
Well, I also say I said a lot too, though. So
no, it's all right. I mean, again, it's like there's a lot of connections with a lot of different things. It is a very small world at this point with social media, technology, airplanes. I mean, like, you can get anywhere in the world in a matter of hours, and we're all very connected through social media, technology, the internet, et cetera.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for TikTok, we wouldn't. A lot of the truths out of Palestine wouldn't have came out of Gaza.
I mean, I don't know that Trump would have gotten elected if it were not for TikTok. Yeah. I mean,
and now why is TikTok bought? Who bought TikTok? I mean, if you guys don't know that, do some research. People that bought TikTok, they partnered with Palantir. Yeah. Oracle.
Yeah, I guess the point I wanted to make was that being able to talk about things where, like, you're actually listening to the person, to not just respond, but to actually understand, and ultimately try to understand where that other person is coming from, even if you disagree with every single thing that somebody says. I think it's important to try to understand why they think the way they think, why they feel the way they feel.
Right.
And lastly, I think, that the second that you start insulting somebody's character or morals because they think or feel a certain way, is the second the potential for any type of conversation and understanding, agreement, negotiation stops. Again, I would use the racism card, the sexism card,
right,
the anti-Semite card. Like, to me, those are all the same types of inflammatory terms that the second that I disagree with you and I start attacking your character by calling you a name and putting you in a box, there's nowhere to go at that point, in the conversation. And so I just encourage, anybody and everybody to just, try to think and not immediately resort to, this person pissed me off, so I'm going to call them names and I'm going to insult their character and say that they're guilty of something that they're not because I disagree with them.
I think two things need to happen. I think one, when it's your turn to talk, you be as real and as unfiltered as you can, because anytime you add a filter to something, that can be misconstrued, right? So, and when I talk in a very unfiltered way, and sometimes that comes off abrasive, sometimes it doesn't, depending on who I'm talking to. But I'm very real and raw with what I say. I speak my mind and I say it, and I don't like to sugarcoat things because, like you said, if we're going to communicate, then it's not just a listening part, because I want to listen to what you have to say. But if you're skirting around an issue or you're sugarcoating something, then I also don't know how to quite react to that, because then it's like, do I push him down one way to see where he stands, or do I just leave it alone? So we have to be real and raw with each other in order to say, Kawa stands firmly here on this topic, and on this topic, he stands over there. So it could be nuanced, right? I mean, I used to say that I'm a Republican, but I don't say that anymore. I'm a conservative, but I'm not a Republican. I don't subscribe to this two-party system anymore. But at the same time, I'm very nuanced in my politics. I'm very nuanced on where I stand, and so that's where we should be, and that's why we elected the people in office, so that they could be nuanced for what their constituents want. But I feel like nowadays everybody says the same thing regardless of what side of the aisle you stand on. And when it's my turn to listen, I'm just not listening to you, Mike. I'm trying to understand it from your point of view. I'm trying to understand it from your perspective and what you've done and what you've been through, not just a story to hear,
Yeah, I mean, that's one of I appreciate you saying all of that. I mean, I guess, for me, where I see the hurdles and the complications of trying to come to any sort of agreement or solution, rather, not even an agreement. I mean, I think most people can agree that there is a problem. Very few people will agree on what the problem stems from, who's responsible for the problem, and what the fix of the problem is. And, so to me, one of the things I talked about in my Unfuck America book, which has been out for 5 years now, and this relates to, or the context in the book relates to the two-party system or predominantly political issues in this country, is that if you're not willing to hold your own side to the same level of accountability that you're holding the other side to, it's a lose-lose for everybody, and I see that on all sides, and that's the thing that troubles me, and I wouldn't say that I argued with Alan on anything. There's things that maybe I agreed or disagreed with. I probably agreed with more things than I disagreed with him on. But I guess my point is that if the argument is side X is guilty of A, B, and C, side Y has done nothing wrong. It's like, in almost every context or scenario, you can say there's been mistakes made on both sides. Mm-hmm. From my perspective, Israel-Palestine is that same thing. We could spend 2 weeks arguing about who started it, right? Because you have to go back thousands of years. And even then, it's like, well, how would you even know?
Well, I don't think you have to go thousands of years back, because what happened 800 years before Israel's existence was part of the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire ruled for 623 years. What broke up the Ottoman Empire was World War I. But for 623 years, Muslims, Christians, Jews all lived in peace. Were there some little pockets of, tension here and there? Of course. But for the main part, in Jerusalem, in Palestine, those Muslims, Jews, and Christians lived in peace. But then when you get a ethnicity of people that just forcefully inject themselves into an area, and then do it by the manner of which they do it, which is, hey, there's a lot of land here. We're Jewish. You guys, we have history here together. Do you mind if we partition some of this land? And, we'll live here and you guys live there and we can just be cool neighbors. That was what Palestinians were waiting for. In fact, that's what was promised to them by the British. The British said they're going to come here and they're going to be neighbors. You're going to live amongst them and you guys will get along. So the Palestinians were like, of course they can come here. Plenty of land.
What year
Jews
was
live
this?
here already.
Ballpark year-wise?
1948.
Okay.
But we're talking about, 1948 is when Israel got established, but all of that, like the Balfour Declaration, which was the letter that was written by by Balfour to Lord Rothschild, was written in 1919. So, they had plans for Palestine even before World War I. They just had to get there somehow. And the first thing to do was to break up the Ottoman Empire. And then what happened after World War I? The British immediately went and mandated Palestine, just as a placeholder. So then eventually Israel could become a state. But they were moving people there for a long time, and the Palestinians were welcoming them with open arms. But what happens is when you come there and you start creating gangs and militias, like the Irgun and all those early Israeli militias, and then you start going into the towns and harassing people, raping the women, robbing them, taking over their homes, and then you're taking over farmland. And then a couple years later, the British and the U.S. give you a military to do it with, and now it's just expanded 10x. How do you expect your neighbors to like you, let alone get along with you? So when you continuously broke your own conditions, or let's say whatever the U.S. said, like if the U.S. said in 1948, hey, this is Israel and this is Palestine, guys, stick to that, please. And if everybody sticks to that, we'll be good. Everybody said okay. But then what happened was Israel started encroaching on more Palestinian land, more and more and more and more. And when you have an occupation, Mike, and you know this, when you have an occupation and that occupation oppresses your life, they create checkpoints, they control your electricity, water, they control your exits and entrance points in and out. When they make your life living through hell, what breeds from an opposition, from an oppression? A resistance. So oppression breeds resistance. So for Hamas to be created in whatever sense they were, just a couple of guys with guns, to the point where it was the Muslim Brotherhood and then Hamas, how can we look at these guys as anything but a resistance force when it's clear as day what's happening there, who the oppressor is, who the instigator is, and then what these people need to do? Are you just going to sit there and wait for bombs to fall on your head? Or are you going to say, you know what, we don't have much to fight with and we don't have any cool friends like the U.S., but we're going to accept help from whoever gives it to us, and we're going to fight with whatever means we have? Then people look at when Hamas bombs Israel and they're like, oh my God, Hamas bombed Israel and 2 of their bombs made it and 18 Israelis got killed. The rest of the world, by the time that gets to the rest of the world, it gets like Hamas terrorists killed Israeli citizens. And the rest of the world is like, oh shit, dude, these Palestinians are terrorists. They're all terrorists. And when you do that for decades and decades and decades, and you own the news media companies and you have politicians on your side, and when you have all these resources that'll echo that for you, of course the rest of the world is going to look at the Palestinians as terrorists. When all those Palestinians are doing is resisting their oppressors, that nobody else is coming to help them.
Yeah.
All the Middle Eastern countries turn their back to Palestine because of the backdoor deals, oil, minerals, and all that.
That's an interesting point, is the 2 things, I guess. So the 1948 boundaries, is that what the term?
Well, there's establishment. No, you're talking about the well, yes, there's a 1948 is when Israel got created. I don't remember the exact boundaries, but there were boundaries.
Do you know from 48 to, I believe it's 1967, because that's when the 7-Day War took place, is that right? Do you know if the boundaries from 48 to 67 have changed and what they look like now compared to, like, if you were to stair step it? Like,
oh, quite a bit.
They're very different? Quite
a bit.
Mario, can you, and we'll do it on maybe a break, but can you pull up, I guess...
I would Google Palestinian territorial maps or historically or something like that.
From 48, 67 and present day, I'd love to see what the disparity is. Because you hear that a lot, and I guess I'm not going to say my problem, my lack of understanding is I've never been there. I hear a lot of shit slung on both sides.
Right.
There's a part of me that, is as much of a dismissive dick as it may make me seem like I'm coming across as. I'm not going to say that I don't care. I do care. Like, I don't like to see civilians being murdered anywhere.
You wouldn't have been a Navy SEAL.
For me, I will say I do find myself putting it in a similar camp to... And I kind of got into, this part of the conversation with Alan is why we care so much about some places and not others. And that's on both sides, right? Like, because America, generally speaking, has way more interest in Israel and Palestine than they do Ukraine, Russia. Not by much, because there's obviously a lot of interest in Ukraine and Russia too. But what about the shit that goes on in Indonesia or in China with the human rights stuff, or
Myanmar?
Myanmar, almost all of sub-Saharan Africa, where there's genocides being committed
Thai and Laos.
Yeah,
I mean, they're fighting at the border.
There's places all over the world
all over the world.
where similarly atrocious genocidal-like things are taking place that don't even make a single news headline in any outlet here in the United States.
Because when you follow the money, there's no monetary gain there.
Yeah.
When you follow the money, it takes you right to, when you're like, why Ukraine and why all this money? If you follow the money and you look at where the money's going, then you understand, like, oh, okay, I understand why we're supporting Ukraine.
Yeah.
So really that's the easiest answer, but everyone's like, well, how do I follow the money? Well, I mean.
Well, so I guess I would pose that same question to you then is, you're obviously very passionate about Palestine, Israel, conflict, however you want to coin it, not as much interested in Ukraine and Russia, haven't really talked about anything in Myanmar or Indonesia or China or sub-Saharan Africa or Thailand. What is it about that specific engagement for you that draws your interest so much more than everywhere else?
I think simply the same people that are behind that and all that death and destruction there are the same people who pull strings here in America, if I were to give you a one-line answer.
Yeah.
And that's why.
Yeah.
I said it earlier, everything that happens there is happening here in a different form. Over there they're taking land, over here they're taking our people. Over here they're killing people over there. Over here they're trying to almost kind of kill our rights in a way, redefining stuff and making new laws, where if you are found anti-Semitic by a judge, it's a 1 year in jail.
Yeah.
Stuff like that makes me think that, well, it's not Chinese people who influence our government, right? I don't see Chinese flags all over the halls of Congress.
No, I agree. I don't
see Russian flags. Whose flags do you see all throughout Congress?
Yeah, flags-wise, I could not agree more. What
Israel's.
I will say, there's plenty of Chinese influence in our government.
No, 100%.
There's a fuck ton of it. And 100%. A ton of money,
and Russian.
too.
And listen, there are honeypots, there are lobbies, there are all kinds. So yes, there are other threats, but the number one threat in America today, or the number one question is, why do we cater so much to the Israeli lobby?
Yeah. You alluded to it, and I meant to ask Alan this, and I forgot. I'd love to get your take on it too. It sounds like you kind of already answered it without me asking, but with the refugee and atrocity from a human rights and living situation standpoint that's going on, and specifically in Gaza right now, there's a need for hundreds of thousands, I don't know the exact number, a lot of people that if you were to put the refugee tag on somebody, like it's as appropriate of a fit as I can imagine. Why does Jordan, Egypt, Syria, Lebanon, why do so many of the neighboring overwhelmingly predominant Muslim countries not step in or help take people from there? Why is there such a hot potato response to that?
I mean, that's a legitimate question, and everybody who wants to know genuinely should ask that question. And the simple answer is that Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon are already dealing with an influx of Palestinian refugees from years before. Did you know that there's 3 million Palestinian refugees in Jordan that live in camps? They live in tents. They don't even have buildings to live in because Jordan doesn't know what to do with all these refugees. Lebanon doesn't know what to do. Egypt doesn't know what to do. And then on top of that, they have already made backdoor deals with Israel, basically not allowing for the people of Gaza to enter Egypt, to go to Jordan. So you're telling me that these people who are backed up to the ocean, they can't go to Egypt. So you're telling them, get out, right? If you want Gaza for yourself, why don't you give them an exit plan, right? Why don't you tell Egypt to open up its border? Because Egypt has the most secure part of that entire open air prison system that is Gaza. They have the most secure part of that. If you see a picture, you'll be like, holy shit. But they won't take any more Palestinian refugees. Why? Because they promised Israel not to take any more. They also said, Sisi has also come out and said that we are overwhelmed with the amount of Palestinian refugees. Don't forget that the people that live in Gaza are refugees themselves. They have been pushed from other parts of Palestine since the 40s. And they've been slowly corralled into this place called Gaza, which now they also want Gaza. But you pushed 2 million people into this 14-mile land, or 14 square mile land, but then you don't give them an exit plan. What are they supposed to do? Swim out in the ocean? Because Israel doesn't even let them fish their own waters. So they can't swim out the ocean. They can't go to Jordan. They can't go to Egypt. So again, either they fight, or they just look up into the sky and wait for the bomb to drop.
So if I understand this correct, you're saying that Egypt and Jordan have already taken, did you say millions or hundreds?
Well, I know that Jordan has like 3 million. Lebanon has like 2 or 3 million refugees.
All from
Palestine.
I mean, how many people live there? I thought it was 2 million.
Well, Gaza has 2 million.
So,
But don't forget that everybody else that got pushed out, the West Bank gets smaller and smaller every day. The farmlands on the rural parts that are not inside the city, those Palestinians get pushed out of their farms every day by Israeli settlers.
do you have a grasp on how many? And forgive my ignorance on it. Would you use the term Palestinians for the most generic label for people in the region of Gaza, West Bank,
I would say
Eastern Israel?
I would probably call them people from the Levantine. That would be more general.
So for that term, roughly how many of those people there are on the planet?
Well, I mean, I don't know. We're talking about, intro marriage at some point. Jordanians marrying Palestinians, marrying Egyptians. So there's a lot of that breeding in the Middle East. But again, we're talking about a couple of thousand years worth of racial mixture.
Yeah, I mean,
but there has been studies. If you want to know like how many of these people actually belong to Levantine, there's been studies for that.
I guess I'm sorry. Let me re-clarify. I mean, the people that actually live within the physical border that you would consider that
Gaza.
region. Well, I mean, whatever it is, whether it's Gaza, West Bank, like I would say all of the eastern half of modern day Israel, that some people would call it Palestine, some people would call it Israel, some people
I mean,
would
it was
call
all Palestine until it wasn't, but it's becoming less and less Palestine every day, and those people have to go somewhere.
But I guess, do you have a ballpark of how many Palestinians there are? Because that's something else you can look. Oh, there's the maps.
Yeah.
All right,
World War I, the blue one says British mandate Palestine. Basically, the British came in and they said, hey, this is ours. We're holding on to it. Some people kind of challenged them on that, like Turkey and everybody, but they said no. The UN resolution 101, what you're seeing, I forget what year that is, that's basically saying, okay, now that Israel is established, yes, right there, UN Plan 1947, the lines that you are seeing are now what's Israel and what's Palestine. And if you want a simpler one of that, go to 1949, and that's basically what was Israel and what was left of Palestine. But notice that the green bleeds into Jordan, okay? And then Gaza bleeds into Egypt. They did that so that they could make everybody happy, but Jordan actually gave up any rights to that territory, just like Egypt had to give that up in the Six-Day War. That also became the 1967 border agreement between everybody. Everybody signed off on the 1967 border agreement, and that's what you see in that's what you see in the column number 5, where the Six-Day War is. That was 1967. And then what you're seeing in 1995 are the pockets that are remaining of Palestine in what's Israel, and then modern day.
Yeah, so I guess
it's shrinking and shrinking over time.
Yeah, I mean, to me, what is something that I'm learning as we're looking at this graphic is a couple of things. One is that, in 1888, the entire region was what looks like relatively unified. It was the Ottoman Empire.
Correct.
1918 to 46, you have Britain take over basically all of it.
Mm-hmm.
Fast forward to the UN plan immediately after World War II, and now you have,
lines are being drawn.
Right, but you have Egypt on one side,
right.
Jordan overwhelmingly on the other side, the contested area,
mm-hmm.
Similar to what it is now. But what I didn't realize, I guess, is where the West Bank is and where Gaza is, that Israel is right in between there. And from my understanding of, Alan spending time in the West Bank, of, Gaza being very, very specifically a war zone, the West Bank being more like I used the analogy of what it was like when we were in Iraq in terms of occupation, not necessarily treatment-wise, but the dynamic of a military-like force enforcing go, no-go zones, checkpoints, etc.
The West Bank is very apartheid. You want to describe the West Bank? I'll give you a better word. Apartheid Africa is what the West Bank is. Because they have streets in West. So West Bank is supposed to be Palestinian, but we have the IDF there that sets up checkpoints.
Well, so to me, in here, again, this is my ignorance maybe showing through, but to me, the West Bank seems like more of a contested area than Gaza would, or should be. Like, if you look at this, Gaza has been...
You're getting into a good question.
Is more of a part of Egypt than it is anything else up until right after World War II.
Well, Egypt did take it, part of the UN plan. Egypt had it, but then they gave it up because we knew, historically looking at the maps, that Palestine, that part of Palestine is not Egypt, and the West Bank is not Jordan. But Israel treats the West Bank as if it's theirs. That's what I mean by the apartheid, because there are streets in West Bank that Palestinians can't even walk on.
So from what it looks like on the maps, right after World War II, the West Bank belonged to Jordan. In 1967, the Six-Day War is where modern-day Israel takes over the West Bank. Is that correct?
Yeah, and that was with the U.S. and the UK doing a lot of diplomatic meetings, I'm sure. It wasn't like a six-day war and everybody died. But we know it was a six-day war that ended, and we said, all right, enough's enough. Let's draw some hard lines.
And then so fast forward to 95, you have Palestine, the Palestinian flag being associated with the West Bank area, or is that up in Jordan? I can't
Well, it's
tell
parts of the West Bank. No, the flag is representing the little green mass, the little green pockets. It's basically saying that within the West Bank, Palestinian territory is shrinking.
Yeah, I mean, well, so I guess, and the graphic doesn't necessarily quantify this or qualify it, but, the West Bank seems like the heart of the issue from this map where, and again, maybe this is wrong, I don't know, but in 67, it looks like Israel took over the entire West Bank from Jordan. Is that fair to say based on what this graphic says?
In 67, yeah, after that.
Is because if you look at 49 and 67, you have a very disparate difference.
But it became Palestine, not Israel. So, and it became Palestine not as a state, but Palestine as an occupied territory of Israel. So that's why you see the Israeli flag there. Israel has obligations towards the Palestinians if they are an occupying force, but they have broken many, over 100 UN resolutions when being an occupying force under the UN rules.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the map, like it's, I think anybody with any situational awareness can say it's no wonder it's such a fucking mess.
Right.
Just looking at how swirled all of these territories are of different controlling parties fighting over, the same pieces of land for decades. I mean, so that's right after World War II. There's what sounds like a global establishment of the state of Israel.
Right.
Obviously, Israel at that point doesn't really exist, right? It's being created, kind of.
It's being created in the shadows.
So who, I guess, from a country standpoint, who has the biggest involvement to your understanding? And maybe you can look that up also, but of the formation of those boundaries, the delineation of territory, et cetera. Like, what's the driving force? Is it the UN? Does it say?
I mean, I think the UN was the supervising body for that, but I think that was very much the U.S., the U.K.
So it sounds like from 1948 to now is where, if you were to look at the last 2,500 years, that's where the bulk of the disagreement, fighting, taking over land, and conflict has taken place, overwhelmingly so, in the last
Right.
70 years.
Yeah, that's why the 4,000-year-old, 2,000-year-old argument is so stale.
Yeah.
You know,
Thank you for pulling that up. I mean, it's
Yeah.
certainly helpful for, at least for me, understanding a little better context. I mean, maybe I should have come in here already knowing that, but
no, it's all right.
but looking at the map, you see very distinctly you have Egypt and Jordan kind of with Israel, West Bank, Gaza sandwiched between those two countries.
Right.
From what I understand, you were saying is that those governments have deals with Israel and the United States to not
Close
take
off borders.
to not take people. So those are deals that are influenced.
Closed off borders.
So-
That's open source. That's not me. You know, that's
Yeah.
open source. They're closed
So
off.
yeah, no, I mean, I'm not disagreeing or even debating or have any reason to not believe that. What I don't understand.
And here's the other
is-
thing. Sorry, Mike.
Well, I just to me, like, that's an important component that, again, just from as somebody who's not been there, I don't really have a side to it, like,
Sure.
Necessarily the way a number of guests on both
So
sides.
you're asking practical questions, though.
Yeah, is that, like, from my perspective, again, as somebody who says, hey, I have a more objective view on this maybe than other guests I've had on, that should be something that, in my opinion, should be highlighted more than anything, because
Right.
that says, hey, if we want to hold people accountable, like, why are you guys making deals with Israel and the United States to have closed borders? Like, why is there not more TikTok pressure on Egypt and Jordan to play a bigger role in helping solve this problem that they're fucking right there for?
Yeah, and you can't even get into Gaza from Egypt. Remember when all those Americans tried to go up march to deliver human aid? That was like a month ago. Humanitarian aid. They got stopped at the Egyptian border by Egyptian police, and they said, "You're not going in here." So it's not just that Palestinians can't get out, but nobody can really get in. And then one thing I would ask you to consider is, for us looking from the outside in, we're like, well, why can't Jordan take these guys and take them as refugees? But then the question on the ground as a Palestinian is why do I have to leave my land? And why does Egypt have to take me?
Yeah, no, I don't dispute that. I agree. Like, it shouldn't even have to be. Having said that, it's like you could make that same argument with, the United States doesn't need to take refugees from anywhere, but we do.
But we do.
You're a perfect example of that. Like, especially back then, like, is there any obligation for the United States to take Afghanis from Afghanistan when Russia came and invaded? No, but we did.
Yeah.
In this case, to me, like, it would make, and I'm glad that we did, by the way. Like, I don't think that it's.
I'm glad that we did,
Yeah,
too.
I'm not saying it's the wrong answer.
Right.
So to me, like, that's a consistency that it's like, well, it would make sense then. Not saying that they should leave or should have to leave, but under the circumstances, like, until enough pressure can be put on other countries and maybe even our own to make diplomatic decisions that would have a better or more far-reaching impact in the region to finally solve the problem of not having hundreds of thousands of innocent people that have no skin in the game operationally being killed.
Right.
Like, to me, it would make sense to say, hey, let's stop the bleeding for right now. Like, not saying, hey, you need to pick all your shit up and move permanently,
Right.
but, like, maybe get out of the way for however long it takes until, again, like, with TikTok being as powerful as it is with raising awareness for pick something, like, why is there not more highlight and emphasis put on countries in the region that aren't doing jack shit either? Do you know why that is?
Well, I mean, to that last part, when you said why the countries aren't doing jack shit, it's because when you look at those maps and you're like, well, this could have easily been Egypt and this could have easily been Jordan. When it stopped being that case, I think Jordan knew that, okay, we have to play nice. We have to play nice with Israel because they're established. We have to play nice with the U.S. or whoever else. And at that point, it became very diplomatic, where these countries wanted to get ahead economically, technologically. And so they developed relationships with the U.S. that then, at some point, the Israel-Palestine topic came up, and they said, okay, we won't do anything with Israel because of what they're doing, obviously because we have ongoing deals and we don't want to jeopardize that. So we'll kind of just stay out of it. We'll be the Switzerland in the matter. Egypt does the same thing. Lebanon kind of does the same thing from a parliamentary kind of perspective. But then when you look at Hezbollah is like, no. And Hezbollah is a political party, like them or not. They're a political party that has members in the parliament, but then they're also the action arm of, what we consider maybe Iran or, but that much is true. Hezbollah has a different perspective, And I think that the reason why Jordan and any of these countries don't help Palestine is because Palestine has become a bastard nation a long time ago. They were sacrificed to the Middle East a long time ago. They knew that anybody who basically went up against Israel went up against the U.S. That's just the bottom line.
So why not Iran then? Why wouldn't they take them? They hate us. They make no...
Iran take...
refugees from Gaza.
But why would they? That's so far away from them. And why should Iran have to?
I mean, nobody should have to. I mean, to me,
But again, is why do we have to displace these people?
No,
right?
I
if
mean,
you want Gaza, and I'll tell you why they want Gaza. If you look at it, there's an oil pipeline that Israel proposed. And if you look at last year, you know how there's ports in Syria that got bombed? You remember that Beirut bombing of the port? Well, that was Israel knocking out all of their competitors. Because what Israel proposed afterwards to the UN was an oil pipeline, and that oil pipeline would go right through Gaza, kind of at an angle. If you look it up, the pipeline comes right through Gaza. So they want Gaza for the pipeline. They want Gaza for the beachfront property. They want it for all of that. But then it's like, why can't you find a way for the Palestinians to live here? Or transfer them to the West Bank, but then give them the actual West Bank. Get the IDF out of there. Start training Palestinian security forces. Start, thinking about maybe a UN membership and maybe an actual statehood for Palestine. That way we can get them the right resources. That way they have representation, and then we don't say, well, if you don't have generalizations now, like Palestinians, they're all Hamas. It's like, no, this is Palestine in the West Bank that everybody agreed to. Gaza is no longer Palestinian. It belongs to Israel. Here's where these people live. But they won't even consider that.
Yeah, I guess where my question stems from is when asking why not Jordan and Egypt. And again, I'm not debating or contesting at all that.
If I was Jordan, I would advocate for a statehood in Palestine so I could get all these 3 million Palestinians out of my country.
No, same here. But if the response to why not Jordan and Egypt, it's because there are back deals with Israel and the United States and they want to play nice. Iran doesn't fit that bill. I know it's not right next door, but regionally it's still fairly close. Well,
you got to pass through Turkey and Syria, right? And that,
I don't know. Can you pull up a world map real quick?
And part of the reason we had to take Syria and get rid of Assad was we had to break up we had to break up the land bridge, the land bridge between Iran and how they got their money and supplies to Hezbollah. We had to break that up. So, we had to take out Assad. And, of course, Assad had the friends with Russia, and he had Chinese friends. And it was the same Afghan story all over again. We don't want Afghanistan to be friends with all these people, so we have to go in there. Right. So if we could zoom in a little bit.
Yeah, so you'd have to go through Syria, Iraq, and Iran. But I guess, you could say, why not go to Syria? Why not go to Iraq?
Listen, I'll tell you right now, if they send Palestinians to Syria, that guy will kill them all.
Why?
Because he's an Al-Qaeda terrorist. He's not Muslim. He's been killing Muslims, Christians, and Druze ever since he took power.
I mean, why would he hate Palestinians, though?
Well, don't forget why Al-Qaeda was started. Al-Qaeda was started as our proxy to do our bidding in the Middle East when we needed to destabilize or attack a place. Don't forget that Syria was a proxy war.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding of Al-Qaeda, though, is bin Laden's response to being told on behalf of Saudi Arabia that, hey, we're going to let America have American troops in Saudi to defend Iraqi aggression against Kuwait, and that's what started it, at least from everything I've read.
I mean, I don't think we went out and physically started Al-Qaeda like an LLC, but I think we definitely took control of them at some point.
Yeah, I mean, like bin Laden's, if you want to call it a mission statement, everything I've ever seen has always started with the first Gulf War, that for him, it completely chapped his ass that the Saudi government would allow infidel American forces on the Saudi Arabian Peninsula. And that's what started Al-Qaeda as a methodology. But
I mean, we use them until we don't need them anymore.
Yeah.
Look at Noriega. Look at Saddam.
Yeah.
I mean, Saddam worked for us before
Yeah.
he took power, you know.
Yeah.
Libya, Gaddafi.
Yeah. I guess, my general query in terms of where the question stems from is again, I'm not saying that they should have to leave.
Right.
The same way I would say, like, you guys shouldn't have had to have left Afghanistan, but your family realized staying here is worse than fleeing.
Right.
And I would think that at this point, if it were me, people say, well, if somebody came to your land, would you leave? No, but it's not the same thing either. Like, to make that comparison, I don't see the same thing. But maybe if it got to a point where, like, let's say if China and Russia got together to the point where this entire country was so bombarded and most people I knew were dead and there was no reason to even want to fucking be here anymore, and it was like, if you stay here, you're going to die. Mm-hmm. Like, at some point, would it make sense to be like, it probably makes sense to go to New Zealand?
Of course.
I don't know, but...
Of course. But see, that takes us into why we have an immigration problem now, right? Is because just like we're talking about, well, where can these Palestinians go? How come a country can't take them? We did that in the Middle East for 50 years. Since the early 1900s, we've been introducing democracy to the Middle East, right? Democracy.
Yeah, which I don't think we should do.
And I mean, we had the British that were there first, that were trying to mandate it. I mean, the whole way we separated the Arab families, and then we gave it to the Sauds, and it's now Saudi Arabia, and the other 6 families are in UAE. That was all us. We did that. The way we broke up the Ottoman Empire, that was us. The way we invaded Kuwait, Iraq, Afghanistan, Yemen, Syria, Lebanon, throughout different parts of this century or last century, is why we have the mess here now. If America was being bombarded, occupied, and destroyed for 50 years, Mike, you would be in that place where you're like, dude, we got to get out of here.
Yeah.
And then you would go somewhere where there is none of that. You would go somewhere where you can live safe with your family. Now people in the UK and Europe complain about Middle Eastern people coming to their countries, and they're like, oh, these Muslims are coming here, and they're like, why do you think they're coming there, bro? I have this question all the time. People are like, well, Islam is trying to take over the West. Islam is trying to take over. I was like, Islam's not taking over anything. But what you're seeing is the backlash of all of our sins for the last 50 years. And now we drove these people from their homes. The people in the Middle East went to Europe because it was safe there. People from the Middle East came to America because it was safe here. And now you're coming down on them because you think they're trying to take over.
Yeah, I don't blame...
They want to... I mean, I'm sure my mom and my grandfather, all my uncles wanted to live in Afghanistan, right?
No, I don't blame anybody.
I'm just saying, though, the thing is, like, a lot of Americans are like, oh, it's a takeover. They want Sharia law. First of all, and we should talk about Sharia law for your...
All right. Before we get into Sharia law, and I have no doubt we'll get back into some of the stuff, but before we do that, I do want to at least just talk about the transition into special forces and then ending up in Afghanistan, and then we can kind of come back to that. But
sure.
After some pretty heavy fighting in the Marine Corps, there was an obvious desire to want to, laterally transfer. What was the catalyst for that?
Like I said, the Marine Corps, we look up to Navy SEALs quite a bit. And sometimes we work with you guys like on a training scenario somewhere, and then we get to like really see you guys in action. It's like, man, those guys are so cool. We want to be like them.
And then you realized otherwise.
Well, no, but like, in the Marine Corps, in Fallujah, when we were working with your guys' team out there, dude, I loved it, man. I loved it. I loved their professionalism. I loved the way they were like, we're attached to you, so just kind of tell us what you want. I was like, me as an E5 squad leader, you as a Navy SEAL, that doesn't sound right, but okay. And so a lot of respect. I just didn't know where I wanted to go. I knew that I wanted to leave the Marine Corps. I was kind of I was really done with just, I don't want to say babysitting Marines because I loved being a squad leader and even a fire team leader, but I was done with wanting to or having to be put in a position where a decision that I had to make on the ground would send guys to their death.
Yeah.
I was done with that. And like I said, a lot of the squads, in fact, if I remember correctly, every squad in Fallujah took at least one loss except for mine. And I'm not sure how we got lucky like that. But that's that's what my biggest fear was, going there and then losing one of my guys and then coming home and having to talk to their parents. And we ended up doing that regardless because of the people we lost. But I never wanted to go through that again. I wanted to go somewhere where everyone carries their own weight, where everybody is equally motivated and inspired to be there, that works hard, because conventional units, as great as they are, you're surrounded by kind of a hodgepodge attitude and mindset of people. And so I was like, do I go try out for Navy SEALs? Because that was an easy route for me. All I had to do was just tell my chain of command and they would have made it happen. Or do I get out and go try to become a Green Beret? Because I did a lot of research there as well. And they have a proud history and everything. And at the end of it, what really kind of brought me into special forces was the unconventional warfare, the guerrilla warfare, the FID that we do, and some of the counterinsurgency operations and stuff. So maybe I guess the scope of work is what really kind of helped me decide. But I left the Marine Corps after I came back from Fallujah. Took about an 8-month break in service to kind of just do me. And then I went back in with an E5 into the Army, and I went to a unit in 3rd ID and stayed there for about 3 months while waiting to go to selection. But I ended up going to selection from there. And so I guess I just knew I wanted to go somewhere bigger and better. It was either Navy SEALs or Green Berets. I just didn't know, even on the Navy SEAL side, I said I could, go try to be a Navy SEAL and then maybe shoot for the top at some point, and same thing with SF. I was like, maybe I'll go take the long walk and, go try out for Delta or something like that down the road. But that was really it. Now, a funny story that is related to that takes us back to Fallujah, where we were at phase line Elizabeth was the very main phase line that cut Fallujah in half. Also, if you look down phase line Elizabeth, you can see Blackwater Bridge all the way down there. And one time, one of my team leaders calling me on the radio, hey, you got to come over here. And I'm like, what's going on? So I run over there, and he's like, who are those guys? And I look down the street, all the way down Elizabeth, and I'm like, light-skinned Humvees, dudes in hodgepodge kit. But the one thing I noticed right off the bat was there's on one of the Humvees, there's a guy on a minigun just lighting up this building. He's like, wah, wah, and this building is just getting lit up, pepper sprayed. I'm like, who are these guys? So I'm radioing to the SEALs, anybody else, chain of command, hey, do you guys know who these are? They got a minigun. They no, nobody knows who these guys are. Nobody. Our SEALs didn't know, chain of command. So I see these guys, and they're there 1 minute, and then when I come back 30 seconds later, they're gone. Never see them again. So then fast forward, I get to 5th Group, and I get to Fort Campbell, and I get to 5133, which is the very first team I get to. And I'm talking to the senior Echo, who's also basically the 2IC of the team, for that team. And we're telling stories, and he was like, oh, yeah, I was in Fallujah too. I was like, for real? I was like, yeah, man. And I told him, I was like, dude, and I told him this story. I was like, there's a story that I was like, I saw these guys in a light-skinned Humvee, and one guy was shooting a minigun, and they were there 1 second and gone the next. And he was like, dude, that was us.
No shit.
He was like, that was me on that minigun as a junior Echo. He's like,
crazy.
I just got to the team. That was my first deployment. And I was
Wow.
like, oh, my God, dude. He's like, that's this team that you just showed up to.
Wow. Dude, how
cool, right?
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, that was a cool story. But 5th Group is where I wanted to go because 5th Group's AO, or area of responsibility, is the Middle East. Their languages are Arabic, Dari, Farsi, I think some Russian. So I just knew what I wanted to be and where I wanted to go because I knew eventually with my background, I shouldn't go to 7th Group, who's going to South America and Central America. I should go to 5th Group. So that's how I ended up going there. But, what's crazy is how many Marines I saw in selection and during the Q course. Because in the Army, we're allowed to wear patches, right? In the Marine Corps, we weren't allowed to wear those kind of patches. So if you're first Mar Div, we just know you're first Mar Div. But in the Army, you guys have a combat patch on that says second Mar Div, first Mar Div, and you're like, hey, Jarhead.
Yeah.
And I was like, holy crap, dude, there's so many of us. He's like, yeah, man, either we get out to do, because nobody wanted to join MARSOC. And this is not a dig at MARSOC, but I didn't stick around for MARSOC either. MARSOC was just a rumor when I was leaving. I didn't want to stick around for that political red tape and how long that was going to take and who knows if I was going to make it. So that's why I got out and decided, let me take this big step into the Army.
And I mean, did you notice a huge difference in culture, I imagine, between
Big time.
An 0300 guy and a Army Special Operations
Yeah, especially my time at 3rd ID. They're a mechanized unit.
Yeah.
I didn't even know what mechanized meant before I got there. Yeah. They got the Bradleys and they got these other vehicles, and I'm just like, and he's like, yeah, man, this is how we fight. I was like, do you guys dismount at all? He's like, we hardly dismount. I was like, dude, where's the real grunts in the Army? He's like, no, you're looking for the infantry guys. You're looking for the legs, because he's like, we're mechanized. But I made some good friends there, and the culture that I noticed was in the discipline, in the professionalism. And this is not a dig on the Army guys, because this is just one unit, one small company but I came in, don't forget, I came in as a Marine squad leader. That's my mindset, leaving the Marine Corps, coming into the Army also as an E5, And I'm looking at guys, and I'm like, get your hands out of your pockets. He's like, hey, Roger that, Sergeant. And like, this guy's over here, like, he's like drinking his drink and like walking with his hand in your pocket. I'm like, hey, come here.
Yeah.
Who do you belong to? And that's what I'm used to.
Yeah.
Right? I'm like, go get your NCO. That's what I'm used to. You can't do that in the Army. I did that in the Army. I got lit up by the first sergeant. He's like, Sergeant Mawlayee, he's like, this ain't the goddamn Marine Corps. You can't come in here and start hazing. Oh, I also hazed that guy a little bit. I made him do push-ups. But he's like, this isn't the goddamn Marine Corps. You can't come in here hazing people. You'll get in trouble for that. And I was like, but first sergeant, this is what he was doing. He was like, I don't give a fuck. He's not your soldier. I was like, so if he's messed up and he's not my soldier, I'm not allowed to correct him as an NCO? He said, no. And I was like, wow,
That
bro.
is interesting.
I was like, you know what? I'm just going to hang out till it's time to go to selection.
I stuck my hands in my pockets and hang out.
Well, I got chewed out 2 more times after that, but he was ready to get rid of me because I just didn't realize they're so loose. And you got NCOs hanging out with non-NCOs. And again, this is just one unit because I've met guys from other places in the Army, actual infantry units, and it's nothing like that. It's very much like the Marine Corps, but it wasn't a good first impression is all I'm saying. Yeah. And the culture difference is big.
Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah.
How many deployments did you do as a Green Beret?
Total deployments, I got 11.
Wow.
Yeah.
How many of those were to Afghanistan?
I got 3 to Afghanistan, 3 to Iraq, and then the 5 non-combat.
Wow. The 3 to Iraq, were they relatively non-dynamic because of when you were there, or were they pretty spicy?
Well, 2 with the Marine Corps, 1 with the one with the LDAs.
As a Green Beret.
But we were also in the green zone. It was very chill.
Yeah.
It wasn't even really, honestly, we didn't fight anybody. We spent most of that deployment training a lot of people.
Yeah. So your first deployment to Afghanistan, what's going through your mind, like having come full circle? I know you kind of hinted at it earlier, but that was the busiest operationally, right? The first one you went on?
Busiest only in the sense of what we had to do. It wasn't busy combat-wise.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it was the one where you still felt like you should be
It was just
there.
the first one back.
Yeah.
After 30, how old was I? My first trip to Afghanistan, 2008, I think I was 30 years old.
Yeah.
So, 30 years later, go back to Afghanistan for the first time to kind of take it all in. And I know that, we weren't from Kandahar, so these are different Afghans, and we were from Kabul, but, there's really not a way for me to get there. It was kind of weird, man, to see other Afghans. It was kind of weird to, find out who speaks Dari or Farsi and who speaks Pashto, who I can actually communicate with. But there was a sense of belonging. I felt like I was home, in a sense. I felt like, man, my family would be proud of me because I'm back here and I'm doing good things, So there was a lot of pride that came with it, but also man, what would it have been like if I never left? Because I see all these people just living everyday lives.
Yeah.
Little shopkeepers, dudes in the military, police out in town. And you just can't help wonder, how would you have grown up living in Iowa the entire time? You don't really know. If I would have stayed in Nebraska and never joined the military, who knows? So,
I can't even imagine what my life would be if I hadn't joined the military.
Exactly.
And for you, it's 10x that, moving halfway across the globe. I mean, has the thought ever occurred that just because of your nature, right? Obviously, you gravitated towards not just the military, but special operations. To me, there's a big difference between saying, hey, I can look at the big picture and grand scope-wise, I want to give back to this country that gave me this opportunity, do my 4 as an infantryman in the Army, get out, check the box, whatever. You didn't. You spent.
That's what I thought I was going to do.
Yeah, you know, so obviously, like, your intrinsic genetic.
It's in my genes, I'd say.
Yeah, to be a fighter, a warrior,
Yeah.
you know, you have that in you. Does the prospect, or has the prospect ever occurred to you that maybe you would have been a Taliban fighter had you stayed there?
Yeah.
Like, probably, you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I would like to think that I was like more Northern Alliance than I was
Yeah.
Taliban.
Yeah.
You know, because I respected the Northern Alliance, and I think that those guys, you know, coming from Pine Shade, especially North Afghanistan, they were like real Afghans. You had a lot of Pakistani influence in the South with the Taliban.
Well, I suppose with your family being the way that they were, and the fact that they left, like that would, I guess, be the natural assumption.
A Northern Alliance guerrilla leader, I take that every day, bro.
Yeah.
A warlord, yeah. But I would like to think that the type of person I am now, even growing up in Afghanistan, I would have been doing good things for the country, not a Taliban freaking, you know, oppressing women or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, that's dumb. So it's interesting. Yeah. You know, listen, that's why I'm so patriotic, and that's where that sense of patriotism came from, because when I went back to Afghanistan, or it kind of confirmed everything really when I went back to Afghanistan, or really just anywhere in the Middle East, and I saw the way people live, and I go back to America, I'm like, man, we got it so good, dude.
Oh, yeah.
We have it so good. We have no reason to complain. And I know that things are kind of crappy in our country right now with prices and the economy, but man,
it's still way better than so many other places.
We are so much better than even a nice third world country in the Middle East.
Agreed.
You know, and yet we still complain about so many things.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I mean, it makes me, or I find myself in a nostalgic way, you know, wishing that this country was the way it was in the 80s when we grew up, more than it is now. You know?
100%. I
don't know how we get back there. I would love to do
really
it, though. I think it'd be better for the world, frankly. But
I mean, Mike, between you and I, and obviously the rest of your audience.
Just between you and me, the camera's
and the
rolling.
rest of your audience. But I think you and I know that, you know, we're never going to see the America of the 80s ever again.
Yeah.
And I think you and I also both can acknowledge that since the 80s, we've been going in the wrong direction, man.
Agreed.
In a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And the question is, how do we come back from that? I think simply things are going to have to get a lot worse before they get better. And that's what I'm scared of, because I got kids.
Me too. And,
you know?
you know, I think the tough part is it going to get so bad to where it can't ever get back there? Like, because it has to get bad enough to where everybody's willing to make drastic changes. Can it even recover from how bad it has to get for people to actually do that?
Well, I mean, that might be kind of a good segue into the, you know, the condition of the state, you know, that we're in now, with the issues
Texas,
that we face, the amount of divide that's in this country, the societal divide, the structures that divide us, you know, whether it's, you know, cops and black people, or white people and black people, or whether it's, you know, Middle Easterners or Sharia law. There's always ways for people that want to keep us divided because they know our triggers.
Yeah.
Anything that triggers you would be anything that impedes your way of life. And it doesn't have to be a certain way of life. It's just whatever if you're happy and you're content, and somebody comes in there and throws a wrench in there, and then they continuously do that and do that and do that, then now your way of life is impeded, and you have to make a decision. You know, am I going to just take it, or are enough of us going through this where we rise up and do something about it? And I don't want to see America go through another revolution, but man, dude, the way I see our leadership going, the way I see, you know, agencies like ICE, the way I see the multiple use of our military in different cities like DC, Oregon, Chicago, San Francisco.
Do you disagree with all of that?
I disagree with it to a degree. Yeah. I think we should normalize military use on U.S. soil.
I do actually agree that the one kind of stipulation I would put on it is, and where I draw a huge line in the sand, is whether or not it's asked for. If a mayor / governor says, we can't police our own, we need your help, okay.
Of course.
If they don't ask for it, I think it's a huge mistake to send troops there.
And what if they say we don't want it, but now you're going to force it on them anyway?
No,
what does that say?
No, I think the precedence that sets Man, I worry about
That's an attribute of tyranny.
Yeah, I mean, well, because think about on the other side, like, let's say you get, some super alt-left president that's like, hey, you
100%.
boys down in Texas, all your
Exactly.
guns, we're going to send the fucking National Guard down there, we're going to take them from you. Like, who's to stop them from doing that?
Exactly,
then?
bro.
Nobody.
That's why I say stop with the scenarios, guys. Stop with the what ifs. Stick to principles, and you can't go wrong.
Yeah.
If principally we defend the 1A, it defends it for all of us, not just because I'm on the side of rights and I think those people are on the side of wrong.
Yeah.
Then defend it for everybody. Defend principles. Don't defend scenarios, because scenarios will break principles, and that's what this admin and the admin before were trying to use. They were trying to use scenarios to violate principles, and then address it that way. And that's not the right answer.
Agreed.
Because, like you said, the next guy may be super leftist.
Yeah.
And he doesn't like guns, or he wants to amend the 1A to make it make sense to him and his, admin, and he's pushing people down our throats. California National Guard showing up on Texas streets.
Yeah.
Texas are not going to be okay with that.
Yeah, to me, it brings me back to that point of keeping your own side as accountable as the opposing side, and there are huge contingents within the, I would say, Republican and not conservative, because I'm kind of right there with you. I consider myself largely conservative, not entirely,
Right.
not Republican though. Is that, yeah, like if there's people seeing things happening and they're not having these, at a minimum having these conversations, but further is actually trying to do something about it, then all bets are off, and it's not going to, that precedence, it's the slippery slope that red flag laws do for guns.
We're too okay as a society with whoever's in charge. If he's our guy, let's say in this case, we got Trump, he's our guy. When Trump does something, it's so easy for us to be like, yeah, get him, because we think we're sticking it to the left, but we're not. We're just sticking it to our principal rights. We're sticking it to our constitutional rights, our civil rights. And we're telling Trump, and we're enabling this man and his admin to continue to do this stuff, and enabling them to maybe do more stuff, all because he sees a bunch of people with red hats that says MAGA, and he thinks, well, they cheer it on, they must like it, so we'll continue. Yeah, send in the troops. A lot of us need to be more nuanced and less tribal and less bandwagoneer for a man and say, look, we supported you because you ran on X, Y, Z. But since then, you have executed A, B, and C, and how can we continue to support you? Like, I want to support Trump, but everything he's done since he's been in office goes against what he ran on, and almost against what he ran on 4 years ago.
I mean, for me, I wouldn't say everything.
Not everything, no.
There's definitely things that I don't understand the methodology behind it, and I don't like it. There's some things that I do.
Well, maybe not everything. It depends. Like, what would be one topic you think he's delivered on so far?
I would say the tariff stuff halfway. I would say I agree with the principle of saying, we're going to proactively do things to ensure that other countries stop taking advantage of our IP, of putting tariffs on us, of the trade deficit, generally speaking.
But other countries can't put tariffs on us. We can't put tariffs on other countries. We can only put tariffs on our country.
Yeah, no, I guess my point is that a lot of how it's been implemented, I'm not a fan of.
Sure.
My
weaponized.
Yeah, my stance is saying, hey, this is enough. Like, we need to figure out a different way to accommodate this. That would be one thing. Securing the border, I think you did a great job. The ICE stuff, I think, has been a fucking disaster.
Right.
So there are things that I'm like, yeah, I can see that, and that makes good sense. There are other things.
But security and border is also an objective kind of topic, because I would say that the border is nowhere near secure. In fact, I read somewhere that it's going to take through 2035 for the border to fully get secure.
Yeah, I guess just comparing it to how it was when he came in versus where it is now, I think there's been a lot of progress made.
So I would say he's definitely contributing to it.
Yeah.
But then it's like, he comes up with silly stuff like, we're going to paint the one side of the wall black because it's hotter, and then these Mexicans can't climb a hot piece of metal. Well, you painted the U.S. side black. You didn't paint the Mexican side black.
Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, you painted the wrong side. But if that shouldn't even be a priority, you spent $20 million painting the wall when you could have spent $20 million making the wall bigger, or completing the wall.
Yeah, and I think if somebody would just take his phone from him, we'd all be better off. Like the guy says some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. And, to me, I look at it very simply is that, a leader, somebody in that position should be somebody that's very stoic, that's unflappable, that you can't get under their skin, that they never respond irrationally or impulsively. Those are tall orders and hard things to accomplish. But to me, that position demands that type of temperament.
Yeah, exactly. I think the U.S. president is the leader of the free world, as we say. Then this is a man that probably is one of the most modest, humble men we've ever met.
Yeah, you need to exemplify the ideals of the American society. And I think Ronald Reagan had his faults, but the way that he conducted himself, for that matter, I'll give props to even...
Well-spoken.
Yeah, I would say the same thing about Obama. Like, I disagreed with a lot of his policies, but the way that he presented himself, the way that he speaks, the way that he presents and represents America, at least at face value, I think is becoming of that position.
Right.
Even if I disagree with a lot of his decisions. Not all of them, but a lot of them.
Against nuance, right?
Yeah.
Nuance. You're nuanced, and that's what more Americans need to be.
Yeah.
People say, "Oh, fuck Obama, this and that," but the guy knew how to speak in front of a crowd.
Yeah, I mean,
he didn't create, after a speech, he didn't create dissent. He didn't create like tension in the room.
Yeah.
If anything, he made people feel good. And obviously, Trump is not a speaker. He's not a vocal speaker. He's not a public speaker. But man, you got so many people around you that can help you with that. And why do you kick yourself?
I think it's an ego thing. I mean, to be not even fair, I would just say to look at it from cause and effect. I think when you have spent the overwhelming majority, you've spent decades being somebody in a position with their own companies where you're talking about billions of dollars and having tens of thousands of people that you employ, and you have the luxury of doing whatever you want, however you want, whenever you want, with basically no check and balance. Now you get in a position of being the president, and it doesn't run that way. And so that's where you see such conflict and such mishandling, I think, of so many press conferences and interactions. There are times, to me, the frustrating thing is there's times where I think he does that really well. Just not very often. Like I've seen some of his speeches where I'm like, that's the fucking guy that needs to show up every time.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, he just needs to stop ad-libbing, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree, man. I mean, Trump, like, nobody's going to tell Trump how to talk and what to tweet and what not to tweet. But that's just him. We just have to accept him for who he is. But now, like, at least conduct yourself like a president. If you don't have the personality as a president, fine.
Yeah, I mean,
there's no criteria for what a personality needs to be like. But dude, you are the leader of the entire world. Everybody listens to you.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about, like, we've been in fortunate positions to be around, some of the best men that I think this planet has created. In American Special Operations Forces, like, there's, guys that I think back to that I would want to emulate, that inspired me to want to be a better man, to hold myself in a certain regard, to conduct myself in a certain manner. And it's guys like that, I think, that it's like that's who should be in positions like that. Yeah. Or people that are in positions that way need to carry themselves that way.
You and I come from a more structured background where we have seen leadership in all shapes and forms.
Yeah, good, bad, and
we are quick to identify what's bad leadership versus good leadership, and so we look at our presidency the same way. We try to put some stars on his collar and say, is that how a 4-star should talk? Is that how the SecDef or the Sec War should talk? And I think there's definitely a tone with this administration. There's definitely a tone that they speak within that's very similar to one another. It's kind of a my way or the highway kind of, like, you're gonna do this, if not, then too bad. And I don't know where that stems from, but
again, I think it's when you run a company and you can do it that way. I still don't think it's the right way to do it. To me, it's the adage: you catch more flies with honey than you do vinegar. It's like, if the goal is to get as many people on board with X, that's not the way to do it. It's like, if you demand and command that this is going to happen, like, you can't make people respect you. You have to earn it. The best way to earn it is...
he ran on multiple topics. Yes, securing the border, and I think he's maybe contributing to that, but not like he was boasting about it during his campaign. Yes, tariffs, and let's just get tariffs straight. Tariffs are a tax that the president can only put on American companies. It's a way of mitigating American companies to do business with foreign companies, saying that, hey, Best Buy, if you continue to buy your electronics from Taiwan, we're going to put a 50% tariff on there. That way Best Buy is like, ooh, that's too much. We're not going to buy from there anymore. But what it ends up doing is it really just taxes the American citizen at the end, because let's say the China tariffs were at 60%. Most of our stuff comes from China. So then we go to Best Buy or Walmart and we see an increase in prices. It's because Walmart has to make up for the extra money that the 60% tariff put on them from Trump, that China had to charge, and then Walmart's going to make up for that difference with me and you buying their product. So tariffs are not a good thing. Tariffs are a tax on American citizens. They don't punish the Chinese or Russians or anybody.
Well, yeah, I mean, to me, I guess that was kind of my point with saying like something needs to be done, and I think even just the approach to it, right? If he would have said, hey, like, my goal is not to put tariffs on people. Like, it's not about tariffs. It's about saying
more manufacturing in the
more
U.S.
manufacturing here. This is a mechanism to where it's going to be painful for all of us. And I'm sorry that that's the case. But for us to be able to reset the manufacturing button and get back to the early 90s where 80% of manufacturing was here in the United States.
Exactly.
This is the fastest, least painful way. It's not unpainful. It's going to suck for a little while, but just work with me. Like if
but he couldn't say that.
Yeah, like if he would have approached it that way, I think people would have given, a lot more slack and said, okay.
But even to pour more fuel on that fire, he boasts about the amount of money that comes in from tariffs. He said that we gained $29 billion from tariffs. Yeah. What he really means is that he has gained $29 billion extra from American taxpayers.
Yeah.
That's what it really means. It's not like that money came from China. People need to understand how tariffs work, guys. Tariffs were created to bring some equalization to some industries where, let's say, if America has a lot of steel and let's say Brazil has zero steel, then tariffs were there to kind of balance out the trading routes and the prices so that Brazil wouldn't get hosed on steel or we wouldn't get hosed on coffee beans, And it was supposed to bring balance to the world in the trading industry, but now it's being weaponized as in, you got Trump, and Biden did some of this too. Biden has some tariffs too. Like, it's not all Trump, but Trump is taking that playbook and going with it and saying, we're going to put a 60% tariff on China. China's like, okay, then we just won't sell to you guys. We'll sell to everybody else. America leaving China's market doesn't put a dent in their market value as far as their imports and export value. America's just another client to them. If we stopped importing Chinese products tomorrow, your shelves would be empty. Everything you buy from Amazon would be gone. The grocery stores would be empty. And that's the thing. China, it doesn't hurt them one bit.
Well, I mean, I think it does.
Well, then how does a tariff that we pay at the bottom line, how does it hurt China?
No, I think it hurts both. But I mean, we are overwhelmingly the largest consumer of all.
Well, it
Chinese
takes away
goods.
one of their clients. I would say.
I mean, their main client. I mean, to me, it would be like. I can't think of an analogy, but it's a huge dent. But
you're right. It's $500 billion annually. I looked it up.
Yeah, but I don't know that it's enough to get what the intended positive consequence that as a nation we're trying to achieve. I don't know that it gets us there.
But he also, so let's leave tariffs alone. The other side of that was, if the end goal is to bring manufacturing to the U.S., then we have to incentivize a way for manufacturers to actually want to manufacture. And so far in 2025, there hasn't been anything that even clues us into more manufacturing in the U.S. If you look up the data for 2025, which probably doesn't exist yet, it will maybe sometime next year. There hasn't been, like, he'll boast about Honda saying that they're gonna invest $20 million into manufacturing in the U.S. What he left out from the public is that Honda plant has already been there. The $20 billion that they're investing was already being invested. They just repackaged it and relabeled it so that Trump can say that, Japan's going to invest $20 more million. So it's little things like that really bug me, because money that's already been going and coming, and he likes to take credit for a lot of stuff that's been happening and then re-articulate that in a way where it's his success and his achievement. And that bothers me, because then with that, you have to take ownership of everything that's bad as well. But you don't. You sit there and you blame it on Biden. You blame it on Obama, and you're like, If this is bad, well, it's because of Biden. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, to me,
take accountability, right? Take accountability of your own stuff.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it ultimately boils down to leadership, how you carry yourself, and accountability. I mean, I think there have been some, benefits to from a manufacturing coming back to the United States, where companies are reinvesting bigger pots of money than they historically were. But
I personally don't see it, Mike. And if I'm wrong, then I'll admit.
No, I mean, there are some,
Yeah.
but I think, to me, it's. I don't think it's enough to say like manufacturing is back. Like, yes,
you can't check that box.
It's better than nothing, but
Sure.
to me, I think it's just going about it backwards. And that, like, instead of trying to penalize companies for not manufacturing here, incentivize them to manufacture here.
Of course.
Because we've seen it for, decades, penalizing whether it's an individual with taxes. What do? They find a way around it. Like whether it's offshore stuff, having a place in Puerto Rico. I mean, you name it. Like, there are a lot of tax loopholes. And that's what people, and whether it's a private high net worth individual or a Fortune 500 company, if you try to make something fucking really difficult, they'll find a way around it. Whereas if you were to focus on what's the incentivization that we can provide for companies, give them reasons to come back here, not reasons not to be here.
Yeah, because right now we're kind of doing the opposite, aren't we? We're
100% we are.
And part of that is just the people. Most of America's smart people are imported from other countries.
Yeah.
That's a shame, dude.
I know. We should. To me, like, that should be goal number one.
Yeah, we have some of the best universities in the world, yet we're investing more in creating like a remote Harvard campus in Dubai and a remote, another Stanford campus in Qatar.
Yeah.
Why are we doing that? Why are we not investing? So one way to incentivize more manufacturing in America is, how about you educate our young Americans more and give them a better progression route to getting the job that they want, especially if it's a manufacturing job, because that's one way to tackle it. While you're handling the mess of the tariffs and all that, how about we focus on education? How about we focus on the people that we identify as smart, get them into advanced programs, get them to become engineers? That way we are home growing our talent versus importing it or leasing it, really, because these people end up going back to their countries and they take all that tech back with them.
Yeah, to me, we should be recruiting as many intelligent, smart, productive, innovative people from all over the planet to come here.
But we do that already.
Well, I think we should focus even more on it.
But we don't do enough of the organic.
Yeah,
we have a bunch of Americans here that are being neglected.
Yeah, no, I'm saying I think we should both do. I think both things can be true. Like, do that, continue to do it, to the highest degree possible, and also, like, instead of sending a dime anywhere outside of the United States, put all of that back into the education system here in the United States.
It's a lot of it's like lip service. For example, automotive industry. Trump will sit there and boast about, we're bringing all these jobs back to the automotive industry. Have you guys tried to Google how much of the automotive industry is actually done by hand? It's less than 15%.
Yeah.
Most of it's AI-powered robots. So, that's nothing to boast about. Don't boast about an automotive plant that's 15% manual labor and the rest, 85%, is robots. People are losing their jobs to AI and technology, and you're boasting about an industry that's basically that's based on AI technology. How about we put an initiative to farmers, right? How about we bring farming back in this country? Because when you talk to farmers in these Midwest states like Iowa, Nebraska, they're all saying that their farms they're dying, slowly dying. Why are we allowing that to happen?
Yeah, I agree.
Why is my fish coming to China, but our fish is going to China? That makes no sense to me.
And
right?
to me, the manufacturing and food supply are as much of a national security issue as they are an economic one. I would say maybe even more so.
But it's treated like a commodity.
Yeah. Not to bounce around too much, but I just, with there being such a with there being such a uniqueness to your background and going back to Afghanistan, is there anything else that you want to share about your time there that you haven't already, or have you?
No, I mean, Afghanistan was, it's a chapter in my life where I got to go see the country that I'm from. I got to interact with those locals. I got to see one of my uncles there. That was cool.
No shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow, that's amazing.
The only reason I got to see him is because he was, at the time, he was the manager of the national football team, the soccer team.
Oh, wow.
And he was really good back in his day, so they brought him back as a coach, but then he's been retired. But it just so happens that in 2010 or 11 is when I got to see him in Kandahar. He actually drove up from Kabul, and he brought like a bunch of stuff, like 2 big cases of like rugs and other stuff to like take back. And I hadn't seen him since I left. That's my uncle on my dad's side.
Dude, that's really cool.
So that was cool. But honestly, Afghanistan for me reinforces everything. The way I live my life here and all my beliefs is just, I look at Afghanistan as an example of that.
Yeah.
And why we have it so good here, why I fight for America first. I could sit there and navigate for Afghanistan all day. I don't. People who follow me on social media are like, dude, you're really passionate about this Israel-Palestine thing. And I was like, yeah, because, and they're like, how come you don't talk more about Afghanistan and what's happening there? And I said, it's unfortunate it is, but Afghanistan has a way of filtering itself over time with its people, and they have representation, whether we like it or not, they have representation, but also we don't have the same people in Afghanistan that are pulling strings here. That's why I focus more. And at the end of the day, bro, I just want Americans to kind of get back to the way we lived our childhood, where we could send our kids outside and not worry about, people who want to cause them harm and kidnap them. We could stay out till whenever. We were more in the moment with each other as people. We weren't like in our phones. I would love for Americans to get back to a day where they could protest the government. Ronald Reagan himself was a big advocate of Americans protesting against their government, holding them accountable, calling out those corrupt politicians. And I want to get back to those days, because right now where we're at is everyone's afraid to speak up. Everyone's afraid that if I say something, that I'm going to get blacklisted, or I'm going to get banned off TikTok, or I'm going to get in some secret list of people who are looked at as like enemies of the state. I mean, yeah. Everyone's afraid to speak up, bro, and everyone's kind of head in the sand. And the reason I speak up so hard is maybe because, granted, I work for myself, so no one can fire me.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah.
But also I work in an industry where if people are like, what, you don't support Israel? We're not working with you. I work in the defense industry, so I put myself at risk every day by standing up for America and speaking out against the things that I do. But I know that if guys like me don't do it, who else is going to do it? Yeah. So that's why I choose my life. I choose to live my life that way. And it is what it is, man. I've accepted the consequences of what that may do. But at the same time, I don't want to be some old gray dude in my deathbed one day saying, dude, you had a chance, you had the training, you had the experience to like make some change back when you were younger, and you just didn't say anything.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, if nobody says anything, then things will continue down the same path. It starts with being able to talk about it. I mean, that's why I focus so heavy on having conversations where
podcasts.
Yeah, I mean, we're
social media.
Yeah, where people say things. The frustrating part for me is like in the comment section, which I typically don't read them, but sometimes I will. But again, it's very difficult to try to solve anything when one side or even both sides won't actually talk about it. It goes right into like, never conceding anything that like, hey, this side made this mistake, this side made that mistake. It's that lack of accountability only on one side, and I think, that's always going to impede things. But
for sure.
From a current event standpoint, I am curious what your thoughts are. We've talked a lot about the Israel-Palestine stuff, but if you want to call it a brokered deal, that I will say Trump, whether you want to say he was instrumental, maybe he wasn't, obviously played a role in brokering this peace deal. What are your thoughts on that? Is it more of a I'll believe it when I see it, or do you think it's at least a step in the right direction?
I think it's theatrics.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you look at the pattern of behavior of an individual, would you say that you could almost predict their behavior in some aspects?
Most of the time, yeah.
And so I treat Israel the same way. I've studied, so just to kind of give people some context as to where I got started on this, in 2010, I got sent to the 18 Fox course. I was an 18 Bravo, I was a weapons guy, but then part of that whole intel thing was me going to the 18 Fox School, which was intelligence and assistant operations. So I went to the course, even though I didn't want to. But in that course is where I got assigned a country. I got assigned Lebanon. And the whole point of that course is to create a PowerPoint presentation that relates to your ODA deploying to that country and how everything in that country affects the ODA. So big picture looking small to the ODA. So I'm talking about ethnic groups, I'm talking about the region, I'm talking about conflict, I'm talking about refugees, Palestine. And I'm starting to learn more about the region. I'm learning, like, why do they have so many Palestinian refugees? Why don't these guys just go back? And I'm like, oh, because they can't go back. And I'm slowly, I'm going down this rabbit hole of Israel-Palestine. And so I spent 4 months at Fort Bragg studying this along with my own country. But then at the end of it, I gave my presentation. I did my presentation in front of the assistant ambassador to Lebanon, tall, female, beautiful Lebanese woman. But she's sitting there grading my presentation along with a full bird and a couple other warrants. I'm just nervous. I'm like, oh, fuck.
What year is this?
This was 2010.
Okay.
So I'm doing a presentation on Lebanon. And anyway, I knock it out. But after that school, I continued my own education on what's happening because I really just wanted to understand more. And then I kind of got into the whole history of that region and how it went about. And so that's where it comes from. And I guess between my time in SF, my time working with different agencies, working with counterparts overseas, obviously open source stuff that we see, it's really got me to a place where I have come to a conclusive kind of theory of what's happening and why it's happening. So that's kind of where it's come from. That's the context, I guess. The question was...
What do you think about the peace deal that was just signed?
So back to, and this, I know I kind of went off on a tangent. Back to the pattern of behavior, I think, for Israel is that they've always entertained a ceasefire, but they've always broken the ceasefire. And I think what this is just a churched up ceasefire. And I think Trump may have had a hand in brokering it, but I think it's only because that they have pretty much finalized the aftermath of what Gaza will become. What they're really negotiating now is what to do with the Palestinians. It's not a ceasefire as in we're going to pull all Israeli troops out of Gaza and we're going to leave Gaza alone and now they can govern themselves. It's really how do we proceed forward with the reconstruction of Gaza, the real estate, the oil pipeline. How do we do it in a way where the world won't come down on us? Because right now everyone's woken up to what Israel does and how the U.S. is involved. There's a lot of resentment there, and that's why Israel's catching a lot of flack. But when you break every ceasefire that you agree to, Hamas agreed to it, but Hamas has agreed to the last 22 ceasefires since October 7th, But who's broken all 22 ceasefires is Israel. So they agree to it, and then Hamas makes, Hamas will, in this case, we're phase one, I think, where Hamas gave up 20-something hostages, and then Israel gave up 2,000 hostages. And I think phase two is now, how do we deal with Hamas? Hamas is not going to lay down their firearms and say, okay, guys, thanks for the ceasefire. We're going to lay down our arms and just walk out of Gaza, and nor will Israel or the U.S. allow them to. So Hamas is not going anywhere. You also have 2 million Palestinians that say they're not going anywhere. But also, there's not going to be a Palestinian state. So if there's not going to be a Palestinian state, then what's the point of a ceasefire? You got some hostages back, great. The death and destruction, since the ceasefire has been signed in the last 4 or 5 days, over 100 Palestinians have been killed in bombings. And it's just a continuation of what Israel's been doing. Nothing has changed. 608 trucks were supposed to be allowed in. Israel changed their mind last minute, and they said, we're only going to allow 300 in. So far, 137 have been allowed in, and no more. So why is it that Hamas always agrees to these ceasefire deals, and they're always willing to hold up their end of it, but then Israel always breaks it? Why is that? It's because the goal was never to have a two-state solution, and the goal was never to have Gaza govern itself. The goal was always to have to gain that real estate in Gaza, do the construction plan, finish Gaza, be done with it. That way we can focus on the West Bank and maybe the Golan Heights.
What if you were advising the president on, and I know this is purely hypothetical, but let's say you can pick or advise, you can tell him anything. What would your solution be?
To just Palestine, to just that topic.
Yeah. Like, what do you think would fix it?
I think what would fix it is if you bring in a entity that Israel wouldn't dare attack. So right now we have 200 U.S. troops there. The IDF wouldn't dare attack the U.S. troops, right? But they very well could. The U.S. troops could very well get attacked, and then it could get blamed on Hamas, like October 7th, or it could get blamed on Iran, which could now escalate things with Iran, right? Because Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas. So I think that having U.S. troops there is not a good idea whatsoever. But I think if we were to bring in like 12,000 UN troops, actual peacekeepers, maybe from Ireland, maybe some other places, Scotland, and put them and say, hey, look, we're here to maintain peace. You obviously can't kill us, but you also now have no jurisdiction to operate beyond this wall, or put them along the outskirts of the West Bank. That would be like a practical solution as to, okay, let's give this some transition time. How about we give this a year? We bring in the UN peacekeeping troops, put them in Gaza, we put them in the West Bank. We give them a year to get settled and transition, as in, let's train Palestinian security forces in the West Bank and in Gaza to start governing their own people. Let's maybe bring, not necessarily the Hamas office from Qatar to Gaza, but let's bring it somewhere more local so that we can actually have people on the ground making decisions. And we use like the same diplomatic approach that we would use for any other country that we're trying to create a new regime for. And that would be well within our textbook. That would be well within our wheelhouse to set up a government in Gaza and set up a two-state solution. But when you have the state of Israel, who has so much power there and so much influence here, saying no, 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 veto everything at the UN level, that's why the U.S. raises their hands to veto everything. It's not because they can't; it's because they don't want to.
Do you think from a border and territory standpoint, it would make sense to revert back to 48, 67, either of those, somewhere in between? Like, would you redistribute the territory so that it's more like it was originally intended for?
People would love to. I think a lot of scholars now that really focus on that say if we could go back to the 1967 border agreement and Israel can just stay on their side and not encroach, everything would be fine. That would also leave room, that would open up a lot of room for all the Palestinian refugees from Jordan, Lebanon, and Egypt to come back.
So not even back to 48, 67, you think would fix it?
I don't think we need to go to 48 and 67. There's not a lot of difference there, you know?
I guess from the graphic, maybe
But 67 was more legal in the eyes of the community, whereas 48 was just key players. 67, all the Middle East players were good with it. That's why if we go back to 67, everybody was good with it back then. Everybody should be good with it now.
Yeah.
The problem is Israel will never let that happen.
Yeah.
Because it goes against their objective, which is to gain real estate.
Yeah. I appreciate all your perspective on it. I know these segments of the show always tend to get just blasted all over, and people on both sides just motherfuck each other, which I hate.
Oh yeah, I expect to catch a lot of backlash from this. But listen, guys, like, don't take it personal. But you may say, well, fuck that guy, he's a Muslim, and this and that. I get that all the time too. You're a traitor to your country. Sorry, I served 23 years honorably, but I'm a traitor to my country. I get all kinds of comments. Forget all that. Just think about what we talked about and think about your livelihood and how it affects your everyday, right? And forget that it's coming from an Afghan Green Beret or a Muslim. Let's just say it's coming from another patriot like Mike. And understand that your lives suck now because of what's happening overseas. And if you don't get more involved in what's happening here, as in if you don't hold your politicians accountable and you don't demand a town hall meeting to say, look, we don't like the way you voted, or on this next bill, we need you to vote this way, because that's why we put you in office, dude. We're your constituents. If we don't start doing that, then we can't complain when lobbies like AIPAC take full control of our politicians and do what they want. We have no room to complain.
Does the prospect or thought ever enter your mind? if you're seeking objectivity on specifically this issue, that there is an almost subconscious, inherent lack of objectivity being an Afghani Muslim, of taking that side more
As
so.
in a little more bias?
Yeah. Like, do you think that that's possible?
Of course. I mean, listen.
I mean, because no different, not to interrupt, but no different than, let's say there's, my heritage is overwhelmingly Northern European, like Scandinavian, Norwegian, et cetera, is that if, let's say, Russia is essentially playing the part of Israel and it's in Finland and Norway, like, is my interest in that going to be more because they're Christian, blue-eyed, Northern European people? That's what I am. Like, am I inherently going to probably pay more attention? Probably. Like,
Are you?
If I'm being probably.
Yeah.
I probably would. Like,
you have been removed from Northern Europe for how many generations?
I mean, my grandfather was the first generation here, so not super long.
Okay, so a couple of generations,
Yeah.
but and listen, I'm a first, I'm a first generation immigrant because technically I was born there, and I look at Afghanistan now, and it's been happening for 20 years. I don't have an emotional tie to the Afghanistan because, like, I love those people. I think they're great, and that's where we came from. But I think they can take care of their own problems. I like to advocate more for places that I know those people can't really. They have no representation or whatsoever. And is there bias? Yeah, of course, man. You have bias being 2 generations removed from those areas. I'm still from that generation that moved from those areas. So, of course, there's bias there. But does that bias supersede my patriotism to America or the principles that I stand on here as an American? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. That's why I don't need to advocate for Afghanistan. Yeah, their lives kind of suck there, but I guarantee in about 20, 30 years, everything's going to be fine again. It's going to go back to what it was before the Russians invaded, which is guys will be wearing suits, women will have, nice clothes, hair done, and all that.
That would be amazing to see.
It would be amazing.
Yeah.
It would be, and it could go there, Mike, if we just let things, if we just let it go, just leave it alone and let people police themselves.
Yeah.
But when you constantly meddle in a region,
I agree. I think we stick our nose in business constantly that we shouldn't. But
I have to. So I take a very unique approach, not because I'm an Afghan Green Beret, not only, but it's also because I'm a Muslim. It's also because I'm an American Muslim, and so I feel like I bring a kind of a perspective to people's thought processes when I inject my opinions, because they're not, maybe 1, a Green Beret with deployments, or 2, maybe they're not Afghan, or maybe 3, they're not Muslim.
Yeah.
And so I don't advocate for Palestine because they're Muslim. If that's the case, then I would start with Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Maybe I would even start, in Myanmar or somewhere else where a lot of Muslims are getting killed. That's not the case. It has nothing to do with religion. It has everything to do with the way our country works and who it's influenced by versus who should be influencing the.
Yeah, I mean, to me, like, again, your credentials, background, experience, heritage, all of those things combined give you such a unique and valuable perspective that I think, is, I mean, you wouldn't be sitting here if I didn't think it was worth listening to, but
I appreciate
it's just such an amazing combination of factors,
I mean, I use my platform to educate people, not just about the Middle East, but also about what's happening here. But then people ask me a lot of questions about Islam, and everything from your question of how is it as a Muslim to go there and fight Muslims, very common, to, how do Muslims here in America feel? So I get all these questions, and, Sharia law comes up all the time because there's like this spike in the whole like smear campaign on Islam. Islamophobia is, kind of spiking right now. And for some reason, like, religion is like this hot topic now where it feels like Christians have to come together and get united. And then it's like, people are waking up to the Jews, but then it's also like the Muslims are taking over Sharia law. It's like, what is going on in America? And none of it is what anybody wants. Like, you don't want that. I don't want it. But we're getting pushed these things to fight about.
Yeah. Well, I think I saw it was a quote or a graphic. It was something to the effect of, we all disagree way less than we realize, but the algorithm has us convinced that we hate each other and disagree on almost everything.
Exactly. It also doesn't help that we have a president that goes onto the stage and says, "I hate my opponents."
Yeah, I agree.
That doesn't help.
I agree 100%. Many would argue that U.S. foreign policy is often hypocritical, i.e. promoting democracy while supporting autocratic regimes. As someone with roots in Afghanistan and experience in U.S. Special Forces, how do you reconcile that tension?
Well, one, I agree with it. I think we do a really good job of that.
Yeah.
And there's many examples of where the U.S. has done a really good job of that, and whether it's a good job or not. How do I reconcile with that? I'm not quite sure, because I have to own everything I did in Iraq and Afghanistan, the bad choices I made. I have to own that. I have to own the dark part of our history. I have to own all of it. So, and I guess part of the reconciliation with that is understanding that we're a large country with many different opinions, diverse people, different ways of living and thinking. And, you know, even our leadership are going to make decisions that go against what the people want. But you very much as an American citizen have to own that, you know? And if you don't like taking ownership of all that negative stuff, then as part of your reconciliation, what are you doing to now improve that?
Yeah. I think to me, step one is at a minimum, try not to keep making the same mistakes and don't make them moving forward. I mean, that's really all you can do. Like, you can't change the past. At a minimum, you can at least learn from it, though, and improve, you know, and that's where I see us.
I wish we could take like a tactical timeout, bro. I wish we could just be like, all right, everybody in the world,
you're on your own for a while.
We're just going to take a timeout, guys. Okay, just a couple of years, because we adopted this thing called America First, and we're just going to focus on our borders, on our people, on our education, on our food supply and chain. And you guys just do with, you know, whatever it is that you have to deal with. But we're putting our country first. Closing our borders. Let's start with that, you know. Let's focus on everything here and Americans and making sure Americans are good. But we don't, there's no money to be made in America. And so that's why we have to take business overseas. And we're not exactly selling, you know, we're not exactly selling vacuums over there. You know, we're selling bombs. And unfortunately, those factories where those bombs come from are from this country. And unfortunately, a lot of the budget that buys those bombs comes out of taxpayers' dollars like you and I. And we need to do a lot more if we're ever going to make change in this country. We need to get way more involved than we are now, because clearly we took a step back to our leadership for a while now, and that's not working.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it's going to take, Mike. I don't know if it's going to take people protesting in the streets.
I don't see protests being all that.
Town hall meetings. I don't know why more Americans don't demand from their politicians to have a town hall meeting. That's well within your right. Tell them to get it on the calendar and fucking, you know, get on him, dude. Don't beat around the bush. If he's taking, you know, $200,000 from AIPAC, how is that affecting what he's sponsoring and what he's signing on to for bills? And how does that help you as a Texan here? Yeah. You know, I read somewhere that Texas gives $81 million of our taxpayer money to the federal government that goes to Israel. 81 million every year.
Million. Yeah, I mean, to me, you know, it starts with Congress, I think. I mean, I'm certainly not opposed to town hall meetings. You know, there's a larger part of me of thinking like juice being worth the squeeze. You know, the House of Representatives is kind of the starting point, in my opinion. And I think reaching out to whoever your congresswoman or man is probably
hold their feet to the fire, bro. Yeah. Like, this is accountability time. Otherwise, don't complain when they sign a bill that takes away, you know, your child's stipends for school, for lunch, or this or that.
Yeah.
Don't complain.
Yeah.
And then you say Congress, yes, but we have to have those town hall meetings and say, we do not want these people involved, and this is why we put you in office, and now take your ass to D.C. and represent that.
Yeah.
You know, and we don't do enough of that. So they're just in D.C. passing 1,000-page laws or bills,
getting paid,
sneaking stuff into it, getting paid.
Yeah, during the shutdown.
Getting paid during the shutdown and paying all of our favorite friends overseas, but we're not paying our own troops.
Yeah, it's bullshit. There's, you know, conspiracy theories that swirl around high-profile events. In this case, Charlie Kirk's killing, Epstein, etc. Well, some would argue they're speculative. How do you personally kind of evaluate what starts off as a conspiracy theory and then sometimes is right, sometimes it's not. But where do you draw the line between skepticism and credulity?
Well, I think if it's one thing that the leadership in this country has done for the last 30, 40 years, is that it's really trained us on what's conspiracy and what isn't. I think every story starts off as a conspiracy because we have a lack of transparency, and then people inject their own kind of things in there. And then at some point we get all the facts, we get a nice timeline that makes sense, and we say, okay, well then that's what it was. It wasn't a conspiracy. In the case of Charlie Kirk, nothing that the government has given us so far has made sense. Not from the shooter to where the shooter was, to the caliber, to the rifle, to his actions there before, during, and after. Their official thing of the Discord chats and the handwritten letter and the text message between these two young 20-year-olds sounding like two of our grandparents are talking to each other, you know. And it's all of that. None of it adds up. But then it leaves to people like us, it leaves to social media to post these videos and be like, hey, how about that guy in the background? What's he doing? You know, or, you know, somebody that knows anything about seismic activity will sit there and analyze Charlie Kirk's body and see where all that seismic activity, where it all that kinetic energy started from. And from there, they can be like, I don't know if it was a gunshot, bro. Maybe it was the mic. And so we get all these conspiracy theories. But when you have enough people doing that, we eventually collectively kind of get to the truth. And I think what the narrative that they give us with Charlie Kirk has so many holes in it. It has more holes in it than a hospital in Gaza. Let me put it that way, okay?
Is there a theory that you subscribe to of what you think happened?
Well, then you have to, again, so I just tell people, like, if you try to pick something up in the middle, like a game, if you try to play a game in the middle of the game going, you're going to be like, what do I do here? And who's that guy? And what do I... You have to go back to the beginning of the game to understand who the players are, the objectives are, and what the motives are. In the case of Charlie Kirk, if you go back to him being a teenage kid, about 17, 16, and him meeting people that would then become the future financiers of TPUSA, you would understand that there is a deeper play here. I brought up Scofield back in the 50s when they were really trying to get Christians to adopt or subscribe to the Judeo-Christianity oxymoron. I feel like there is an equal push being made now, but using digital methods to do like a Scofield 2.0. And the reason I feel that way is because I feel like Israel is losing the support that they once had with our grandparents and great-grandparents, with the Scofield generation. And the youth of America is waking up to what Israel is today, not just because of Palestine and all the TikTok videos, but also because of what we're seeing happening in DC. You know, you got IDF people wearing their uniform in the halls of Congress. I mean, everything's so overt that they just don't care. So now it's for us to interpret because they also won't give us the truth. And I think between the Charlie Kirks of the world, between what happened with TikTok and it being bought by Oracle and being ran by Palantir, between what Elon did with X, between what Mark Zuckerberg does with Facebook and censorship there, and then what we see with now influencers. Israel wants to pay influencers $7,000 a post to push pro-Zionist, pro-Israel messaging. And what they're doing with churches, with the geofencing. I don't know if you heard about the geofencing in churches. But there's a list of a lot of searches. I mean, a lot of churches, and those guys can probably look it up. But there are a lot of churches that have adopted a software or have an app that they have their patrons sign up to, so that when these people come to the church, they get geofenced. So then now they're being basically spied on. Everybody that has an iPhone or whatever is being spied on through that app. But it's an app that's been introduced to a lot of churches. Now, I don't know the name of the app, guys. Maybe you can pull that up or you can find out later. But it's a huge thing that's happening right now. A lot of churches in California and Texas are being geofenced. So when you think about all of this and you think about, well, what is the message here? What is happening? It's that Israel is trying to push a campaign amongst the youth of America to now gain favor for Israel again, because their old support is dying. They need new blood to support them so they can continue. and they know that America's waking up because of their own, inflicting, this on themselves. And so Charlie Kirk, to me, was a conservative that was being used as a talking mouthpiece to push pro-Zionist, pro-Israel agenda. And he did for the longest time. In fact, Charlie and I had a lot of back and forth. Like, I disagreed with things and he disagreed with a lot of things, but we also agreed on a lot of things because at the end of the day, he's a conservative.
You've spoken with him?
I haven't personally talked with Charlie, no, sorry. But I'm just saying, like, on the topics, I would address his channels and then I would see what he would post.
Oh, I got you.
And before all that, I was like, well, this guy just hates Muslims. I get it. He's part of the Islamophobia campaign. But if you notice that in the last few months before Charlie died, he started talking about Israel. He started talking about Gaza. And remember when I said, we'll fund your campaign, but just don't talk against us, right? And I think that when he started speaking against Israel, not at least speaking against Israel, but just speaking about Israel, like, I don't know about, what's happening in Gaza.
Like just questioning it?
Yeah, he's kind of questioning some of these things. Maybe it is a genocide. Maybe these guys are, getting ethnically cleansed. Things that he said. Well, I think that, he was kind of warned, like, hey, man, like, stick to the script and you can say whatever you want, but don't bring attention to that topic. And, I know for a fact that he got invited to go to Israel and he turned that down. I know for a fact that Bibi Netanyahu offered him a $150 million injection into TPUSA with the one condition of no bad talk about Israel. And he turned that down. And then, when I listened to people like Candace Owens, who were actually friends with Charlie Kirk, and they have a lot of mutual friends, and she has access to all this other correspondence, there's text messages of him in a group saying, I think I'm done with the pro-Israel movement.
Well, she had one that said, where he said, I think they're going to kill me. There's no, it's only implied, like there's no specific who is they.
Right. And I was going to say that next, but before that, he said, I think I'm done with this, right? And he might have said that one first, like, I think they're going to kill me. I think he started to wake up, because I think what woke him up, and I'm not trying to give, like, a lot of credit to Groypers and Nick Fuentes, but Nick Fuentes, he brings up a lot of stuff and he calls out a lot of people, and he also says some whatever stuff here and there, extreme things. But I think when Charlie Kirk was going to these colleges, especially the Ivy League schools, and he was debating some of these college kids, they were really kind of pinning him down on some of these topics about Israel and Palestine, and he was shutting it down. And I think he started to understand, like, hold on, there's more here. What I'm saying is, I don't think Charlie was a part of the pro-Israel project. I think that he was just one of the mechanisms in place. And I think that at the end, he woke up to who he's actually working for or where the money's coming from, and he wanted out of it. And they knew that if he left, he would take all that influence with him, because Charlie was probably the most influential person of his age group in America. And not only did he reach out to conservatives, but so many liberals came to those college debates to just engage with them, just challenge him on something. So he had the ears of liberal kids too. So it's safe to say that Charlie had the ears of the youth of America. And if Charlie starts questioning Israel, then the youth of America could possibly start questioning Israel. So if he already turned down a bribe, if he already turned down a warm and fuzzy to come to Israel, then what else? If you can't control the man, what else are you going to do, right? I mean, if you look at JFK and you think about the events leading up to JFK's death, it was very much the same parties involved with the same kind of going against the grain actions.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to date, we still don't really have an answer on JFK, really.
No.
I mean, there's still so much controversy swirling around
and
it.
They're not going to release those files, just like they're not going to release the Epstein files. Why? Because it implicates the same people. They're not going to release Martin Luther King files. They're not going to release... If they released the 9/11 files, it would implicate the same people.
Have you seen the recent Tucker Carlson series on?
Oh, the 5-episode series?
Yeah,
it was pretty good.
Yeah.
I watched it.
Yeah, it's the things that make you go kind of thing for sure. I mean,
a lot of people are like, to me, they're like, Kawa, I don't know, you should kind of maybe tone down what you're saying, because look at what happened to Charlie. I was like, first of all, I have nowhere near the reach of Charlie, but I get it. As a Green Beret and as like a former soft guy, military guy, I can see where I may have some influence and weight behind some of the things I say, but my family and friends are always trying to get me to tone it down.
Really?
And it's like, how can I, dude? How can I tone this down? If I don't try to wake people up to what's happening here and how they need to get more involved, then who else is going to do it? There's not enough Mike Ritlands to go around.
Boy, you can say that again.
Yeah. And that's it. There's not enough Kawas to go around. And the guys that are doing it, they're taking a heavy hit by doing it.
Yeah.
But
I agree. I mean, you got to stand for what you believe in.
you got to stand for something, right?
Yeah, whatever.
Die for nothing,
whatever that is. I'm curious about the Hegseth speech to the generals that was just given and what you think about that.
I mean, I watched the whole thing. And
do you like the guy?
I personally don't like Hegseth. No, I think he's kind of a frat boy. I don't know him.
Yeah.
I don't know him. I just know the things that came out about him in the past. And let's say, look, man, everybody steps on their dick in the military and personal and professional choices. I sure as have. I have my fair share of both, but as when you're the Secretary of Defense and then you act, I guess they kind of run the country like a company and you act like you're this executive officer, and if people don't listen to you, then they're going to get fired. But then it's one thing to do that in a public speech to the masses, come out that way. But when you personally call all your generals and admirals and everybody to come in person, and then you give them a speech, one or two things will happen. Either they'll gain respect for you at the end of it, or they'll lose respect for you at the end of it. Okay? But at the end of it, I think a lot of those generals and admirals lost respect for Hegseth, and I think they lost respect for Trump. Because I'm down for the standards. I'm down for, let's raise standards, PT standards. You shouldn't be a fat 4-star, got it. You shouldn't be a fat SF guy, yet they exist, And you shouldn't be, I get that. I'm down with it. As far as taking females out of military roles where they can't catch up to men, I don't know. I say we give females a fair shake. If they can't catch up, then we find a better way. Like, for example, the SAS, they knew that they couldn't use females in direct combat because they couldn't carry a 100, 200-pound guy to cover. But where they came in was when they started infiltrating the IRA, it was you and another operative who was female, and you guys are tourists, and now because of her, you have access and placement and get intel. They have their place. The SAS proved that. They have their place with us too. That's why a lot of female CIA operatives they're female, and FBI. But I think I don't agree with taking women out of combat arms. I think there's combat arms positions that they can fulfill, and we're just kind of sticking them with this stigma of, if you can't lift a guy, you can't be a combat, you can't be in a combat MLS. And I can't remember the last time I had to lift a guy.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a ton of very applicable positions for females to play an enormous role, and ones that men can't get into. I mean, we've seen countless examples of that.
So I'm on board with all that, man. I say, yes, let's get our military back to standards. And
so I guess the question is do you more not like him and disagree with him being in that position, or do you disagree with his message?
I do disagree with his message and his articulation.
Really?
And that's what I think. That's why I was saying earlier that I think a lot of the Trump admin, they have the same tone. It's like, this is the way it's going to happen. No room for feedback, no room for a panel review. This is just how it's going to be, and that's it. If you don't like it, get out.
How do you think he should have handled that speech?
Well, I mean, I think it's look, if you're saying that the military is going to change and now we want to get ready for combat, we want to get ready for war, and the way to do that is to raise fitness standards and to raise maybe training standards and maybe develop new curriculums that we've never tried before. Let's play it more with some of the equipment that we have and see if we can develop new protocols and maybe TTPs and SOPs from that's one thing. But when you're saying, look, when your message is, it doesn't matter which way we go, whichever way we go, you need to be on board or get out. And, we only saw the televised portion of this, which is kind of weird to televise the whole thing in the first place, right? But we only saw the televised portion. We don't know what happened behind closed doors when it was just them and no phones and a skiff. Who knows what they have said. But the televised portion to me very much sounded like, look, Trump is in charge. I'm the sec war, no longer the sec def. We're looking at things from an offensive point of view, no longer a defensive point of view. So therefore, these are the changes that are coming. You're either on board with it or you're not. I took it as a roll call to see who's going to be a part of this regime and who's not. And that's why days after, and Trump coming up with his little ad libs and caveats didn't really help things. You know, he should have just maybe shown up, said what's up to everybody, shook some hands, and be like, hey, you're in good hands with Hegseth, I'm going to take off. But you showed up and then you ran your mouth and you didn't even really say anything, dude. And that's why we see a bunch of generals coming out of that meeting like just shaking their heads, like, I'm disappointed. You got a 3-star in the Air Force that I think just retired. You know, you got a prior 4-star that was like, this is not how we do things.
Yeah.
We don't televise this.
Yeah.
You and I as NCOs, we would never yell at each other in front of non-NCOs, would we?
Right.
We would be like, look, bro, if we 2 NCOs have a problem, we would go somewhere far away from these guys and we talk about it, yell about it, fight about it, and then we come back and we support each other and say, right, because you're an NCO and I'm an NCO. But these guys like to, that the whole televising, that thing was, I think it kind of made us look weak.
Yeah, I mean,
and that's a general statement.
Yeah, I don't disagree with the message of hitting the reset button on making the military about what its main function is. I agree with that.
Me too.
You know, I guess the broadcasting of it, I have mixed feelings on. I can definitely understand keep that shit behind closed doors. The same way, like in Trump's first term, like firing, you know, not cabinet members, but, you know, high-level staffers.
Sure, staffers.
On X, you know, like, it's not the way you handle that. I agree. Like, he should have said, Pete's the guy, listen to him, you know, whatever.
Yeah. You know what that reminds me of? That was like the first time in history we've done that, right? But it immediately took my mind back to the video of Saddam Hussein where he called all his generals into that room, remember?
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess the outcome afterwards was quite different, though, where half of them got thrown off the buildings. Yeah.
He called names. He was like, if I call your name, stand up.
Yeah, and meet me out back. I'm going to throw you off the fucking roof. So I can see both sides. Like, on the one hand, I don't know how crazy I am about it being televised. On the other hand, my guess is, again, trying to give people the benefit of the doubt, is that if the last 4 years has all of this broadcasting of social experiments and, you know, all these, like, social media military influencers doing some squirrely, weak shit, is that maybe they're trying to hit the PR reset button on saying, hey, this isn't how shit is anymore. Right now we're preparing to, in case of war, break glass type of shit.
I hope so, man.
You know, to me that makes sense. But
I hope so. I mean, look, you know, we look at Hegseth, the way he projects his image is how we perceive him.
Yeah,
I don't know what kind of guy he is. He might be a great guy. You know, in real life, everything he wants to do is good for the country. But the way he gives off a perception is not that.
Is there anybody in the administration currently that you like?
Not really.
Yeah.
Because I think, well, the thing is, I think a lot of people, as soon as Trump got into office and he kind of established his power, a lot of people got scared of him. And so nobody dares to speak up against him anymore. And the only person I respect in our government now is Thomas Massie from Kentucky. I think Thomas Massie is the epitome of what a U.S. politician should be like. I think Thomas Massie is the last of what a free and what a two-party system could look like. Because if you look at Thomas Massie and what he stands for, he's very nuanced. He'll call out Republicans like that, but also he holds Democrats to account for things. And the man he hasn't taken one donation from AIPAC, so I know he's not corrupted. You know, it's not like he's being threatened to be pro-Israel. So he is representing his constituents, not only in Kentucky, but on a federal level for Americans. And how does Trump treat that? He wants to primary him in the midterms. Why? Because he's questioning Trump's methods. So it's hard for me to support anybody in Trump's admin when all of them cower to the man. Or maybe they're in self-preservation mode because they don't want to lose their careers and get fired.
What about Nick Freitas? Do you know him?
I know Nick Freitas, yeah. I don't know him, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, he seems pretty level-headed.
I think he's pretty level-headed, yeah.
And he's a former Green Beret, too.
Beret,
you know, what misperceptions do you find the public holds about Special Operations War Service that you'd like to correct in a public forum like this, if any?
Well, I think they I don't know if this kind of relates or maybe answers, but one question I get from people is, as a Green Beret, what do we do? What do we do as American people? Like, as a Green Beret, how should we get ready? Or are we talking about a revolution? Are we talking about an uprising? How do we get ready? What should we do? And I'm like, bro, we're nowhere near that.
Yeah.
And
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think people, and I'm not saying these people are mentally sane or they're level-headed, but I'm just saying when I get people randomly asking me a question or direct messaging me somewhere and saying, it's pretty bad, man, and I don't see it getting better. What do you think I should prepare for? It's hard for me to answer that question because immediately I want to say, get your go bags ready. Go to the range and train. Get your kids trained up. Find your infill and exfil rats. And it's hard for me to say that because that's the right answer, but then I don't want to sit there and let make people panic because I'm also kind of fear mongering and saying, well, we're going through this chaotic thing, or this is what it's coming, and you guys need to. But unfortunately, when you see how everything has been unfolding in this country, it's inevitable that we get to that place. It's inevitable that we get to a place where there's going to be blood on the streets of America, where Americans will be killing Americans. It's inevitable because we're never going to get to we're never going to come together on, there's not a topic where we can just come together on, for example, the Epstein files. I think the Democrats and Republicans came together pretty well on those. Yeah, everybody was like, we want to see the Epstein files. It didn't care if you were pink hair, green nails, or if I was in a whatever, I would stand right next to you and say, yes, we want the Epstein files. It takes for something like that for us to come together. And we have no chance in changing anything in the country if that's the only thing we can come together on, because we're so divided on everything else. But I also think that the way things are happening in our leadership and in our politics is that they're going to infringe on they're going to infringe on more constitutional and civil rights of Americans as time goes on. And that's why when I say that it's inevitable for us to shed blood on the streets of America, it's because they're forcing the hand of Americans, And right now, Americans don't speak up about it because maybe they're not personally affected by it. If you go to the grocery store tomorrow and all of a sudden they're charging you $30 for a carton of eggs, you're going to be like, what the fuck? Why is this? What led to this? Oh, legislation, foreign conflict, maybe lobbies, maybe my politician is not voting for the right things. That's when you'll start getting involved. But, nobody gets involved now when your gas goes up $1, $2, or your eggs go up $1, $2. Nobody cares when we're sitting here and we're letting our administration violate the constitutional rights of college kids on a college campus protesting, exercising their freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of protest. And we're sitting there and saying, yeah, they're all pro-Hamas sympathizers, arrest them all. We're not doing ourselves any service when we're backing the demise of our own rights. And we're doing it because we don't agree with these people. And so it goes back to, well, what if the next president is a liberal whatever, and he comes after conservatives? And so we're just in a lost place, man. We're so quick to stand up and say, yeah, get them, instead of, wait a minute. I see why you don't like them. I see why these people are kind of a detriment to our society. But there are certain aspects of their movement that are constitutionally backed, and we should not mess with that. Like the college kids on the college campuses that are saying, we're pro-Palestine and we're for the peace and it's a genocide, leave them alone. The ones that are sitting there saying, yeah, fuck America, we're pro-Hamas, we should kill everybody, maybe detain those kids and talk to them a little bit, right? But if they're sitting there breaking stuff and setting cars on fire and they're graffitiing the walls, then definitely arrest them. But that doesn't mean we put a blanket label on the entire movement as pro-Hamas or they're all terrorists or all extremists, because we are crushing our own rights that way.
Yeah.
But Americans are so quick to do that.
Yeah. I get asked that same thing often, how close do you think we are to a civil war and what should I do? And to me, exactly the same as, I don't think we're that close at all. No. I think to the circumstance, things can get really inconvenient and people won't do shit. They need to be catastrophic for people to actually do something.
Your kids need to go with a couple of days without electricity and food.
Yeah, and I think my standard answer is actually really easy. I just say, be the example. Like set the example that you want our leaders to set. If everybody did that, like, high tides raise all boats.
People here in America, they get butthurt when their trash doesn't get picked up on trash days.
Yeah.
They're calling the trash company like, or like the city doesn't, put salt down on your snowy highways in time. We're going off.
Yeah. Is there a singular message that you hope listeners take from your story and your views?
Singular message?
Not necessarily singular,
sure.
But just a message in general.
A message in general. Oh, man. We kind of been talking about it this whole episode. I think for me on this particular episode is that you have a guy who's sitting across from you that, that did everything you did and even grew up in a Midwest town like you did. At the end of the day, but the difference between us really is just our ethnicity, skin color, religion, and that's it. We both grew up in the Midwest. We both love this country. And we both want what's best for Americans, but we have maybe different views on what needs improvement or who's behind it. And I think I
don't know that we do, actually.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Then I'll kind of take that one back. But the point is that we could oppose each other's opinions, but yet still have a really good conversation. And I guess the message then would be for people who people who listen to this podcast, but also live in a place where you have Middle Eastern people, Afghans, who knows, maybe they're Asian, maybe they're Hispanic, is that America, whether this country was founded by white people and on Christian principles or pillars, that's certainly not what it is now. And if America wants to survive, then we need to understand that we are a melting pot of people. That doesn't mean that doesn't discount any one ethnicity. Like, I truly acknowledge that America was founded by white people who are mainly Christian, even though 4 of our founding fathers were deists. Still, we can say that America was founded on Christian principles, fine. But then, thanks to slavery and thanks to everything else that happened, we kind of went away from that, open borders and. And so I think what we need to focus on we need to focus on not the differences in today's America, but where we have the similarities. You and I have a lot of similarities, just you weren't born in a foreign country. But if I took that part of it out, then you and I almost like mirror reflections of one another, right? And we probably, like you were probably in a part of Iowa that was close to the state line anyway. I went to Council Bluffs all the time. Yeah,
I was in the northeast corner, but to me, like in Iowa, because it's such a small town centered state, like even Des Moines is not that big. There's maybe 500,000 people, and that's by far the biggest city in the state.
Yeah.
There's, I think, just under 3 million people in the entire state, but
I think we were less racist back in the 80s, and I think we're more racist in 2025 because we let whoever kind of by design creates these societal structures where it causes divide. I think that's what's enabling all the divide today. I think back in the 80s, like for example, if I had to experience any racism in this country, it would have been in my first 5 to 10 years as an immigrant from Afghanistan in a very white populated Lincoln, Nebraska. But I didn't, not once, And that's why it's very hard for me to believe, some of the things that they say about, well, America's a racist country and this and that. I'm like, no, America's not a racist country, but there's racism that is injected into certain topics because it is a mechanism for causing that divide or, keeping people at bay, and it mitigates unity.
Do you think that sorry, go ahead. Did you want to keep
I guess I was just going to say that, if there's one message, it's if we were to just let's take out the legal immigrants. Let's take out all this other stuff. The people that have been in America for 40, 50 years at the minimum and living here as a productive member of society should get the same treatment as anybody else, and that therefore we're all Americans despite our different skin colors or religions. And I think that we need to, if we're going to put America first, it's going to take for everybody. The white people can't fix America, right? Hispanic people are not going to fix America. people in DC are not going to fix America. It's truly going to have to be guys like you and I from different backgrounds that come together, stand on the same principles and take the same stances and say, this is what our America needs to be like for us and for our kids. And that's it. But I think we're just too far. We're just too focused on these little tit for tat things, and I'm not trying to discount any of it as tit for tat, but again, we're too focused on how we're divided versus how we can unite.
I'm curious. I appreciate you saying that. I'm curious. How much do you think is actual divide versus injected divide from foreign? Not even bots, but very intentional social
Foreign
media.
influence?
Yeah, I mean, like it's.
I think there's a lot of foreign influence in this country.
Yeah, I mean, how much do you think is actually racism or people that actually feel that way versus a fake representation of that on social media?
I mean, so manufactured versus actual, I think, is a big lopsided kind of margin. I think maybe, if I don't know, this is me just ballparking it with ignorance. I'd say maybe a good like 65 to 70% is manufactured. And I think whatever that remainder, 35, 40% is kind of organic. And I think I'm highballing it. I think there's more manufactured and less organic racism and problems in society. But, you know, we live in a digital media age where we watch videos that influence us. And we're also, we like to flock to like-minded people. And like-minded people are an echo chamber, and it doesn't give us a chance to broaden our horizons. Like, you may have a perception about Muslims, but if you went to Dearborn, Michigan, or like a town here in Texas that's where there's a lot of Muslims, and you spent, let's say, a day or a couple of days talking to them, you would walk away with a lot of different views and perspectives. It would change things, but we don't spend time on that, you know. Because it's easier for us to just jump on a bandwagon versus question the bandwagon that we're jumping onto. And so foreign influence, I say China, Russia, Iran, all these other countries, they're always going to psychologically attack us, always.
Yeah, I think the problem is that, you know, let's say 30, 40 years ago, for any outside other country whose goal is to sow discord and controversy and division within the United States, to be able to do that from there was very difficult, because it either had to be, you know, printed in a newspaper, spoken about on a news channel, published in some sort of reading material, a magazine, a book, whatever, which was very hard to do because there's always an editorial gatekeeper to every one of those institutions.
Right.
Now there's not, you know, so now every single person walking around with a phone in their pocket with access to social media, which is almost everybody, can be directly influenced by anyone, anywhere in the world. Mm-hmm. And I think that's where you see the biggest shift. And I don't think that our country, this is just my opinion, I don't think it's any more racist than it was in the 80s. I don't think so. Or at least that's not been my experience.
I mean, true, organically, but we talked about manufactured. Would you say there's more manufactured racism today or back in the 80s?
Manufactured, but I think it's all manufactured. Or I don't think there's any more organic racists in this country than there were in the 80s.
I think there's plenty of racists in their country, and they're not just white. I think black people are racist towards themselves.
No, I'm saying I don't think that there are any more today than there were in the 80s. I don't think. That's my opinion.
Maybe. That's something that we just don't know. I mean, I could say that maybe, yeah. Maybe less institutionalized.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to your point, there's no way to quantify it numerically or otherwise.
Yeah.
There is, the possibility does exist, though, I think, if we're being honest, especially for younger generation kids who grow up being raised where the overwhelming majority of their interaction is their phone, not just with their friends, but again with the outside influences that you could radicalize or cultivate a certain ideology that didn't exist 40 years ago just by the saturation of it, you know. So that, I guess that's possible.
You're right, man. There's definitely some dark holes that people can go down, like on YouTube.
Yeah, that you couldn't 40 years ago.
You'll be shocked what kind of videos you can watch on YouTube.
No, I know it. It's crazy.
And then you're right, on X, there's some really crazy stuff on X. So you're right. The radicalization or being susceptible to radicalization
is far more possible.
Far more possible in this digital age, for sure.
Yeah. What didn't I ask you that I should have?
I mean, I don't know. We talked about everything. You wanted to talk about Sharia law earlier, but I mean, we don't have to. We talked about a lot of stuff. We can talk about Sharia law. I think it's a good topic because it's a huge debate right now. And there's a huge push from, people like Abbott, who I think takes a lot of money from the lobbies, and he's not for Texas like a lot of people think he is. I think there's a lot of people in different states that really push that Islamophobia campaign. I think they're funded by Israeli lobbies. The fear is to just make Muslims look bad at the end of the day because we can't empathize with Muslims. If we empathize with Muslims, then we would understand what's happening in Palestine, and therefore we would have to speak against Israel. And so going back to a religious aspect of it, if you look at Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, at the end of times, who is it that Christians believe will come back at the end of times and slay the devil? Or the
JC.
Right. Who is it that Muslims believe will come back in at the end of times and slay the devil?
That I don't know.
Jesus. Yeah. Jesus. Who do Jews believe will come back at the end of times and basically save them? Their Messiah.
Yeah, not Jesus.
Yeah, not Jesus. Their Messiah. Their Messiah is nowhere in your book, nowhere in my book. Okay? But they have definitely latched on to Christianity so that they can gain, it's that whole Scofield thing, right? And I think that's the religious aspect of it, is that because Zionists have leached onto Christianity, they now have to demonize Muslims as part of that, because otherwise, what is this, what is it called, a love triangle? It can't be a love triangle. Yeah. So I think that's one aspect of it. But the other aspect is that there is a lot of people who have sympathized and empathized with Gazans and Palestinians over the course of 2 years because of all the videos that have come out. And Israel is losing the hearts and minds. So they have to continue to demonize these people, which naturally demonize everybody here. Every Muslim in the world will advocate for Palestine, whether they're Muslim or not, whether they're Middle Eastern or not, they will advocate for Palestine. That's just a given. So 4 million Muslims live in America today. 4 million Muslims will advocate for Palestine for the most part. They can't have 4 million Muslims sitting there and raising awareness towards Palestine with people like Mike Ritland and other people, because that goes against their whole agenda. And I think the Islamophobia campaign has been very hypersensitive since 9/11, because they needed that bad guy. They needed that to paint this bad guy, or really the entire region, as a bad guy, because how dare they come on U.S. soil and attack us and kill our citizens. So we just unleashed all this fury onto the Middle East, and we demonized Muslims overnight. The way my friends looked at me after 9/11, on 9/12, on 9/13, is proof that because of what happened and because of the way we painted it to our citizens, everybody immediately looked at Muslims differently. And they're just that's a continuation of that. They have to demonize Muslims as the terrorists, as the people who want to take over America. And they use Sharia law as a mechanism for which Muslims are going to do that. Except Sharia law is not even a real term. The real term is al-Sharia, which al-Sharia itself in Arabic means God's laws. But Western people or scholars or whoever at some point injected the word law into it to make it make sense to Westerners. Sharia law for Muslims. That makes sense. But the way it's being marketed now is that Muslims want to make Sharia law like legislation. They want Islamic laws here in America. And that's just simply not the case. Not only is it not the case, but it's unconstitutional. If we are a self-proclaimed Christian nation, do we have any Christian laws in this country?
I mean, it's hard to say like verbatim or word for word that they are. On the same token, it seems obvious that the Constitution has...
God injected into it.
Well, and I would say threads of Christianity woven into it.
Okay, but threads of Christianity is not the same as if we found the word the Bible in the Constitution or Jesus, right? Or Christianity itself. We haven't. Our forefathers were brilliant men, guys. They didn't have to be Muslims to look out for Muslims 200 years later. They didn't have to be Mormons. They didn't have to be Amish. They didn't have to be Hindus. They knew that eventually this country is going to be filled with people who call themselves Americans from all walks of life, and that this Constitution has to protect them all.
Yeah, I agree.
So when we sit there and we say freedom of religion, we meant freedom of religion for everybody. But when they sit there and say Sharia law is a takeover, how can it be a takeover when a self-proclaimed Christian country doesn't even have any Christian laws? There is no Christian laws in America today. What is the fear of Muslim laws ever being made legislation at any point? So then what is it then? If it's not this law becoming legislation, what is the actual fear of Sharia law? Because I'll tell you the definition of Sharia law is like biblical law, like Torah law. Muslims use Sharia law. It's not one book. It's the Quran, it's the Hadith, it's all the other teachings and manuscripts that we have collected over time that make Islam what it is today. And it's using those manuscripts and those teachings and revelations as a guide to life. Not just how to live my life and become a better Muslim and stay close to God, but I've never had a divorce as a Muslim. How do Muslims divorce? Well, it says right there in Sharia how to divorce. It says the woman has equal rights and inheritance to everything that the man has. She is monetarily, property, intellectual property, everything. She is to be given half of that, and on top of that, she is to be given kind of a what's the package a severance package that we would give to like executives. She gets a severance package. The husband gives her so much X amount of money so that she can stand up on her own 2 feet as now a divorced woman.
Where is that?
It's in the Quran. The Quran has all the laws for how Muslims live. Okay, or real estate. Well, you and I have a feud over a piece of land. The Quran tells us how to deal with it. They say, be nice to each other, be polite, see if there's room for compromise. If there is, and we say, well, you take that partition and I'll take this partition, and we shake hands, then we're good. But the Quran also says that if you are trying everything to be diplomatic and with this person and they're becoming physical with you, then you have every right to defend yourself. You have a right to defend yourself to the death. If you have to kill this person because they keep oppressing you, then you have a right to kill them. But nowhere in the Quran says that you have a right to just go kill infidels and go kill non-Muslims. It only tells us in Surah 2, chapter 2, Surah 190 through 193. If you guys read that, in there it gives us the definitive rules for self-defense, attacking, defending, killing, and sparing. And it says in the Quran that if you and I are mortal enemies, let's say we've been enemies for generations, but you and I, we're like, you know what, man, I'm tired of fighting. And you're like, dude, I'm tired of fighting. And we shook hands. We would be, according to the Quran and following that law, saying, well, this is the best way to deal with this feud. Try to come and shake hands. Well, let's say we shake hands and next month you attack me again. The Quran says, if you attack me again, now I have the right to defend myself. Does that mean I come to your land and attack you? No. That means that next time you come to my land and attack me, I have a right to defend myself to the point where I kill you. But that's an escalation of force. If you and I get to a place where it's like, Mike, I thought we had a deal. What's going on? And you're like, I did, but I don't like this one condition. And I'm like, fine, dude, don't let's not kill each other. Let's just talk about the one condition. The Quran has that as well. So Sharia is a guide to life for everything. Children, divorce, real estate, finances, war, conflict, peace, love. Everything that you could think of in the Bible, in the Torah, the Quran covers. And that is Sharia law. Sharia law is not, you will dress like me and you will grow a beard. And if you're a woman, you will cover your head. That's more of the cultural aspect of Islam that kind of gets blended in with Islam. Nowhere in Islam does it say that a woman has to cover from head to toe. Nowhere it says that a woman needs to respect herself and cover the parts where men will look at, like your ankles, right, your wrists, your eyes, and they say you should cover yourself to a point where the men won't be tempted to now either lead you away from your marriage or basically do something that's ungodly as far as a relationship, right? Have sex or something. That's what it says. Now, when the Quran was written and it says women should cover themselves to this place, is because when you look at the Quran, you have to look at history. The Quran was revealed to Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, for 23 years. Imagine, Mike, you getting revelations from an angel for 23 years. And whether you get them or whether you ask for this guidance, it's given to you like, hey, these people are trying to kill me. What should I do? Well, here's the rules to how to defend yourself, how to make peace, and how to kill if you need to. It was given to him when things were happening. So when chapter 2, Surah 190 came out, it was during a time where Prophet Muhammad and his followers were being attacked left and right. Not only by Christians and Jews, but they were being attacked by pagans. Pagans in his own hometown. In Mecca, they were pagan worshipers before Islam came. And the reason he had to pick up his followers and escape to Medina is because all those people in his hometown were trying to kill him. They thought he was crazy. What's this idea about one God? We pray to all these gods, And so he took monotheism and he had to run to Medina, and he gained more followers and more followers. But when he got the revelation, it's because he was being attacked. He needed guidance for how to handle himself. Do I kill everybody? Do I spare them all? So he got that revelation. So that's the way the Quran was written was almost like when Prophet Muhammad came to an obstacle course or a struggle, it's like he got a revelation for how to deal with that. And then that became a guide of life to all Muslims beyond that.
Where do you think the misconception comes from, or the demonization of
Islamophobia campaigns? They say women are oppressed. Look at them. They have to dress head to toe and this and that. No. In Saudi Arabia, they have to dress head to toe because guess what? That's more of their culture than it is their religion. Then why is it in Lebanon, who's also the majority of Muslims, why are those women wearing skirts and wearing makeup, and why is their hair? I mean, you got the Lebanese Kardashians, for God's sake, that are blowing up in Lebanon. They got lip injections, they got fake tits, they got all that stuff. Why are we not saying, well, how come these Muslim women are not oppressed, and why are these Muslim women oppressed? It's not the religion, it's the culture. The culture kind of takes over the religion.
Do you think that there's any part of aspects of some societies in some predominantly Muslim countries that use that as a kind of a mechanism to enforce it?
100%, man.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. There are bad apples out there. Muslims. There's 2 billion Muslims in the world. If we were to take all the Al Qaeda, ISIS, and all these Muslim extremists and we put them in a pile and we count them up, they wouldn't even make 0.0000001% of Islam or Muslims around the world. So how can we look at their actions and then put that on 2 billion other people? That would be like me taking all the actions of the KKK and then putting that on all white people for the rest of eternity. That's wrong.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I think the most apt analogy that comes to my mind is like the Puritans. It'd be like instituting Puritan dress code and lifestyle rules across the broad spectrum of Christianity, which isn't reflective of that.
Right. So every like in Judaism, if you look at, there are Jews that are absolutely against the state of Israel and what they're doing. They're against Zionism. It's like, what? I thought all Jews loved Israel. I thought all Jews loved Zionism. No, dude. You can clearly see that the people who are Jewish in faith and truly believe in Judaism will sit there and advocate against what Israel is doing. Maybe they don't advocate against the state of Israel. Maybe they enjoy having a homeland. But what Israel's government and military is doing, they completely against that.
Maybe the same way that certain.
Well, people tell me, they're like, well, that argument doesn't hold up because you don't see Christians going to Muslim countries and slaughtering them. And I was like, oh, really? What do we do in Iraq and Afghanistan for the last 20 years? I'm sorry, because we didn't have a Crusader cross on our back or on our freaking patches. We weren't committing a crusade. We very much were committing a crusade. But at the time that you and I were doing these things, again, we were just looking out for left and right, bro. We didn't care about the politics of it or how it was going to shape anything, right? But now as adults, as men who have been through that, as these warriors in a garden, now we get to see and analyze that we weren't exactly doing the right thing over there, man. And now we're starting to see how it's coming back home and biting us in the ass. Yeah, we didn't go over there with crusade crosses and flags with a cross on it, but we very much went there as Americans and Christians by most part, and we oppressed and killed and destabilized and displaced millions of Muslims. So you could argue, no, that wasn't a crusade, but you talk to a Muslim who lives there, and you talk about the life that they had before and after, and to them, that's very much a crusade.
Do you think?
And now, hold on, one more thing. You got the Palestinian humanitarian aid sites now, right? The GHF. GHF is the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. They were a company that got the contract through the State Department out there to basically run the aid checkpoints for the Palestinians because the IDF were killing people. Well, you can check me on this, but where those contractors came from that filled the roles of the GHF are from a motorcycle gang that were all crusaders. They all had iron crosses on there, and they all went over there. And guess how many Palestinians have been killed by the GHF since them taking over the aid sites? About 2,000 people.
And where are they from?
They're Americans. They're Americans that were contractors, guys like you and I, but they got out, they got exposed as being part of a motorcycle club that was very like crusader-like and had that outlook. And then these same guys are going to go over there and treat Muslims with respect? No. So, so we're doing that in modern age. We're literally doing that now. You got Americans over there, but again, the difference is they're too much of a coward to wear a cross on their back when they're killing Muslims. But it's very much still the Crusades. Now, I don't want to, because I took a part of it too. So then that makes me a crusader. No, it just makes me hold myself accountable for my part of it. But again, as a young Marine, as a young Green Beret, thinking I'm going to Afghanistan to do some good, I didn't see the big picture of all the bad that we did either.
Well, I think the one thing that's tough to reconcile is, the overwhelming majority of the boots on the ground, there was no religious connection or connotation bracketed around our desire to want to serve our country whatsoever. So that's where I would...
No, there was no like flags flying.
Well, yeah, but I mean, even, whether you're overt about it or not, like if the internal intent behind why you're doing what you're doing is religiously driven, then to me it's kind of irrelevant whether or not you're broadcasting it with a flag or a cross or not. On the same token, if internally that has absolutely no influence or drive as to why any of us went over there to do what we did, then to me, I wouldn't consider it that either. You
wouldn't consider it that. But like when you and I are dust in the ground, bro, and we have, our great grandkids reading about us and the things that we did in Iraq and Afghanistan, and then they look at like, the other historical battles that happened all the way back to the Crusades or further, they're going to look at this and be like, I don't see why this war was necessary, and I don't know how I can back Americans on going to Iraq.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that.
We just basically fell on the wrong side of history. Now, we don't have to attach that to a religion, but very much we did the same actions as a crusade. We killed a bunch of Muslims.
Yeah, I guess I just think, that distinction is important because,
But we did it for the security of America.
Yeah.
We were lied to about the security of America because the only thing that 9/11 really got us was the NSA Act.
Yeah.
And it got us a bunch of big brother surveillance, and that's why you have to take your shoes off at the TSA and now you have to get a digital ID because they created a fear for us to be scared of, and then they said this is the way to fix it, and we said okay, fix it because we want to be secure. Yeah. Next thing you know, we're being surveilled in real time.
One of my favorite quotes is, I think it's Ben Franklin, anyone who trades security for freedom deserves neither.
Right.
It's, I think, pretty apt.
I'd say that's pretty accurate.
Yeah. I think it was him. Man, again, I really appreciate you coming and spending over 5 hours talking about all this stuff.
Putting people to sleep.
Yeah, I don't think so. But yeah, just I value your perspective and appreciate everything that you represent, all of your service to this country. I mean, to me, the story of coming from Afghanistan and then ending up spending the amount of time you did in the U.S. military is incredibly noble and honorable and much appreciated.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I think.
And people should know that I'm currently in 19th Group, the National Guard side of Special Forces.
Oh, that's cool.
So I continue to serve. I don't do I don't try to do all that cool guy stuff that they do. I don't deploy with them, but I definitely go there for the training days and all that. And it's nice to see, you know, what these guys are up to and where they're going. Yeah. Kind of having a foot in the door. But yeah, I mean, I appreciate you giving me your platform to come and talk. And again, I know I'm going to get some people that don't agree with anything I say, and they're going to look at me funny. But I appreciate you guys paying attention or listening to this episode and kind of being open-minded to the things I have to say. And at the end of the day, man, it's all for the love of America. I just want our country to go back to a place where we actually feel like we're free again. You know, we can just be ourselves again.
Amen on that. Yeah, I could not agree more. I do have some swag for you here. I don't know if you're a shit kicker wearing kind of guy.
Let me see.
I got the cursory show coin, and then the box opens from the bottom of the front. Got some
really
Marcus Aurelius quotes on there.
When you rise in the morning, think of what a privilege it is to be alive. Ain't that the truth? And the backside says, if it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. Holy crap, man. You know, I know some people in Washington that could probably...
Should send all of them one of those.
Yeah. But, man, it's really that easy. Yeah. You know, you captured that on a coin, yet here we are. So it opens from the bottom, you said.
Yeah, the bottom of the front. It's kind of a weird box. But
oh, okay, I see. It's a little magnetic.
Yeah, well, if you throw some shit kickers on... Yeah.
Dude, this is amazing. Because I made a big deal about going to the rodeo in Houston next year because I missed this year. I was like, dude, I'm going to have...
Yeah, now you got something to wear to it.
Check this out.
Yeah.
I don't know which cameras. This is amazing.
Well, good. I hope you get a chance to wear it. And
dude, I'm so going to wear this.
If you do, I'd love a picture of it because I always like the mic drop buckles in the wild. So
not only am I going to wear this mic, but I'm going to wear this to the Houston rodeo next spring.
Yeah.
People are like, what's the mic drop buckle? I was like, dude, you need to check it out.
That's good stuff, man.
Oh, this is great. Thank you so much, man. This is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks again for coming, man. I appreciate it. And is there anything else you want to mention before we wrap up?
No, man. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for. If you guys want to follow me, I'm on Instagram. Instagram is Kawa_M_official. I'm big on there only because I post a lot of shooting content, but then you also see the segments of me talking shit on our government. So I'm there. YouTube as well. 2 Alpha Training Group has a YouTube page. We've been kind of up and down with it. So you can go see the older videos. Cool. Subscribe to us. That'd be great. I started a podcast with a buddy of mine called The Weekly Debrief. Really talking about everything we talked about today. Today's societal issues, domestic, foreign policy, all that stuff. And that's also on YouTube. It's called, on YouTube. It's called The Weekly Debrief Podcast. I just started the Rumble account for it as well, trying to go live on there. But I'm on all the socials, of course, if you just look me up. And then, guys, if you ever want to reach out, be happy to. I have these conversations with people all the time.
Yeah.
I'll just send you a voice message because my thumbs get tired of texting. But I enjoy having these conversations because I don't know who these people are, but they ask genuine questions. And if you're going to take the time to DM me with a genuine question, then I'll take the time to
I love it.
reply.
I also just realized the yin and the yang that we have going on. The darker skinned guy with the white flag, the lighter skinned guy with the dark flag. We have like almost matching hats in the polar opposite. So
yeah.
Not by accident, right?
No, not by accident. People are like, man, is that hat glued on your head because it never comes off? I was like, dude, if anything comes off, it's the hat. The flag is going to go right back on the new one because I've just been switching this flag out to different hats.
I love it. Thank you again, man. I appreciate
thank you.
Coming. Yeah, absolutely.
This was like 6 years in the making, I think.
Yeah, I know it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
To the viewer and listener, I hope you enjoyed it. If you didn't, you can choke yourself. And until next time, this is Mic Drop.